We love LI TCG show. We've been coming to the Long Island TCG show for like the last 6-7 months, and every single month is just a banger.
We love the LI TCG show!
Woo!
What is up, people? Welcome to the Long Island TCG show tournament. We are about to start our Swiss rounds pretty shortly. My name is Christian. I'm joined here by my good friend, Box's Nico.
How we doing?
Yeah, so we're basically here to talk about some Pokemon. Got like a little bit of time before our Swiss starts, so we were kind of going to talk about like the meta game, what to expect at this tournament, and exactly what's going on currently. I mean, EUIC currently, you know, the European Championships are going on as we speak, where maybe they just kind of wrapped up for the day, but it seems like there are definitely some decks that are doing really well at those, and yeah, we just want to talk about some of the meta decks, some players to look out for here, and basically go off from there.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on in our neck of the woods. Here on Long Island, we are at the Hilton in Melville. This is the Long Island TCG Show Tournament, Prismatic Evolutions format. Got a couple good prizes for first, second, and third. Got a nice little 4-round or 5-round Swiss. Should be 4, if I remember correctly.
I think 4 into a top 4.
It'll be 4 rounds of Swiss into a top 4 cut. Got about 20 players with a forced 4 rounds of Swiss. That is the format of our tournament. Now, let us talk about the meta. Prismatic Evolutions format, EUIC this weekend. What are we seeing so far? What have we seen in this format? King of the format, big decks. What do we want to see?
You know, it's kind of funny because I feel like at the start we kind of had this situation where I feel like Miraidon, when it comes to metagames in general, tends to do really well early on into big meta shifts, and that's exactly what we saw, right? You know, obviously Azul, Garcia Griego, one of the best players in the game, just winning a regional outright with Miraidon. Second regional he attended this year too. Like, that's crazy to just have like a 50% conversion rate on a win in a regional. It's absurd.
With almost a public list, mind you.
Literally like a stock list. Like, you can find that on like Google. Just look up like Miraidon. You'll just find it, right?
Bro
like,
said, this is what I'm streaming, this is what I'm playing, and won a regional. So
dude, you see that from some of these top players sometimes. They're like, yeah, man, like I'm good at this game. I will play the game correctly. Here's my 60. Good luck. Beat me. Like, if you could beat me, do it. Like, and I mean, no one could. So that's what it is, right?
Absolutely.
And Rhydon definitely doing really, really well early on. It seems like the heavy hitters of this format in general that people are really looking into, right, is like Miraidon kind of came up to fruition early on as a really strong pick that people were kind of expecting, but I don't think people expected it to be as good as it was.
Right.
Dragapult was definitely like the big winner of this set, Badu being a huge deal for the deck. Item Lock gives the deck the space it needs to breathe and actually get a very threatening setup. The deck was always solid, but never really like a tier 1 contender. Definitely is now, honestly, in my opinion, in terms of the positioning of the meta, probably the best deck you can play at a tournament currently. And then we got Gardevoir, which, I mean, that's something we both put a lot of time into recently. I'm playing Gardevoir for pretty much like 9 months straight almost at this point at all these premier tournaments. And the deck is broken. It's insane. Gives you a ton of agency. But it does still have this issue where it needs to set up. It still does have this issue where its board can kind of get blown up really early, and that can be an issue for it. Still doing really well at these regionals, but honestly, maybe a little bit lower performance-wise than I think a lot of people were expecting. And then I guess the other one is like Lugia, which kind of fell off, to be honest.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Beginning of the format, definitely Badu definitely changed the game in a way that we kind of expected, but not as much as possible, right?
Yeah.
Itchy Pollen, free attack, 10 damage, free retreat on a Pokemon, where I am just saying, look, you cannot play item cards, which was beforehand in the Regidrago format, previously was just all item cards. So now you have this opportunity to slow the game down very heavily and get a board state set up slow, methodical, just go turn after turn after turn, and then just at one point somebody's got to swing, but at that point everybody's got a board state. So definitely good. Guardy does benefit from that, but I will say yes, there is a point where Dragapult can definitely take the initiative in a lot of these turns and get decent board wipes. The other decks that are coming up are decks that don't really need item cards. Your Archaludon is one of the big winners of the format. Very large bridgeman.
Yeah, just got a top 4 this weekend at EUIC. Just barely lost to Natalie Miller playing Dragapult. Really funny way to end the game where the Archaludon player actually decked out via just having basically something gusted into active and
Very
decked
true.
out. But the deck is simple. It has simple game plans that aren't heavily affected by item cards, which is really strong for it.
Yep.
And its matchup spread is not bad. It's got a good spread. I would say its Gardevoir matchup is a little shaky currently, but it's not like anything like, horrible. There's ways to win it. But I think overall its Dragapult matchup, pretty solid. Its Miraidon
Very true.
matchup is like, honestly, I think it's a little closer than people would kind of give it credit for, but probably slightly winning on the Arch part.
I will say that, yes.
And the Lugia matchup, a lot of these Lugia lists have shifted away from Sachino, the Sachino build, which is an amazing thing for Archaludon. So overall, its spread into some of these top decks is very, very solid, and the deck doesn't need a lot to function, which is strong.
Very true, very true. 220 is a big number to hit in a lot of this format. Your Pheasantippities, your Rotoms, your Luminions have less than that. So the big bridge coming down and taking prize cards that way, as well as being extremely efficient. I guess aside from those, that would be the big 4 or 5, right? Is your very big decks going into the format. As far as any rogue decks, we've definitely seen a couple of very high placements this past weekend with Lost Box, considering that when Regidrago is no longer in the format, now Lost Box gets to play again, which takes theoretically a very good matchup into your Dragapults and your decks that it can very much go way faster than, and sometimes can even bypass Badoo.
Yeah.
So as far as a rogue deck is concerned, I would say that Lost Box would definitely be my pick.
Yeah. I don't even know if it's rogue at this point, right? Like, a lot of top-level players
true.
have landed on it for EUIC. If you looked at its conversion rate from day 1 to day 2, I think
high.
it was like 1 to 2% of people were playing in day 1. It had like a 4 or 5 conversion rate in day 2. Like, its conversion rate is like basically very hard to ignore. A lot of top-level players did see that this deck was actually very strong in this format. In a game where people aren't playing Kira in their deck or Regidrago, it actually has a lot of room to breathe, and its spread is actually quite good. It does kind of get screwed over by Badoo a little bit in like certain situations, but not too bad. You do have an immediate answer in just swinging with Cramorant, so there are definitely ways to play around Dragapult, and for what I've played of that matchup, it does feel pretty close overall. So I do think that, honestly, Lost Box has a really solid spot in the meta generally, and it didn't have like a top 8 placement at EUIC this weekend, but I do know a lot of top-level groups landed on it, and I've already seen a couple lists landing around the top 64 areas, so that's definitely another deck to kind of look out for here. I know a couple people maybe playing it, so.
So then with that in mind, what is your, this is, basically a grassroots tournament, something very simple, reflective of the meta as a whole. What do you think is your pick to win? Anything in particular that you had your eye on, really?
Yeah, so this is kind of like going to name drop a few players that I know are here that have like, some strong results at regionals and league cups and things like that. I think some of the bigger ones, like Luke Levy, of course, somebody who plays a lot of these like turbo decks, has like a lot of day 2s with kind of a wide variety of like these like kind of like, beat stick decks, right? I do know he's actually playing Goldingo today, which is funny. Maybe he was seeing the Goldingo hype this weekend. I don't know, but he was like, I don't know, man. I'm just playing Goldingo, which is cool. I respect that. Liz Rain, so no bias. My girlfriend, but no bias. Top 256 at Toronto Regionals, highest placing Dragapult Dusner at the tournament. And she was playing that deck before it was like good, right?
Yes.
So she has a lot of time on this deck. She has put a lot of effort into it. Has a lot of league cup and challenge finishes currently. Has converted very well at regionals, so definitely look forward to seeing what she could do with the deck, especially since, honestly, me and you have worked a lot with her on the list and discussed the deck a lot. But we're playing something very similar to what Natalie Miller is currently playing at EUIC this weekend. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at with it. I guess another really big name to mention, honestly, locally is probably Sajith.
Sajith Noble, yes.
Yeah, Lost Box player, has a day 2 under his belt with Arceus, which I know he would rather forget about that result because, and I always make fun of him because I'm always
the story.
Yeah, I'm always telling him Arceus Giratina, but he loves Lost Box. I know he's playing the deck currently. We are pretty much just playing a list like as a group that is pretty close to what Andrew Hedrick is playing. So in terms of that alone, he will be playing Lost Box. It'll be a pretty standard list. And, yeah, that's pretty much where we're at currently. So I do know that there's a couple other players in the room. I'm kind of, I guess, Mike Formanak, the Charizard GOAT himself.
Fresh
basically
fresh off his first day 2 at Toronto.
Yeah, playing some Zard. And I do think, speaking of Formanak, we might be getting a tournament set real soon here. I do see on my end that they're setting up some mats here, but
All right, perfect. I mean, we'll have to see what deck he's playing this time. He's been a player that has been consistently doing well in League Cups in our area, and obviously with a grassroots tournament like this, we wanted to definitely be highlighting those players that have been doing particularly well, who've been playing a variety of decks, because we definitely want to see what exactly is going on, at least at those players' level. We just got word that the matchup is going to be Regidrago versus Archaludon. Definitely.
Did we just jump in a time machine, bro?
Yeah, we're going back.
It's just like a month ago, bro.
We're going back to Toronto format. Definitely interesting, considering Archaludon does not play any item lock, although Regidrago does not take as good of a matchup as you might think, but there are certainly ways to win. So we definitely have that matchup. It is confirmed that we will be having Mike Formanek versus Chris Regan. I believe Mike Formanek is playing Regidrago versus Chris Regan's Archaludon.
Yeah.
Definitely an interesting matchup. One that is, as I said, Archaludon favored, but there are certainly ways for Regidrago to win that matchup, and we will have to see how that unfolds. In the meantime, for those of you at home who are not exactly sure what's going on, we'll definitely try to keep you up to date with the play-by-play, let you know what the cards are doing, and try to give you an insight as to what the strategies are for the individual players. And then we will do the best we can to keep you up to date on that. Now, with that in mind, do you have any other thoughts or anything else?
I kind of want to talk about these players, like in general as people, because I mean, like, let's be real, they're our friends.
Means.
They're our friends, right?
Go for it.
We'll probably hang out with them after this, so I can definitely give you some insight into what they've both been doing and up to. I know Chris has been working a lot, not playing as much Pokemon lately. Still like a player who is very tuned in with the game, really enjoys it a lot.
Very true.
I know this is probably his first tournament I've seen him at in a minute. I know he's also vending as well, but he did manage to kind of pull up and come through. So shout out to him for having that dog in him, to come out and play.
He's got it.
I definitely respect that.
Respect for the game. For
I
sure.
know he had a lot of time on Charizard, but. Okay, yeah. So it looks like Chris won the coin flip, so he'll get to choose if he goes first or second.
Right.
I know that Chris in general, like, kind of a lot of Charizard in the past, and same thing with Mike. Coincidentally enough, Mike getting a day 2 at Toronto with Charizard, and a couple of really solid League Cup finishes with Charizard as well. But he's opting for Regidrago today, which is a deck that I think our group seems to think is still quite strong. But at the same time, this matchup, not the greatest for Drago, but perfectly winnable still.
Yep. Seems like with Chris winning the coin flip, he's going to choose first, starting with that Dialga V, given an option to later on evolve into Dialga V-Star and take a couple of prizes very late in the game.
Yeah.
Looking for his energy at the moment. The main idea behind this deck being you are going to get energy into the discard pile, and then later on in the game, evolve your Duraludons into Archaludon, and its ability says, take 2 energy from your discard pile and attach it to your metal-type Pokemon in any way you like. So all you need is just the evolve, the attach, and then you are swinging.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm seeing in his hand, we do have a research for the next turn. He's just going to opt for an attachment here. Doesn't want to overcommit too hard. I am noticing that Mike is starting with the Badoo, and this is something I want to talk about a little bit. Regidrago is a deck I played at a couple League Cups here and there. Bizarrely enough, not a deck I played very often, but have performed very well within tournament. And I've been playing this deck a lot on ladder. I've been really back and forth on the Badoo in the deck, but it seems like a lot of the top level groups have landed on it. So I think the theory behind the Badoo here is that you get a little bit extra time for yourself to set up this nice board. You can kind of limit them a little bit more so that you can actually get these aggressive plays with Phantom Dives and Trifrost and all that stuff. And there's one thing I do want to note as well. The Trifrost angle with this deck, probably not something we're going to see too heavily in this matchup, but it is like the Trifrost ability in this deck currently with the heavier crisping count is very, very strong. So you can kind of do some crazy stuff.
Okay, with a pass back to Chris Regan. Not too much of a board there for Mike.
Yeah, not what you want to see, honestly. No supporter play, just an attachment. Really vulnerable board.
Yeah, the metal-type Pokemon typically are resistant to grass, so he can't Itchy Pollen for 10. He's Itchy Pollening for 0. However, we did get the evolution into Dialga V-Star. So off of that, with item lock, we will have to see what Chris can do.
Yeah.
I see a couple item cards. I do see an Archaludon. The problem is he doesn't have any energy in the discard pile, so there's not much that he can do right now.
Yeah.
At the very least, he can knock out the Badoo, which it seems like he's doing that right now.
Yeah.
Mike Formanek coming up with the Regidrago V. Do see a couple of cards in hand. Got the Pheasantipity EX down. We'll
he does
be able
have
to
the
draw.
V-Star, so he can lean on this if needed. Honestly, this is just not the hand that you want to see if you're Mike. This is not really like the ideal start. Chris's start, truthfully, is not like super strong either, but Chris is at least able to put on a little bit of pressure. And like we said, the Archaludon deck doesn't really care about Badu very much at all.
That is true.
So this is like a position that if both these players are waiting, it definitely favors Chris a lot more here. I will say he does have this Ultra Ball, so he is going to get to see a little bit more cards. I think maybe I see a... Is there a supporter in that hand now? I didn't think he had one before.
I don't think so. I thought I saw an Iono, but I'm not 100% sure on that one. We'll have to see what Pokemon he grabs off of the Ultra Ball. Perhaps it is a Crispin. So we do have... If we have the additional attach, then maybe we should be able to get to a potential swing this turn.
Could be a Rolling Iron.
That is true.
Yeah. We do love the goo here. Big fan of the Goodra, not gonna lie. And this is what I was saying before, like the fact that this deck can kind of rely on swings without energy switch is very, very strong because you're much less at the mercy of your resources. And that's exactly what Mike's going to do. He's literally just going to get 2 energy, attach return, and then he's going to use the Crispin itself to attach that the extra energy. So I think we are going to have to see a Goodra here unless he commits to the V-Star.
It looks like he is going to, definitely seems like it. There's definitely a thought there. He wouldn't be able to attach Double Grass anyway, which is why he would have discarded that with the Ultra Ball.
For sure.
Makes sense there. So we'll have to see what his next moves are, considering he cannot dump the rest of his hand with any other supporters or anything like that. So we'll have to see what exactly he's able to do.
Yeah, I like.
Oh, he did have the Earthen Vessel. Lets you search your deck for 2 basic energy cards, put those in your hand. So it looks like he'll be able to get an attack this turn.
He scared me for a second there. I was like, bro. I'm like, bro, why'd you toss the grass energy? No, it's fine. He knows what's in his hand. He does have the Earthen Vessel, so he is able to get an attack off this turn regardless of what happens. I do kind of like the angle of doing the Rolling Iron here as well. It kind of forces Chris, if Chris wants to knock out here, he is going to have to use the V-Star on the Dialga to take that extra turn, which I don't exactly know how realistic that is for Chris currently, given his hand. There is a ton of cards in it though, so it could be a bad situation for Mike here.
Yeah, what is also good here is that we notice a little bit of discipline. Mike did not use his V-Star power, which is Legacy Star, which is discard the top 7 cards of your deck, and then you can take 2 cards from your discard pile and put them back in your hand. What can happen is that if you use your Legacy Star too early and get a little bit desperate, then a late game disruption and Iono, what have you, can leave you pretty exposed to losing the game off of that. Now, on Chris's side, we've got an Archaludon back into the hand that was previously discarded. Now, there is a world, if we have a Gust in hand, where we could Star Chronos into KOing Regidrago V-Star. That is a very scary prospect, but we're going to have to see where exactly he goes off of this. He gets the attach and just Ionos.
I think he did have a research in hand. My eyes could be playing tricks on me. I understand why he didn't do that, though, because then he's dropping 2 Archaludons into discard just to get 1 energy in there. So I think that this play makes a little bit more sense for him, just so he can keep a little bit more resources. But at the same time, honestly, Mike's hand was pretty clearly bad. It was not a good hand. So honestly, giving Mike the chance to find an Ogre Pawn here might be a little tricky, honestly, on Chris's end.
The problem is that Chris Regan, he got rid of, or Iono to the bottom of his deck, 2 Archaludons. I did see that. So I think he was potentially hoping to draw into some sort of ball search or something that could get the Archaludons back.
Makes sense. Have them nice and accessible. Okay, getting that other Dialga down. I think he's understanding he probably won't get the Chronos with this one, but he does want to pull off the Chronos. And I think that, obviously, when this Dialga dies, that Chronos play will be more available to him because the energies hit the discard. So Archaludon can just recycle those.
Right.
Once
This also does put the Regidrago, if you Gust twice, if you get the boss counter catcher, you can knock out the Regidrago V-Star with a Star Chronos.
Sure.
So that is another option. Ooh.
Double Dragapult?
Ultra Ball, double Dragapult.
So can we Phantom Dive twice?
No.
Imagine, right?
Regidrago V-Star.
Yeah.
So now we have both of our Regidrago V-Stars in play. We are definitely looking very safe, or a lot safer than we were before right now.
Pretty stable board, not going to lie. Mike, I really like the way Mike played this. He played it slow and steady. I think this is a situation where other players maybe honestly would have gotten a little greedy, honestly, and just hit the V-Star button. But Mike was not panicked. He understood that there was a very low chance that his Drago went down that turn, and he was able to just say, hey, listen, I get a turn to work with here. I have another Drago in hand. this works out. If I need a V-Star next turn, I'll do it next turn. So that's really smart on Mike's part, and he still has the V-Star available to him. So.
Okay, we've got a low to the bench. Full research off of a low size hand there. We love to see that. Let's see what he gets off the 7 here. Duly to note, Regidrago V-Star, we hadn't explained that earlier. The point of the deck is you are discarding a bunch of Dragon-type Pokemon, and then you can copy, Regidrago V-Star can copy the attacks of any Pokemon in the discard pile. So what was happening there, the first turn with the attack was you were rolling ironing for 200 because Hisuian and Goodra V-Star was in the discard pile. The whole way the engine works now is that you're attaching cards via Teal Mask Ogerpon's ability and then using energy switches to move them to the Pokemon in play, which is exactly what he's doing.
Yep, literally exactly. You know, Ogerpon is I'm not even gonna front, man. It's a broken card. It's really good.
Very good card.
You know, draw a card and you know, basically get energy excel out of it is very, very strong. And that's exactly what he's doing here. He's setting up another Drago, and like we said, he has all of this on his board. He's got a pretty nice board set up, and he has not even used a V-Star yet. He is using the Phantom Dive attack. He's putting 2 on all of these. Makes perfect sense. Trying to set up a Trifrost here so he can get a couple knockouts on these arches. And I think what Mike wants here is he just really wants Chris to miss the Star Chronos, honestly. That's exactly what Mike is going for.
Well, Star Chronos, how about anything in general? I see 3 Metal Energies and a Turo. That is a scary Iono to be in for Chris. I don't think there's anything else. Oh, with the pass
Not
back.
what you like to see, man.
Absolutely.
Goodness.
Well, now, yeah, definitely seems like the Trifrost is the option. You have the V-Star available to get everything back in the deck. So if there is a potential, let's see what Mike can do next.
Yeah, you know Mike is he's like, bro, I need Kyurem. Like, bro just wants Kyurem. There's no way around it. I'll be honest, I think if he gets the Trifrost here, I don't really see a line for Chris.
Yeah, definitely
your
very
board
tough.
will just be too torn apart. He is opting for the Crispin here, it looks like. So he's going to get the 2 energy.
Okay. Taking the very slow and steady approach. Because obviously, I mean, Chris has shown that he doesn't exactly have much in his hand right now, and Mike can see that. So why rush? Why try to go for the big, risky play?
Yep.
You do get the potential reward, but with this board state looking as strong as it is, why rush? Why take? You can just Phantom Dive again and set up the guaranteed KO on the Dialga after. There are a ton of options that we can play here that definitely allow it. However, do have a couple energy in hand. We can draw cards. If potentially we do get to the Kyurem, then that play is still available. So
honestly, the Kyurem is, I think, guaranteed because we have an Ultra Ball in hand and an Earthen Vessel, and we still have V-Star. So I don't think there's a universe where we miss the Kyurem unless it's in the prize cards. That would be the only way we don't hit it here.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think he just wants to not rip the V-Star if at all possible. Oh, he's just going to go for the Phantom Dive. Okay.
Yeah, like I said, very safe, very
slow and steady.
Yeah, exactly. Because now what can happen is he can, we have the Dialga in the active. If he draws, top deck on the research.
Yep, and there it is, yeah.
Let's see what happens here, because now we have to get, the only way that we can really respond to this now is by trying to get the Archaludon Star Chronos, right?
Yeah,
because
this
have
is
to go,
what we need here. Wait, okay,
that's
we got
one
a stretcher.
That's one stretcher.
Is there an arch in there? Wait,
Oh, that is 2 arches. That is 2 arches.
But does he have the Dialga, though? That's the issue.
Yeah, he needs the Dialga.
Because the Dialga's in discard. I don't think
that
he
is
has
true.
He just attached return, so he's actually 1 short, I think, here.
Dang. All right, let's see here. So we can get the Dialga V-Star and we can get the Archaludon, but we have to find a way to get the second one, which I don't think he has access to, aside from nest balling for Greninja and attempting to draw into that, which I think might
Does he have nest ball in hand?
He does have 2.
Okay, so he can thin his deck a little bit here. He can throw out the nest ball and just say YOLO, hope it works.
Yeah, I think that's his only option right now. Because if he does get it, then he can Star Chronos into potentially boss KOing Mike's second Regidrago V-Star, which he does have the boss in hand. That would be an incredible turn of events here, where Chris would be able to go down to 1 prize, and then it's up to Mike to find the final KO, presumably with Radiant Charizard, but we'll have to see how that exactly goes, because he would need to not disrupt at all.
Yeah, he's just going to nest ball again. He knows he needs to hit this, so he just wants to thin. It doesn't even matter at this point if there's anything else on his bench, because if he doesn't evolve those arches, he's going to get Trifrosted regardless.
True.
So he can just bench other stuff. He needs to make sure that he's taking, honestly, 2 prize cards, or 4 prize cards these next 2 turns, right? That's just what he needs. Let's see. Did we hit it?
We did not.
We did not, unfortunately. I think the chance of him hitting that was honestly pretty decent, given he had stretchers and Ultra Balls left. I don't think he's used too many of them.
Yeah, but now unfortunately he is just pigeonholed into the Dialga V-Star attack. He does get the 2
Yeah.
prizes to set him down to 3, but now Mike can respond by taking potentially 3 prize cards of his own right now. Actually, no, it wouldn't be. He wouldn't be able to take 3. He would be able to take 2, which means that Chris could potentially have a response. And kind of draw this game out a little bit. So we'll have to see how exactly he does that. We'll see what Mike Formanek promotes here. He promotes the Mew.
Yeah, free retreat. You know, always the safer choice to promote the, something that basically there's no commitment related to.
So we've got a Prime Catcher. So now Chris does have a research. He does have an option to dump his hand to potentially find some sort of recovery that gets him back into the game here. But a key draw here is that Mike got Prime Catcher. Now, the main problem here, what Mike can do is that he could put Archaludon, the existing Archaludon, into the active and then just Phantom Dive it, right?
Yeah.
Where it'll force Chris to have an out to get the either attack with the Archaludon that's in the active, or like he has to get another one, or try to scoop it up with Turo or scoop up Cyclone, presumably if he plays it. So
what he's doing here is correct, though. I think he just needs the Dialga gone at all costs, right?
This is true.
Giratina is the thing that's going to do that. Because if Mike, if a Start Chronos happens, it's curtains for Mike. That's just what it is. And even though losing these 2 energy could stink a little bit, he still does have V-Star, and he does have Prime Catcher in hand. So honestly, if he could, even this turn, if he could find a way to, burn his Prime Catcher and almost basically have it guaranteed off V-Star, which is exactly what he's doing here.
Yes.
Very,
exactly.
very smart. Yeah.
Very smart, because now we still have access to the V-Star. What this does is this sets up a board state where Chris has to move the heavens and the earth in order to even take 2 prize cards.
This is possible. He could Thornton, but he needs so much. It would be actually. I don't even know if it's possible with the way his board state is.
We'll have to see.
Don't think so.
Yeah, you'd need 2 Archaludons and an attach plus Thornton.
Yeah, so he's missing a bench Pokemon here.
Right, so he definitely doesn't have enough. So the game plan here, I think, with Chris is probably just, if you can, get to an Archaludon, force Mike, disrupt him, force him to have all of the outs that he needs, but he does have access to Regidrago V-Star's V-Star power. So it seems like a pretty commanding position for Mike on the board right now. So we see the retreat into the Regidrago V-Star. Ideally, we are going to be using Giratina V-Star's Lost Impact attack, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Let's see what we can...
An attack both of us are very familiar with.
Chris pointing it out.
Yeah.
And then we are doing 280 damage, knocking out the Dialga V-Star, and then taking 2 energy and putting them into the Lost Zone.
Yeah.
An attack that is typically very powerful when a lot of your Pokemon's HP is 280 to 300, and you can use both Dragapult attack to set it up and Giratina's attack to finish. So now we've still got the research on Chris's side. Still have the Nest Ball, still have everything else, and the Relicanth. Let's see what he does here.
Yeah. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. I think this is a checkmate position. I'm pretty sure that no matter what, Mike can just V-Star for Prime.
This is true.
I don't think Chris can really do anything to prevent that or to take things off of his boards to make it so that a Lost Impact or something won't knock something out here. So I think this is a really tricky position for Chris. I'm not quite sure exactly what the line is. So we'll see what he can do here.
Let's see. He'll try to maybe draw a couple cards with Radiant Greninja. He still has the research available to him, but I do think that you are right that we are very close to a checkmate situation here. I think his only out is potentially, if he's playing Scoop Up Cyclone, then maybe get that, drop the, get the Archaludon out of the active, and then swing with another one, and then just hope Mike doesn't have it, which he is guaranteed to. So
this is the power of the V-Star, and honestly, this is a masterclass in just honestly having some self-control, right? Having some restraint, saying hey, listen, this hand kind of stinks, but I want this V-Star later. I'm not under that much threat right now. I'm doing okay, right? So I think that this is a really, really, honestly pretty impressive game for Mike. I'm seeing a lot of a lot of restraint that is honestly not usually associated with a lot of newer players. And Mike is a player who's honestly, I don't even think been playing a year. And I think it's really impressive when I see this level of awareness. So shout out to Mike. I think he played this really, really well. I think Chris did as well, but I think Mike.
Yeah, definitely. The game was definitely very back and forth at this
For
point.
sure.
I'm not going to say
They took turns bricking,
Yeah, which is very true. But I will say that there was a chance there where Chris could have taken the additional prize cards.
Came
that
down to
he
that
needed
one
to
turn.
win. Yep, and he did not hit it with the Dialga. So
just what it is
just
sometimes.
a testament to the power of what Dialga is capable of, where you can essentially Star Chronos, steal a turn from your opponent, go again, and just essentially win the game off of that because you get to take another turn and attack again.
Yeah, I could tell you that much. I mean, if Chris hit that Dialga there, definitely would have been a pretty different game. That's for sure.
I agree. So let's see how we choose to wrap this game up. Yep.
Yeah, he's like, I don't know what to do. Yeah,
I'm hearing a couple laughs from the guys in the back.
Yeah,
and that is the concession from Chris Regan. Mike Formanek takes the game. Reggie Drago wins over Archaludon EX.
Yeah, Chris, knowing that Prime Catcher was just a checkmate position, didn't want to play it out. Scuba Cyclone was the last card in deck.
That did not look good, and I hear them talking about it right now, very friendly. But, yeah, I think what that came down to is 2 key points in Chris Regan's game plan was the initial Iono into a brick hand. I mean, you would expect to see off of 5 or 6 cards in that situation to maybe draw something. He drew a way to search energy, a Turo, and nothing else. So at that point, he was able to allow Mike to essentially get a board state that no matter what he does, he doesn't even have to V-star.
Yeah.
Maybe if he did at that point, it would have been a different game. He would have been able to Iono him down to a low hand size and maybe force him to have the out. But no, pretty dominant looking game from Mike Formanek. He shall be moving on at a 1-0 record into the next round.
Yeah, I feel like Archaludon has a lot of turns like that sometimes, right? I remember I was playing against an Archaludon player at a League Challenge literally yesterday, and there was like a turn that it kind of came down to, if you hit this combination off of this research, you could win the game. And he didn't hit it. It seems like the same kind of happened today for the Arch. But, that's like kind of the strength of a deck like Archaludon, but also like it can kind of be a weakness as well.
Very true.
You have this deck where, obviously you don't play a lot of items, so you're not getting heavily affected by Badu. And you do have like a big guy who could do big hits. That's really good. That's really good, right?
Large man.
Big guy that does big hits is good. But also because of that, you do have a little bit of simplicity to your deck. And some of these decks that have a little more options, like Reggie Drago has like 1,000,000 attacks and it's like library, right? Or even a deck like Gardevoir or Dragapult that have a little more nuance, right? Sometimes even though these matchups can be good, there are just situations where when you fall behind, you just kind of lose out on having those options. And it felt like Chris was kind of in a situation where, he just needed that one play and there wasn't much flexibility behind it.
And that's how the story goes.
Happens sometimes.
Yeah, definitely does. Reggie Drago with the upset against Archaludon.
Yeah.
Definitely very clean, solid play from Mike Formanek. Very disciplined player as far as I am aware and I've seen from our testing group. He is definitely a player. Who definitely knows how to play that matchup. He's been playing it a lot recently, even in this format where Reggie Drago has kind of fallen off the face of the planet. So definitely good on him. We are definitely good with that. We got
Chris Regan
our
here.
boy Chris Regan coming up
for a little interview.
Yeah.
Right. So I'll hop off for a second. So Chris, tell us about that game. You'll talk about it. Just the one whiff off the research, right?
Or off the Iono.
Off the Iono. Yeah.
Here. Pop a squat, buddy. Let's talk about it.
Hello, Long Island TCG show. Hello, Nick.
What's going on? Been a while. How have you been?
I've been good. That was like my second time ever playing Archaludon, and it went exactly how I thought it would.
I mean, look, the line you chose into just going full for the Dialga was definitely very correct. Like, you had no other option than to potentially, you hit for the 80 off the initial hit, you're going to just basically set yourself up to take 4 prizes off the turn. You had the boss in hand, you had the setup. I guess you just didn't get there. But that initial Iono, brutal.
Yeah, I mean, it put me into, I think, 4 energy, and
or
I
it was
forgot what the other card was.
It was 2 energy. I think it was 2 energy, a Turo, and a Earthen Vessel plus 1 other card.
Yeah.
Did not look good there. You were able to get some stuff towards the end there, but obviously because the setup was a lot slower then.
Yeah, I was thinking about, like, after I Iono'd, I was just like thinking about like my hand that I Iono'd down to the bottom too, and I was like, maybe I should have just waited and not have even just played a supporter that turn. But I think I got a little greedy there, and I was like trying to see how far I could extend, and it definitely bit me.
Definitely. Okay. Yeah, I mean, definitely with the V-Star active, maybe a thought process behind that being, you know, if they have to V-Star in order to get something on you, if you're able to high roll that, then maybe you can just run away with the game after that, late game Iono, something like that, which is definitely a strategy that could work in that situation, but unfortunately I did see that you just came up short on that.
Yeah, and I was discussing with Mike too. I was trying to wall him at the end. I was looking, I needed too much. I was like, I need a Iono scoop up, I need a counter catcher. I was like, that's the only way I get out of this.
Definitely, and then I guess you'd have to put up a one prizer or something at that point, maybe. Okay, yeah. I mean, definitely something to learn. I mean, you definitely played it well, considering that. And I mean, you have any other thoughts going into the rest of the rounds of the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, it's a cool deck. I'll probably play it a little bit more, but you know, back to Dragapult.
Tier 0 deck. Let's go. Hey, appreciate your insight.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Good luck in the next rounds.
Thank you.
All right, so got word we are going to be in between rounds 1 and 2. Round 2 should be coming up in a couple minutes. We are going to have a quick break. We will see you guys in a minute.
Heck yeah, we're going to kick it off to this break. Hope you guys are having fun.
We are here in Long Island Chew and Brew, killing it as always.
I want to try out the Pokemon brews.
Pallet Town Pilsner, the Hop Hip IPA, Bulba Sour.
Excited for the cards, I'm excited to try some beers. It's going to be a good time.
We're running cornhole tournaments every hour on the hour.
Much more of a Pokemon master than a cornhole master, but we're out here.
It's wild that this is the crowd that's already here.
We're doing meet and greets and Q&As with Pokemon voice actors. Put that up on the gram. Hey, I met Jason Page, you know, the guy that did the Pokemon song.
Favorite part about coming to these events absolutely is the community. You're always able to find some cool stuff.
I like trading for my Bidoof collection.
Here's for Pikachu.
I'm really excited to hear the Pokemon theme song live. I know the whole thing by heart.
Are you guys sing along?
Of course I am.
Make some noise, Chew and Brew.
Come here and you see all these people and you talk and you make friends and you trade cards, so it's a great community event.
I'm in line for the cosplay contest here at the Chew and Brew.
The competition was super fierce. I got to play against my nephew. So much fun. This is a great experience.
Let's go, you know LITCG is the best show. Got the best vibes here.
It is my first time at the Long Island Trading Card Game Show, and to see there was so much stuff here that really interested me was cool.
I wanted some dragons, some full art waifus, I should say, you know.
Welcome.
I came here for the video game tournament. This is so cool to see.
We're doing a fundraiser for Rachel Lillis.
Something that people can bond over, to spend time with their children.
I'm so stoked to meet. I waited 25 years for this moment.
Exodia! Obliterate!
Everybody has a favorite Pokemon, so it's just really fun to connect with the community.
What are you doing right now?
I'm getting a tattoo.
The genuine relationships that I can find through it, you can't put money on that.
What I like is to bring back nostalgia.
I really like the vendors, especially when there's artists.
I freaking love going to trade.
It was so awesome. Definitely looking forward to the next show.
I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test, to train them is my cause. I will travel from very shore, searching far and wide. These Pokemon do understand the power that's inside. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny, Pokemon. Oh, your mother's bread. In the world, we must defend. That's your part. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Too. I'm coming from Polar through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Make some noise, Chew and Brew. Every challenge along the way, with courage I will face. I will battle every day and claim my rightful place. The time is right. There's no better team. Arm in arm, we'll win the fight. It's all within my dream. Pokemon, gotta catch up with you and me. I know it's my destiny. Pokemon, oh, you're my best friend. In a world we must defend. Pokemon, gotta catch up on with the zoo. I'm coming for pull us through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Put your hands together, people. Gotta catch 'em all. All right, here we go. Last minute improv. Gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Improv guitar. Sing it with me, make sure. Pokemon, catch up with you and me. I know it's my destiny. Pokemon, oh, you're my best friend. In the world we must defend. Hey, Pokemon, gotta catch up. I have to true. I'm coming to pull us through. Sing it. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Pokemon. Make some noise, Juru!
We love LITCG show.
We've been coming to the Long Island TCG show for like the last 6-7 months, and every single month is just a banger.
We love the LITCG show.
Cool. Welcome back, guys, to the Long Island TCG Show tournament. If you were already tuned in, you would have saw that's not really a word, right? You would have saw a really cool match. Would have been between Mike Formanak playing Regidrago, Chris Regan playing Archaludon. Mike able to pull it out with the heavy Crispin build of Regidrago. We are moving on to Swiss. We did get a little bit of time to kind of walk around the floor, see what's winning. I do know that some of our friends, I know Sajith lost round one, still in contention, couldn't go 3-1 and make cut.
True.
Our friend Dan playing Miraidon. A couple of Miraidons in the room a little bit. I think I saw like 2 or 3.
Yep.
I saw Luke was actually playing Raging Bolt.
Oh.
Liz took a win with Dragapult. And I think Tom, our friend Tom, your roommate actually, winning with Gardevoir. So we're seeing some of these meta decks getting these wins early. One thing that was crazy that I did see is a Hisuian Arcanine deck won round 1.
Oh, very vulnerable.
Yeah, it hit Miraidon, which I think it hit Miraidon for weakness.
That is
right?
an incredible matchup for that deck.
Yeah, I'm sure exactly what it wanted to hit, right? Yeah.
Probably a deck you don't see very often. The whole premise of the deck is I have no hand.
What up, Luke?
I have no deck, and thus I can swing for free. And then I hit Miraidon for weakness. So that is probably a very, very good matchup for that. So
for sure.
I saw a little bit of Dragapult. I saw a lot of the meta decks going around on the floor.
A lot of Gardevoir today, it looks like, you know?
Yeah, there was some. I saw some Miraidon, some Gardevoir. I saw a lot of the meta decks actually on the floor today.
All right, let me call it what it is. It's Monkey Dory.
It's Monkey Dory deck.
Bro, this is not a Gardevoir deck anymore. We play 3 monkeys in it. It's a Monkey Dory deck.
We do love Monkey Dory.
There's 2 Gardevoir in the deck, 3 Monkey Dory. That's all I'm trying to say.
Business.
That's all I'm trying to say. We're just monkeying around, baby.
Just
Planet of the Apes.
around.
Planet of the Apes from here.
Together.
Apes together, strong, baby. And yeah, well, I guess we're gonna see who's strong soon. You know, behind us at the stream setup. So,
all right.
Like I said, those are some of the things we could see. Could see some Dragapult. Could see some Raging Bolt. Seems like there's a lot of Gardevoir down on the floor as well. So
true.
Definitely a bunch of options here leading into the second Swiss round.
All right, definitely a competitive floor here at the Long Island TCG Show Tournament. As a reminder, we are here at the beautiful Hilton in Long Island, Melville, Long Island. Nice little grassroots tournament going on here, going into round 2. We have not heard our round 2 opponents just yet, but when everything switches over, we will be the first to let you know. At any rate, got any comments as far as anything else so far? Have you seen anything on the TCG floor show that you have seen that you have liked yet?
Ooh, Gardevoir versus Raging Bolt. Looks like that's what we're going to get, a classic matchup. Well, I'll be honest, to answer your question, I haven't really been on the floor just yet. I got here like 12:30, got some sleep. I do definitely want to get a chance to kind of walk around the floor a bit. I was looking for some cards, but thanks to my lovely girlfriend, Liz, I needed my 3rd Pokeball Monkey Dory. She was able to get that for me before the tournament started. So I'm happy I got the card I was looking for. Did you get to see anything cool on the floor?
Nothing too crazy. I have my girlfriend as well. My my wonderful girlfriend Sam got me a couple of things. Shout out to Sam. She got me a couple things I needed as well. But there are definitely a wealth of vendors on the floor that you guys can take advantage of. Tons of local shops on the island that you can support. Definitely worth taking a look at that. We usually have these TCG shows very often, not every single weekend, but usually pretty close to.
Usually monthly.
So yes, so definitely worth, if you are a local in the area, definitely see if you want to pick up some cards or maybe play in one of these grassroots tournaments that we got going on behind us. Definitely worth playing and supporting your local shops, because really that is what it is all about. You can't aspire to do truly great things until you start at the bottom level and start at those grassroots tournaments, and those can be very good. Now we've got our setup going on here. We have Tom McCabe versus Luke Levy. I do think the names on the stream are flipped. Luke Levy on the right, I believe, playing Raging Bolt, versus Tom McCabe on the left, actually playing Gardevoir EX. Definitely. We've got our correction.
We got the swap. Okay, let's go. Cool.
Thanks, team.
Cool.
We appreciate you on that one.
Yeah, so I know Luke was able to take down Juliana, who was playing a Dragapult Charizard. You know, Juliana, definitely a player who loves Charizard. Definitely making that switch over to that deck. I'm looking.
Okay, aside from the trekking shoes, that is a brutal turn 1 hand. Do we know the results of the coin flip so far? Did we see that just yet?
Yeah, I don't really know who's going first, although I will say there's some. Luke did win the coin flip, so Luke will likely be going second here. Yep, he did choose second, which is, I mean, definitely the correct choice here in this matchup. You just kind of want to. I'm not even gonna lie, this matchup, if Gardevoir draws well, is pretty poor for Raging Bolt, right? It doesn't have a ton of options.
All right.
We do see the Ralts start from Tom here. Oh my God, the Pheasantipity as well. We got the Mulligan draw, but what is that in hand? A Pokegear? I can't even. Stretcher.
That is a stretcher.
Yikes, man.
And a single. The only draw that Luke has is a single trekking shoe.
I ain't even gonna sugarcoat it. That trekking shoe's gotta go
that
crazy.
Is not good. That is not good. But we've got our Artisan down. We will be able to search for a basic non-rule box Pokemon and put it on the bench. Tom has opted. Looks like he's eyeing Klefki right now, which would shut off Luke's pretty much his entire deck. Klefki, when it is in the active, it shuts off the abilities of all basic Pokemon in play that aren't Klefki. So that means that the Teal Mask Ogrepons that we saw in the last round with Regidrago, they will not function in the same way that this Raging Bolt deck uses them. We will have to see. Looks like he is eyeing the Ultra Ball. We'll have to see what he wants to do here.
The thing here is he does have to save the energy for the retreat. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it here as well when it comes to Tom's list. So not much sugarcoating going on right now. You know, I'm an FGC guy technically. Smash, I guess, kind of isn't really FGC. So I guess I got that language in me. But in terms of the Klefki itself, this is our list. We added this card for matchups like this. We added it mostly for Miraidon, but having the Klefki and the Gardevoir deck going first is very strong because basically, honestly, decks like Raging Bolt take collateral damage on Klefki, right? Pushing a Klefki into active is a very, very strong thing to do, especially against a deck like Raging Bolt that is so heavily reliant on abilities. So I think that what Tom is doing here, setting up a nice little board, is pretty good. He did have to devote the Ultra Ball here, so you know,
looks like Luke broke his sleeve on the other side.
Yeah.
We have to prove that it is broken. We then will have to see what exactly is going on here. Ideally, what's going to happen is the attach, retreat, and then pass over from Tom. We will have to see what he does next with not that many cards in his hand. He does have the Curlia to evolve. He'll retreat and then pass over to Luke.
Yeah.
Okay.
Double track it. Okay, so we got some draw here.
We have something to start with.
But then what about, dude, but like the Klefki though, like we got to draw a Prime Catcher or a Catcher Head. Like we just got to get something, dude. Something that is a little concerning to me as well is Tom's hand. Like he has Bravery Charm in hand, and he does have the Curlia, so he will get to see cards, but refining away a Bravery Charm, depending on top deck, could be a little suspicious. Like, Bravery Charm is definitely a card that we'd like to have in this matchup. So, in general, it's a little suspicious. I do know that Luke is probably looking for maybe like a Slitherwing or, you know, whatever, you know, random basic
something to thin the deck.
One-prizer, yeah. Because, I mean, hey, man, let's not joke around here. These Trick and Chews got to go pretty crazy here. So...
okay, so he's still searching his deck. Looks like he's prize checking right now just to do very critical if you're looking to learn the TCG and do better at it. Prize checking on your first deck search is something that usually is kind of allowed, and you know, in terms of pace of play and things like that, you want to make sure what you have in your deck, and that is what Luke is doing right now. He is making sure that he can see everything that he has access to, everything that he can see, because maybe if you're missing one critical card or something that you normally would use into this matchup, then you don't really have it. So knowing ahead of time is half the battle.
Yeah. One thing I do want to note about Luke's list here is I do see the Lost Vacuum in his hand as well, which is definitely interesting to note. He has a Briar in his deck, though. I did see him kind of look at that card, make sure it was in deck when he was looking through, which is important. In this matchup, your line kind of becomes get ahead 2 prizes, Lost Vacuum, knockout, and then maybe the Briar gives you a bit of flexibility to take your last 2 when Gardevoir is also on 2.
Which is true. Opting to get rid of the Iona there.
Very surprised by that, truthfully.
Interesting. I mean, maybe he gets something else off of
really
the second Trekking Shoes.
Oh, he gets a Nest Ball.
Nest Ball, but that doesn't give him too much.
Yeah, he still can't get a swing here. I guess he could get a Raging Bolt in play, but he doesn't really have a way to move this Klefki.
Yeah, definitely interesting strategy getting rid of the Iono there, because you know the rest of your hand is really bad. But I guess maybe the thought behind it being is that like you have enough cards to maybe get something else done the following turn. Tom doesn't exactly have the majority of a board state set up.
That's true. Tom has 2 cards in hand, right? So it's not a lot. But yeah.
So if he Ionos, then you're technically giving your opponent a fresh hand of 6 cards. So maybe that's not exactly something that you would want to, you know, deal with or allow for your opponent to have.
Especially when Tom's board is honestly pretty good for a turn 1. Gardevoir's turn 1 boards are a little sketchy sometimes, you know, as someone who's played the deck many a time pretty consistently. Going turn 1 with Gardevoir can be a little scary sometimes. A lot of the times you're just kind of like attached passing. So the fact that Tom was actually able to establish 2 Ralts here is definitely a little threatening for Luke. So in Luke's position, dropping that Iono definitely does make sense just for the fact that basic... Wait, does he not?
Oh, he
has a boss.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe, okay, so I did not see that.
This makes sense.
I did not see the initial turn there. So now, at this point, we could probably squawk and seize this whole hand.
You know what I like, too? He has the option to motivate here as well. I really like this option from him. The one thing that is a little suspicious here is dropping the Vacuum. So he won't be able to get rid of the Bravery Charm at all this game. So that is definitely a tool, or basically a tool that now Tom knows exists and is gone, So that is very strong for Tom. He doesn't have to play the mind game anymore. He knows there's a vacuum in the deck, and also he doesn't have to worry about it. So that's definitely a very nice situation for Tom here.
Also very true. He did Lost Zone the Artisan, and then now we've got a couple energies in the discard pile here. The problem, what was the other card here? Switch card. Yeah, it
this is the
definitely
Motivate
like,
angle.
Definitely looks like Motivate is the option here. I think we probably attach either the, I think we attach
the grass.
Probably the grass, because you want to attach the fighting energy to the Raging Bolt. And then we'll Squawk and Seize. So this card on your first turn only, you can play it to your bench and you can discard your hand and draw 6. Effectively a slightly weaker Professor's Research on turn 1, and you can use it going first, which is even better.
Yeah.
Looks
and
like
now you look at the Teal Dance too. So I'll be honest though, the rest of this hand is a little suspicious. There's still no Raging Bolt, no Sada in hand.
Right.
This is honestly, truthfully, not looking great for Luke. This is another situation where like these next 2 Teal Dances over the next couple turns have to go crazy because I don't know what Luke's prizes are, but I just haven't seen Professor Sada. I haven't seen Raging Bolt really. Looks like they are on the bottom of his deck. He does have them, but yeah, this is a tricky situation because we need to get that Raging Bolt out, man. That's what this deck's all about.
Yeah, very true. Taking those big knockouts with the Raging Bolt's attack. The idea being 70 damage times the amount of energy you discard from the Pokemon that you have in play. So the Teal Mask, Ogerpons, and everything else, you rush the board with energy and then swing for the biggest numbers possible with the Raging Bolt.
Sure.
Now, we will have to see what exactly he does, because he does have the fighting and the electric and the lightning energy, in the discard pile. So we will have to get the Teal Mask in play, maybe thin the deck enough where you can draw a card with the Teal Mask, and maybe it's a Raging Bolt or a way to get to the Raging Bolt.
Yep.
If that happens, then okay, great. You can use the Motivate attack to put energy into play.
Yeah, and I like what Luke's doing here. He's thinning to the max. He understands that this situation kind of stinks, and he needs to find a Raging Bolt. I think that what he's doing here is correct. You know, just kind of taking all these cards out of deck. You know, it can be a little suspicious sometimes to drop all these energy early. He does have an E-Retrieval in hand, though, and he understands the situation's a little dire here. So I think that's exactly what he's doing. He will get to use 1 Ogerpon to draw a card. Maybe we'll get a Raging Bolt.
We are teal dancing a Pokegear, so that doesn't give us anything. That doesn't give us anything this turn.
Not this turn.
So you don't have to worry too much. Maybe you do Motivate, but maybe what energy do you even attach? Probably just the grass.
I think
energy
grass to the Ogerpon. Yeah. I think we just try to swing with this Ogerpon, man. I think that's what it is.
That's the only option you have.
That's what we were
right
given.
Now. All right, so let's see. We've got a Hisuian Heavy Ball for Tom. We will have to see if we want to discard that, because I think the idea here being...
I think we just gotta. I think that's what it is.
If we do get another Psychic Energy card... Oh, we did. So I think...
Oh, we can Evo as well, but I think we honestly, in this situation, Luke doesn't have much in hand, and we know the Ogerpon swing is going to come out. And this is kind of the scary situation with Tom as well, because his hand has not much in it, but I think he is just going to go for this defensive Klefki play, which I agree with, honestly. This is fine.
Right, because he doesn't have much else right now. He can still draw 2 more cards. If he draws into an Iono, an Arven, something where he can still continue to build up his board, then it's not the end of the world there. And then Luke goes ahead and prize cards by 1, activating Countercatcher, activating those comeback strategies that make Gardevoir as a deck so incredibly powerful. So let's see. We got the Pokegear from the previous turn for Luke. Let's see what he gets.
Ooh. Wait, what the heck?
He whiffed.
Do we play Sada, dude?
What
the heck happened? How many earned prizes?
Sada. That is brutal.
Show me the glass view, you know? Yeah, no.
Definitely not the greatest thing you want to see there. Let's just see what he gets now. I think he's talking about it a little bit.
Yeah, it's worth talking about. That's pretty crazy. Not gonna lie. You know, I mean, we haven't seen many supporters at all this game from Luke, and you know, we didn't see any Raging Bolts really either. But that is one thing we did see off the gear, but we can't pick those up. So it looks like I think all he can really do here, truthfully, is like retreat and swing. I really don't think he could do anything else here.
Yeah, not much else to do about it. At least you are taking a prize card. You're initiating the prize trade. You're forcing Tom to have something to say you got to have something next turn, or else I'm still going to be able to take prize cards on you. And with as low of a hand size as Tom has, maybe we might have a little bit of a problem.
I kind of like this, low key. I mean, listen, like if they're both Bricked, he could snipe that Curlia before it becomes a Gardevoir. Honestly, that's fine. I kind of like that.
Very true. So now let's see what Tom promotes. Presumably the Ralt here.
I think it would have to be. We need to keep that Curly alive at all costs. We're going to draw a card. We do have an energy.
Draw.
And we do have Evo in hand. So this is like the concern here, right? It's like we kind of want the Evo if we can get a Buddy Poffin or something. But, yeah, this is a tough refinement decision for Tom. And the Bravery Charm is so important in the matchup that it almost doesn't feel correct to get rid of. I think it is, okay, that's understandable. This makes sense. You know, he could hit an Arvin to get an Evo.
What was that other card there? Is
Vessel
that
and Energy.
Vessel of Dark Energy
Dang,
there.
that's really bad.
So we've got a brick. We've got a brick on both sides.
Yeah, but I mean, yet again, you know, this is a situation. You know, Gardevoir cannot set up. This is definitely a situation that favors Raging Bolt very heavily.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll have to see. We know that Luke doesn't exactly have the boss in his hand. He did use one already, and I think those decks typically play up to 2.
Yeah.
As well as maybe the Prime Catcher as a third Gust option. So we'll have to see if he can draw into that. I know we'll have to. It really depends on what exactly he can get.
Yeah. Bizarrely enough, this isn't like a completely over game. Like if Tom can draw into like. Let's just, okay, I like the attachment there. If Tom could draw into like an Arvin or an Iono and just like hit a Gardevoir, like Luke doesn't have like anything on his board. So honestly, this is not like a completely over game. I think the ideal thing for Tom to hit here would be to like find Unfair Stamp or something, right? That would be insane. But
okay, so Luke is ironing out his strategy of just drawing cards. We want to see our options as best we can. He's eyeing his Gusts, just like we were saying before. He actually plays Pokemon Catcher, so we have 2 of those, plus potentially the boss. So he wants to maximize his chances of being able to take out that Kirlia, because right now with Tom's hand, if he gets that Kirlia, it is lights out. For this deck. So we will have to see what exactly is going to happen.
Yeah, Luke understands how big of a deal finding this Gust is. I mean, literally, if he finds the Gust, if I'm Tom, I'm probably just scooping the game up. Not even gonna lie.
It does not look good from that point. I will say at this point in our best of 1 format, we are just about halfway. Got 2 minutes, just short of 15 minutes through the round. Definitely want to make sure that this game concludes. Oh, got the Raging Bolt
and a Pokegear. I mean, that could get us a Sada to see cards.
Which I think is probably our best bet there, right?
I think so. Maybe get a catcher or a Prime Catcher or a Pokemon Catcher or something, you know?
Yeah. Does he have the Palpad in hand? He's eyeing it up.
I mean, if he does have Palpad in hand, he definitely should use it here.
And it looks like he has a Sada as well.
Yeah, so he could Sada to the... He can kind of get a Sada...
Yeah, he's definitely eyeing
looking cards here.
He's looking at his item cards because definitely he needs to draw as many cards as possible. He does have 3 outs in the deck to Gust, and then he has the 1 in the discard pile. So if he technically can draw into the stuff that he needs, you know, potentially there's a way to do that. So we are drawing our 3 cards. Palpad.
I'll have it next turn, but I mean, next turn it won't matter.
Well, the thing is, at this point, you do have the ability to get another Grass Energy. You can Teal Dance once.
It's true.
You know, the problem is that if Tom does get to Gardevoir EX this turn, then they can and gets the Monkey Dory because he does have the Dark in hand. He can do the Monkey Dory plus the Gardevoir punch to KO the Ogerpon, thus taking the first 2 in the matchup and removing 3 energies from play, which can really hurt Luke's game plan there.
Truthfully, vacuuming that Artisan in the early game is not usually what the Raging Bolt player wants to do with their vacuum, but it worked out really well for Luke just because Tom's hand was so limited. So just in this situation, Tom's not able to thin with Artisan. He's not able to build up his board more. And it's just a very scary situation. I do think that if Luke can retreat into the Raging Bolt, he probably does do it here. Just because it's easier for Tom to get the return knockout on an Ogerpon.
That is very true.
So
he would have to produce a counter catcher on top of the existing strategy that I had just outlined.
Yeah,
with
1 refinement, that's very difficult.
Yeah, unless he top decks an Iono, and then he'd have to Iono into what? Gardevoir, counter catcher, and a Monkey Dory, or a way to get to it.
Yeah.
Which definitely a lot of pieces. Not impossible off of 6 cards, potentially 8 if he top decks the Iono itself. So we'll have to see what exactly he does here on the next turn. Luke trying to decide what he wants to do. We are now halfway through our round, 14 minutes, 50 seconds left.
Yeah, you know, this is definitely a matchup that I'm going to say I don't think this is going to go time. You know, like, this is a matchup where either what's going to happen here, right, is either Luke's going to run away with it. You know, Tom's not going to draw out of this, or Tom will draw out of this, and he'll start going 2/2/2 on his prize cards, you know?
All right, and there's our 70 damage. We are knocking out the Ralts in play. Lone Kirlia hitting the active. We shall see.
Draw a card. Oh, okay, that's a counter catcher. That's 1 card.
That's counter catcher. That's a start.
Okay, this refinement has to go a little crazy, though. Not going to lie. So we are going to use refinement.
A little scary here.
He might actually lose this game without playing a single supporter card.
The Iono, and what was that? What was the additional card?
Ooh, okay.
So he did get the Iono. He knows. He knows the play that he needs. I can't tell what that card is.
If that was a Nestball, that would have been insane because then he would have been able to get the monkey down.
I believe it's Drifloon.
Oh, it's an Arvin.
Oh, he did get the Arvin. I thought that was an Iono.
I think he's got a stamp here, huh?
Yeah,
Just gotta be.
Yeah, stamp them down to 2 cards. Maybe potentially if you draw into the Stretcher, you can get the Klefki back into play. You know, stall out one more turn maybe, or if you just draw into the Gardevoir EX, and the setup there. So let's see what Tom does. Definitely the Unfair Stamp there. Unfair Stamp, if a Pokemon, it's our A-Spec card of the deck of choice for Gardevoir, among others. The effect says if a Pokemon on your side of the board was knocked out during your opponent's last turn, you and your opponent both shuffle your hands into your deck. You draw 5. Your opponent draws 2.
Yeah.
Hence the name Unfair Stamp. It is unfair for your opponent to take prize cards and try to win the game. Funny enough.
That's what they tell you. You know, sometimes these Unfair Stamps are giving my opponents like a research or a boss for game, and that kind of stinks, right?
Okay.
Ooh, opting to not put the charm on the Drifloon. That's fine, honestly.
I mean,
I don't think he's getting a knockout this turn. He brought in the Greninja here.
Worst case scenario, maybe if you get to the Gardevoir EX, you could get to Screamtail. Screamtail KO the Squawkabilly.
That's true. I think
That is an
Screamtail
option there.
Squawk would be the ideal play here, because putting the Greninja in active here is like Tom's best defensive play. And since the vacuum is gone, if Tom goes down one more prize card, I think he can still technically win.
With a 2/2/2 prize map,
yes,
absolutely.
it's difficult, but still, it's technically possible.
Yeah, we definitely, that Arvin definitely probably one of the best top decks he could have gotten in that scenario for sure. Let's just see the cards he draws off the top. Luke first.
I'm curious.
What's he got? Oh, put
Bro,
him
is
down.
it gonna, no, just show me, bro.
Show me
Come
the
on.
cards. I want to see it. I want to, oh. He doesn't even know.
Tom doesn't even want to show us. Okay, we got some Ralts. I mean, that's like
Okay.
decent.
The problem is now we can't get the Curlia out of the active anymore. So
Oh.
maybe he should have attached the dark energy to allow for that, because right now I don't think Tom has any other options. On Luke's side, we've got.
So that's
Cannot see the
totally fair, but I do also understand Tom's perspective here, just because I'm gonna be super real. I think if he whiffs Gardevoir here, he just loses the game anyway. So
Yeah,
I think
definitely
he
does
realized
not
that
look.
Gardevoir was needed.
Definitely does not look good. Let's just see what he does. Passes the turn back to Luke. Luke draws Nest Ball.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got energy back into play now, which guarantees in this spot, guarantees the Raging Bull KO on the Curlia. Luke will take his 3rd prize card, and now, unfortunately, Tom has to have some sort of response, which I don't think he will with 11 minutes left in the round. Luke will be 3 prize cards up, and as we said before, if you are 3 prize cards down as Guardy, you need to take 2, 2, and 2 to win the game effectively, to allow for your opponent to not immediately run you over. So now we'll have to see what Luke does from this end. He will get the 2 energies he needs. He can attach a card to the Ogre Pond to draw a card, and then attach the fighting energy to the Greninja to maybe retreat it. We'll just have to see if Luke is able to do that. So, nice little show up here. Tom definitely seeing that he just doesn't have anything, unfortunately. So
yeah.
Interesting call on dumping the 2 cards off the Greninja there. Because if he does use the energy to draw a card with the Teal Mask, then I don't think he can retreat this turn.
Yeah, I mean that energy's just gotta be attached to the Greninja, right? Like we just gotta take this knockout here. I think that if Luke takes 1 prize card this turn in a normal situation, it would not be the end of the game. But since it is particularly the Curlia, I think that this kind of just marks it.
Good note about the TCG in this sense. If you have a Pokemon that evolves into another Pokemon, you cannot evolve it until the turn after the turn it is played. So in this case, you will have to go from Ralts the next turn to Curlia, the next turn to Gardevoir. So at this point, because this is the lone Curlia in play, Tom will have to wait for 2 turns to be able to evolve into the Gardevoir EX and mount up some sort of comeback in this situation. So not exactly a great situation here, but you know, maybe there might be some alternate win cons that Tom has in mind to play, maybe drawing into a counter catcher or something like that, where Luke doesn't have any more options. He did burn his switch card. He did burn. Oh nope, we have 2nd switch card and prime catcher, so that is not going to be even remotely an issue for that game plan.
For the Japanese Battle Partners booster box goes to.
Something I do want to note as well is that I do honestly think that, you know, like what we were talking about before with the Unfair Stamp, like obviously this is a comeback card on the Gardevoir player's part usually, but I mean, listen, man. Like, honestly, that just put Tom in a worse position, right? Which is kind of crazy to think here. But you know, sometimes you just don't draw the cards you need. And
at this point, you are riding the line between being able to win and lose. In that case, with a comeback deck, sometimes maybe you just don't draw the cards you need, and now you are just behind. Ooh, buddy Poffin. So you have the Nest Ball. What do you put down here. If you don't have an energy, it's Greninja.
The
if
first
not,
monkey of the
Dory.
game. Dude, that's so upsetting.
That is brutal from Tom's side.
No Monkey
here.
Dory's getting in play until this turn. Really unfortunate on Tom's part. That's definitely a card that you just absolutely would 100% need in the matchup.
Luke with 3 potential gusts in hand here. This looks grim, unfortunately, for Tom. Had a good start there, got the Klefki in play, but just the deck just did not function.
Yeah.
Oh, we have the Iono. Okay, so Tom will draw a fresh hand of 6. You know, potentially there's a world where you could get the Evo play into double Curlia, where now on the following turn, since the evolution happens at the end of the current turn, then the next turn you can evolve into Gardevoir. So maybe there's a world where you can get the CC play, Luke doesn't draw into the switching outs that he needs, and then you are able to mount at least some sort of a comeback in this stage. And I think that is the only play that Tom has available to him right now. Unfortunately, he did not draw anything else that is worth writing home about. He will have to draw the Curlia, get the Curlia off the Night Stretcher. Night Stretcher says you can get 1 Pokemon or 1 basic energy card back into your hand. In this case, it is Curlia. We will Refinement the engine of the Gardevoir deck now that we're actually seeing it for the second time. Discard 1, draw 2 cards. So now this is an interesting play, right? We know we Iono'd Luke down to 3 cards.
3 cards, yeah.
So the chances are of him having a Gust are reasonably low, depending on the size of his deck, which I can see right there. Maybe the thought process behind this is maybe you Evo the Curlia and into a Gardevoir EX, and then Evo the Ralt into a Curlia. If he does not get the Gust that turn and KOs the Drifloon, maybe there's a world where we can CC something into the active. There are a lot of energy on the board right now, and maybe set up some sort of comeback off of those 2 cards.
Yep.
But let's see what he does here. We are going to try and draw some more cards.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation where not even gonna lie, Tom's got to go for the cheese, right? This is where Gardevoir goes for those plays that you're like, hey, listen, I'm too far behind. The deck isn't working as intended. To oh my god, do you see all this energy on the top of his deck?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I just had to pause and note that. What the heck? It happens, man. But okay, so he is gonna get these Curlies back. He's trying to establish a board again. That's really, really nice. But in Tom's position here, I think this is totally a counter catcher Iono Screamtail Prey angle. You just kind of have to go for this this play and hope it pans out.
Yeah, because I mean at this point, if you get to a Gardevoir EX and your opponent does get the Gust, then game's about as good as over. There's not really much that you can happen. But at this point, on your next turn, now at least you can do something. Whereas, right, you would have had to use the Curlias to draw into potentially an out to get to the Gardevoir EX. This guarantees that you have it now. So let's see what Luke gets. Top decking the
Pokemon catcher, dude! Oh my goodness.
Oh no. So we will have
Some
to
people just built different, man.
So we will have to see what he does here, because if he does get that, we will have to see. Maybe.
Okay, wait. Oh no, he's gonna make us wait on the flip, bro.
Not like this. Not like this. Maybe they hurt us.
Yeah, I heard him giggling. They definitely hurt us.
Sada. And we're shuffling the deck after.
To be fair, I don't think he's played a single catcher yet.
No, he has
not.
To be fair,
not,
yeah. And he does play either 2 or 3. So there is a situation
probably
where
2. Yeah.
There is a situation where potentially he does not draw into that. So we'll have to see what exactly is going on here. Ooh, Tom feeling the pressure, feeling the sting a little bit here. We'll have to see what exactly happens. All right, here it is. The coin flip.
Luck maxing? Are we luck maxing, ladies and gentlemen?
We are not.
We are not luck maxing. Unfortunate. No. Oh, no. Luke is so mad. Luke is raging. He's raging Bolt. That's what he is,
He's
man.
raging.
Raging Bolt, baby. Bro became his deck's namesake, but now he seems to have chilled out now, so that's good.
Okay.
I can make these jokes because Luke is our GOAT, so we can make these jokes.
Now that he has played Professor Sada, maybe potentially he does draw into another Pokemon catcher. See what he draws. 1, 2, 3. What do we got?
Yeah.
Switch card and Nest Ball. Okay. So nothing this turn. Luke will have to settle for taking 1 prize card, but at this point, definitely a world where Tom is losing 6-2. So definitely something, a monumental comeback will have to be in order.
Yeah.
We will have to disrupt Luke's hand and then hope to God he does not draw anything else.
One thing I will note is there's a lot of energy on Luke's board. So
that is very true.
This could be a situation where maybe that's like giving him less access to energy on his field.
And he's using the switch card too. Interesting. Mainly the reason being is that if you lock up all the energy in your deck on the board and use all your switch outs, right? What happens when you get counter catchered a Pokemon at the active and you can no longer retreat it?
That's exactly what I'm going at here. There's a lot of energy on the board. So in terms of him actually getting the energy to manual retreat here, he did just use a switch card, which is a resource. And also at the same time, there's a lot of energy on the board. So honestly, that could cost him here. Truthfully, he's really far ahead, so it might not. But
Good
I
promote
do,
of the Guardy here.
Yep, but I do think that this is a situation that it is not completely impossible for Tom to make a comeback. We've seen he just needs one turn.
He does need one turn. So he draws 2 cards. I see an Artisan and another Gardevoir EX. That was off of the Greninja, I believe.
So he
because
does
that
have
was an
refinement.
energy. He has 1 refinement, which I think in this case he will probably he should pitch the Gardevoir EX, because at this point,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, 100%.
you know, let's just see what he grabs in this case. Because maybe the Artisan, if you do get, he did use the Super Rod already, but if he does get another option to maybe get some Pokemon back, or maybe grab the Screamtail off the Artisan, get a good counter catcher into the active, maybe put Greninja there, Iono, and then see what happens. Also an option here. Now, since he has the Dark Energy, he can use Monkey Dory's ability, Adrenabrain, which says, if you have a Dark type energy attached to the Monkey Dory, I can take 30 damage. Ooh! Pitching the Dark Energy, removing access to... Okay, yeah, no.
Oh, yeah, no, he Greninja'd, yeah.
So
that's what we're checking on here.
Okay.
He did hit the Iono.
He does get the Iono. I mean...
Where's the Screamtail at, though, dude?
So he'll have to play the Artisan to get to it.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, huh?
I guess my only concern is maybe... Yeah, you'll have to use the Screamtail here to take the first 2 and just Iono to 2 and hope it sticks. But the problem is that he'll be able to draw 3 cards with Pheasantipity EX. When a Pokemon is knocked out the previous turn, Pheasantipity says, yeah, you get to draw 3 cards now. The bird works. Okay, opting for the Drifloon. So maybe we try to see if we can draw into the Bravery Charm that is still left in the deck. If you do, then maybe you can just get the KO on the Raging Bolt. And now the only option that he can take is 1 prize card, because Briar is currently not online.
Yep.
Let's see what he draws off of 6.
Yeah, I do want to note, I think we just got an update about a minute ago that there was 3 minutes left. Now we're down 2. I don't think that Tom can win this game unless he takes 2 prizes.
He can.
Exactly this turn, right?
Yes, he will need to take 2. He did draw the Screamtail, so the Screamtail is definitely an option. Does he have enough Psychic Energy in the discard pile? I think he does.
He definitely has 4.
So I think that is his only option at the moment, is just KO the Squawkabilly and just hope that he does not get the Gust on the following turn.
Yep, makes sense.
Luke seems to have what in his hand off of the Iono to 2? I did not see it.
A play I don't hate as well is if Tom has the ability, if he has like 5 energy in discard and the Charm, what he can do here is he can actually just CC in the Greninja and knock out the Fez. It's also an option as well with the Monkey Dory Ping.
That is definitely true.
I don't think he has that, though. He is using an Artisan right now. I don't know if he's actually planning on getting anything here.
Okay.
Yeah, there is the Bravery Charm in there, so he didn't hit it. So that play isn't available to him.
Right, so he would have to Screamtail. So if he does bench the Monkey Dory there, then his bench is set to 5. He's at his maximum. He can no longer actually use the Screamtail as a play option. I think that is the only thing that he can do. We are down to, I believe, just short of 50 seconds. Although I did hear our judge call 30, so the timer might be off from our end.
Yeah, the stream match I think has a slightly different timer. So
yes,
started
I
like
apologize.
20 and he said, "Nah, you're all good." But
all right, so.
But yeah, regardless, this game is gonna finish.
We are hitting for 180. Yeah, maybe there was a world where he could have Screamtailed. Maybe he doesn't want to give Luke the access to the Pheasantipity.
Yeah.
He drew a Pokemon catcher. Oh no.
Luke is the master of top decking Pokemon catcher, dude.
All right, so we're going to have to see here, because there's a world, I think he just goes for it.
Oh, yeah, 100%. You just have to...
Pokemon catcher, flip for the game here. Is Luke luck maxing?
Is he luck maxing when it matters, ladies and gentlemen?
I do not see it.
It would appear that he is. Yeah. We didn't see it, but I have to believe these guys. The cards are getting packed up, so it must have been a heads. Yeah, that's game.
With the additional setup, that is Luke Levy taking it against Tom McCabe.
Yeah.
Definitely another upset in the matchup. Raging Bolt taking it over Gardevoir.
Yeah. Definitely not a good matchup for Raging Bolt, especially, honestly, the list we built seems like it should have a pretty strong Raging Bolt matchup. But, honestly, all it took was, Luke playing really well in the first turn to kind of play around the Klefki with the Squawk that was honestly a really strong line, and I like that he was playing a little more reserved with that. He played really well there, and honestly, truthfully, Tom just not drawing very well, right?
Yeah, he knew that Tom did not have a lot of cards in his hand. He had the Curlia, just the one draw, and then Tom just didn't get anything off of it. Didn't draw the Iono, didn't draw the Arvin until it was a turn too late. So I think that was the only thing that could have really happened there. Unfortunately, that's just kind of how it goes with Gardevoir sometimes. Sometimes you just don't have enough cards for the setup. If you have to Ultra Ball 2 cards away out of your hand turn 1, then you don't have a lot of cards to Refinement. You don't have a lot of cards to, you know, go and push through the rest of your deck to try to find the options that you need, and that is exactly what happened there. Props to Luke for taking that home. He is currently 2-0 in the set. We are going into round 3. There are 4 rounds of Swiss. 2-0 is definitely a very good place to be right now. Your tournament standings are very good. High potential of making top 4. Which will be for our prizing later on in the event. Tom still has a way to get it back. Losing in round 2 is not the end of the world. But seems like we've got an interview with Luke Levy lined up in a minute. At the end of that, we will be waiting for him, see if he comes by in a second. But he stuck to his guns, kept his win cons in check, and he was able to just punish a, you know, what is potentially not a very good board state for Guardy to set up. Now, question is, would you like to do the interview?
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, we can alternate on these. I'm down.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm down with that. So
send Luke here, yeah.
All right. So we have to do that. So,
okay, cool.
Last, so I guess you heard it here first. Luke Levy taking it over with a Raging Bolt, taking it over Gardevoir in a 1-0 fashion. Very dominating game there. And looks like he's coming up right now.
Okay,
I will slide out for now. You guys be good. I will see you
Can
in
you
the
slide
next
in, my
round.
friend? Cool. And then I think after this, we're going to take like a 10-minute break, but gonna slide over. Just sliding over a little bit, gonna have Luke over for a little interview here. Luke brought over a chair, very gentlemanly, but we're just scooching here. What is up, my guy?
What's up, viewers?
What's up?
The next raffle winner goes to Ryan Maiku. Come on down.
All right, so So first off, you're not playing Goldingo.
Oh, this is so cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
But bro, he said he was playing Goldingo before the tournament. What happened, dude?
So I didn't bring any standard decks. So this is the Long Island TCG trade show. So I pretty much cleared out my whole bag for trade stuff. I'm really into like collecting and trying to get the max rarity of whatever deck that I'm playing at the time. I really like to bring it to the regionals and flex on everybody there with whatever deck that I'm playing at the given time. And last time it was Lugia. The time before that was Cerulege, and before Koff. So I've gotten more into that, and as I've done that, I kind of realized a lot of the art rares get bought out. A lot of these collectors love the art, and how can you blame them? I mean, it looks beautiful.
It's nice.
So
we like sparkly things, dude. Yeah.
So yeah, I didn't bring any standard decks. Had to borrow a deck from my good friend Kevin. So shout out to Kevin.
Oh, that's Kevin's Raging Bolt.
Shout out to Kevin.
Yeah.
And so he originally had Goldingo built, and I realized very soon after looking through the deck that the deck was really good. It had one problem. It was missing all of the optimal gimme ghouls. And they were 50 HP, and if you play this format, you know 50 HP is not very good. Well, Dragapult, and you have Dusclops in there as well.
Oh, true.
So, so yeah, that didn't sound too appealing to me. He said that he had Raging Bolt. I know Kevin is a very good Raging Bolt player. Made day 2 at Toronto with Raging Bolt. So shout out to him for his first day 2 with that. So I know that he knew the deck very well. I trusted in his deck building, and now I'm 2-0. And I did make one mistake that match that I caught. I noticed that Tom was bricking very early. I thought I could have. Well, I thought the motivate was good.
I think what you did made sense, actually.
I thought I could have motivated to the Pheasantipity and started Cruel Arrowing. Because if you noticed, he didn't get the Manaphy down. And, I mean, maybe he would have. Okay, so I don't know the list
we don't
that
play
well.
it. Yeah.
But I'm playing around the worst case scenarios here.
That's fair.
I feel like that could have possibly been better. Take out his only Curlia a couple turns earlier, save you guys some minutes in the viewing. But it was still a good game nonetheless. I mean, he just didn't really get 2-starred, and Raging Bolt kind of runs over those kinds of decks.
Yeah, I do think you played around the keys well, though. Because, like, when you first pitched the Iono, I was like, wait, that seems wrong. But since you had Boss in hand and were able to get the Squawk, I really did like that angle because you were able to get a new hand without giving him one because he only had 2 cards. So I do think that the way that you played that, honestly, was correct just because if you looked at his turn, he was Ultra Balling away. It was, like, curly a Gardevoir, right? So obviously his hand either just, like, at that point had, like, 1 supporter in it, so it would have taken him a little more time, or basically, he was dead drawing, right? So I think that was a really good read on your part to just basically see the low hand size and just kind of understand, wait, he might be breaking here. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You kind of have to look out for that, see if your opponent's going second. Maybe they don't play a supporter card. That's kind of a telltale sign that maybe they don't have one. So
yeah, for sure.
You kind of have to read the board and get a good feel of that, and as soon as you get a good feel for that, you'll start winning some more games.
Cool. Yeah, well, thanks a lot for hopping on, dude.
Yeah,
Looking forward to seeing you throughout more of the tournament, and 2-0, good start.
Awesome, thanks.
All right, so we're going to kick it off to a short break.
We are here at Long Island Chewing Brew, killing it as always.
I want to try out the Pokemon brews.
Pallet Town Pilsner, the Hop Hip IPA, Bulba Sour.
Excited for the cards, I'm excited to try some beers. It's going to be a good time.
We're running cornhole tournaments every hour on the hour.
Much more of a Pokemon master than a cornhole master, but we're out here.
It's wild that this is the crowd that's already here.
We're doing meet and greets and Q&As with Pokemon voice actors. Put that up on the gram. Hey, I met Jason Page, you know, the guy that did the Pokemon song.
Favorite part about coming to these events absolutely is the community. You're always able to find some cool stuff.
I like trading for my Bidoof collection.
Here's for Pikachu.
I'm really excited to hear the Pokemon theme song live. I know the whole thing by heart. Of course I am.
Make some noise to the room.
Come here and you see all these people and you talk and you make friends and you trade cards, so it's a great community event.
I'm in line for the cosplay contest here at the Chew and Brew.
The competition was super fierce. I got to play against my nephew. So much fun. This is a great experience.
Let's go, you know TCG is the best show. Got the best vibes here.
It is my first time at the Long Island Trading Card Game Show, and to see there was so much stuff here that really interested me was cool.
I wanted some dragons, some full art waifus, I should say, you know.
Welcome.
I came here for the video game tournament. This is so cool to see.
We're doing a fundraiser for Rachel Lewis.
Something that people can bond over, to spend time with their children.
I'm so stoked to meet you. I waited 25 years for this moment.
Exodia! Obliterate!
Everybody has a favorite Pokemon, so it's just really fun to connect with the community.
What are you doing right now?
I'm getting a tattoo. The genuine relationships that I can find through it, you can't put money on that.
What I like is to bring back nostalgia.
I really like the vendors, especially when there's artists.
I freaking love going to trade.
It was so awesome. Definitely looking forward to the next show.
I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test, to train them is my cause. I will travel go pretty short, searching far and wide. These Pokemon do understand the power that's inside. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny, Pokemon. Oh, you're my best friend. In the world, we must defend. That's your part. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Yes, you. I'm coming to pull us through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Make some noise, Junior. Every challenge along the way, with courage I will face. I will battle every day and claim my rightful place. Come with me, the time is right. There's no better team. catch 'em all. Put your hands together, people. Gotta catch 'em all. All right, here we go. Last minute improv. Gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Improv guitar. Sing it with me, make sure. Pokemon, it's you and me. I know it's my destiny. Pokemon, oh, you're my best friend. In the world we must defend. Hey, Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. I'm so true. I'm going to pull us through. Sing it. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Pokemon. Make some noise, Churu!
We love LITCG show.
We've been coming to the Long Island TCG show for like the last 6-7 months, and every single month is just a banger.
We love LITCG show. We are here, Long Island Chewing Brew, killing it as always.
I want to try out the Pokemon brews.
Pallet Town Pilsner, the Hop Hip IPA, Bulba Sour.
Excited for the cards. I'm excited to try some beers. It's going to be a good time.
We're running cornhole tournaments every hour on the hour.
Much more of a Pokemon master than a cornhole master, but we're out here.
It's wild that this is the crowd that's already here.
We're doing meet and greets and Q&As with Pokemon voice actors. Put that up on the gram. Hey, I met Jason Page, you know, the guy that did the Pokemon song.
Favorite part about coming to these events absolutely is the community. You're always able to find some cool stuff.
I like trading for my Bidoof collection.
Here's for Pikachu.
I'm really excited to hear the Pokemon theme song live. I know the whole thing by heart. Are you guys sing along? Of course I am.
Make some noise, Churu!
Come here and you see all these people and you talk and you make friends and you trade cards, so it's a great community event.
I'm in line for the cosplay contest here at the Chew and Brew.
The competition was super fierce. I got to play against my nephew. So much fun. This is a great experience.
Let's go, you know LITCG is the best show. Got the best vibes here.
It is my first time at the Long Island Trading Card Game Show, and to see there was so much stuff here that really interested me was cool.
I wanted some dragons, some full art waifus, I should say, you know.
Welcome.
I just came here for the video game tournament. This is so cool to see.
We're doing a fundraiser for Rachel Lillis.
Something that people can bond over, to spend time with their children.
I'm so stoked to meet you. I waited 25 years for this moment.
Exodia! Obliterate!
Everybody has a favorite Pokemon, so it's just really fun to connect with the community.
What are you doing right now?
I'm getting a tattoo.
The genuine relationships
Hey, welcome back. Welcome back to the Long Island TCG show. We'll call it an invitational, perhaps.
Who's invited? The people here, I guess?
Exactly.
Yeah, you're not wrong. They were invited, yeah.
It's an invitational if you're invited. We'll call it at that. Welcome back to beautiful Melville, Long Island at the Hilton for the Long Island TCG show invitational. I am one of your co-hosts, Nicholas Battleboxes Uterano. We got Christian Ipo Stridiron over here, cutting straight to our match. Actually, on the start here, we have Sajith Nalabolu. We have Sajith Nalabolu on Lost Box versus Jesse Yin on Archaludon.
Yep.
Traditionally, a very good matchup for Lost Box because you have the Pikachu EX that can swing for 300 over and over and over and over again until you win that matchup. However, you do have a lot of cards and combinations in order to get to that, so that depending on Sajith's opening hand, Jesse can do, a couple of different things. Starting out, thinning the deck, do you see a Squawkabilly there? It does look like with this deck list, it is a pure Archaludon. Oh, did Jesse not set prize cards?
Oh.
Or maybe not.
Sajith is probably like... yeah, I have a feeling Sajith is just like, bro, just put him out.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Good sportsmanship.
Yeah, good
sportsmanship from
Sajith
Sajith
here.
Definitely, in a grassroots tournament, not too high stakes. Obviously, in this case, you'd have to call a judge over and, deal with our lovely judge staff in our tournament, see how you resolve it.
AKA Anthony, yeah.
Looks like he might be taking that over. Unfortunately, Jesse did not set prize cards, it looks like. So we'll have to see what exactly is happening there.
So I guess that no prizes. Ultra Ball comes back. I think they're kind of deciding exactly what to do here. I think Anthony is actually over at the table right now.
If we want to take a look, if we want to get a confirmation for that, I guess we're kind of deciding what exactly it is we want to do. Because at this point, not setting prize cards, typically there is a penalty involved because you have to uphold the game state. If you drew a card, that is traditionally what would your prize.
And a card was drawn and an Ultra Ball's played. So it's like kind of not really something you can rewind here. I think Sajith is saying like that it's fine regardless.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so I think they're putting out the prizes. We're going to see exactly what happens here. Do you see the bundle start from Sajith? I'm not going to lie. I was looking at his hand before,
does
too.
Not look good.
And his hand does not look good. Yeah. So he's got a Pokestop, so he could do something there. He does have a Nest Ball as well. Oh, no, he has a Chorus. Wait, I'm tripping. Yeah, that hand's fine.
Did I see the chorus? I did not see the chorus there. So, yeah, we got it there. Okay, so we did set out the prize cards.
So
Sajith was a good sport about it. We'll have to see if there are any retroactive penalties involved with that, or if Sajith kind of waved it off, and was like was a good sport about it. Was like, okay, I don't really care too much. You guys can kind of go through as normal. So we shall see what the end result of that is. It looks like that he is explaining to him the process of the penalty. So maybe Jesse might have gotten a double prize penalty there. So, okay, so it has been confirmed that Jesse has a double prize penalty, meaning that in this case, Sajith does not get 2 prize cards, but only needs to take 2 less prize cards in order to win, meaning that Sajith only needs to take his first 4. Jesse must take all 6. So definitely, I guess upholding the tournament ruling in this case, definitely good on the judges here too.
Yeah.
Because not setting prize cards, you need to take prize cards to win a game, and if you don't have any prize cards on the board,
bit of a problem.
Bit of a problem.
I will say one thing as well, that in terms of this matchup particularly, it is definitely one that favors Sajith regardless. Having the Pikachu that can just do 300 damage to one thing, and also having that the Resolute Heart, I believe it's called, the ability that basically makes it so it can't get one shot in one hit. Definitely something that Archaludon really can struggle with here, and just having Sajith having that advantage here with the DPL is probably making this even better for him. The Jamming Tower is in play. It looks like he literally just top decked a Buddy Poffin, so he's literally going to play that right away.
Right now. So, deck list that I've played a lot. This is the rogue deck of the format that is rapidly gaining popularity.
Yeah.
This deck is called Lost Zone Box. The whole point of the deck is that you are able to draw a great many cards at the cost of pitching some of those cards away into the Lost Zone, meaning that they are gone for the game. Goodbye. They're done. Exiled. That's it. But the idea is that your deck has cards that function if you have a certain number of cards in the Lost Zone. Say, Cramorant. Its ability says if you have 4 cards in the Lost Zone, Cramorant gets to attack for free. If you have 7 cards in the Lost Zone, you can use the incredible Mirage Gate card, where you can take 2 energy cards of different types from your deck and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. And the 10 cards in the Lost Zone giving access to Sableye attack, Lost Mine, which lets you place 120 or in sets of 10, so 12 damage counters anywhere you like on your opponent's board. So the idea in the early game here is so Sajith can get these Comfey into the active. They will use their ability Flower Selecting, which says, draw 2 cards. One of those cards you get, one of those cards goes into the Lost Zone. So you just keep doing that over and over and over again until you get to the card numbers that you need. A great innate draw engine, as well as access to some very powerful cards if you're able to get to the stuff that you need to. Also combined with the supporter that he has in hand, we mentioned the Colress's Experiment, same concept. You get to draw 5 cards, 3 of those cards you keep, 2 of those cards, Lost Zone. And that'll continue to go for as much as the game is. So we'll have to see what he does. Started with the Iron Bundle and has 2 Comfey in play, did his prize checking, so we'll have to see what he has access to.
And a Chorus in hand too. So he's doing all right here, and I do want to note as well, just kind of Sajith's prowess with this deck, especially early on this season. He was just tearing up League Cups, man. Just first, second, top 4, just all over the place. I definitely played Sajith in many a top cut at these cups early on the season, and early on, in the first maybe 4 months of the season, Sajith was a top 10 player in I think the world, ranked in terms of just championship points alone.
Yeah.
So he definitely put in a lot of work with this deck. He knows how to play it very correctly. Due to just life stuff happening, I know he hasn't been able to play as much as he actually wants to. But he is still an incredible player. Definitely don't get that twisted, and he definitely knows exactly what he wants to, or needs to do rather, with this deck. So opting for that Colress here. He does have a pretty nice board state established already. The bundle start is not what you want to see, but the rest of his board is looking pretty promising.
Also got the switch card and energy to retreat with Iron Bundle's retreat cost being 1. He can definitely get at the very least 4 cards in the Lost Zone this turn. Maybe potentially Cramoranting the Radiant Greninja so that you can follow up later with your own Radiant Greninja's attack, or potentially, Sableye later on, or whatever. The idea being that, you definitely have a lot of options. So looks like Sajith is considering the last couple of cards he wants to put away. Seems like he is Lost Zoning the Palpad as a 1-of in the deck and 1 of his water energy. He did prize check, so he knows the rest of the energy in his deck. We will have to see what he does next. Probably nest balling for Radiant Greninja. The idea behind Lost Box being you want to access, as many cards as humanly possible. Radiant Greninja's ability, pitch 1 basic energy card from your hand, or pitch 1 of any energy card from your hand, draw 2 cards. So the idea, let's pump through your deck as fast as possible, get everything out on the board, get as many cards in the Lost Zone as possible, and start swinging turn after turn after turn.
Yeah, the order in which you play cards when it comes to Lost Box is definitely something that can separate someone, who doesn't play the deck very much with a very strong Lost Box player, right? This deck involves a ton of sequencing. It involves a ton of decision making. And yeah, speaking of decision making, we are faced with one right now. We're faced with the Lightning Energy and the Prime Catcher. Prime Catcher, obviously an insanely good card, but depending on what, energy are prized, what energy are discard, Sajith wants to get the turn 2 Pikachu most likely. So this honestly could be a situation where we see the Prime Catcher just kind of sent to the whatever Lost Zone,
Well, the thing is, he does have 2 Lightning Energy in the deck unless he knows he prized the Lightning. So that's probably
that gives me some information. I don't know what his prizes are, but now I do know one of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
so
absolutely,
exactly.
Absolutely.
Oh no, there's a Lightning in there. So I do think that as well.
No, because that was the Lightning he got from the Flower Selecting.
Sure, makes sense.
So yeah, definitely seems like a Lightning was prized there, because he definitely wants, Pikachu is definitely the biggest attacker in the matchup. So he wants to be swinging with that turn after turn.
I could have sworn I saw one in discard. I could be wrong on that. Although I will say one thing. I think Prime Catcher in this particular matchup, especially with a DPL, looming over Jesse here, I think that not having the Prime is actually okay. This is a matchup where Jesse has to push a big Duraludon into Sajith. he
Very
doesn't
true.
really need to gust around it. You know, it's really just
Ooh. Okay, so you get the buddy buddy. You get the buddy buddy, but losing your boss's orders with no pal pad. Now you have no gust available to you for the rest of the game.
That's a little sketchy.
That is a little sketchy. So you do. That's why he did take the Iron Hand. So potentially, if he does get the double gate, he can amp either. He could probably amp the Greninja, or now he can't amp the Squawk. So he'll have to wait until Jesse produces a Archaludon and then swing at it with Pikachu. I think twice. That is the only thing that he can really do. Force him to produce the Pokemon that you are going to swing into for your 4 prizes for game.
Yeah, I do want to note he also has this bundle, so he does kind of have a gusting effect in
true.
a sense, on his board.
That is true.
And he will have access to that his whole game. We do play a Night Stretcher, we do play 4 Super Rods, we have a lot of access to it. The one thing I will also note as well is, like, even though losing that boss, like, kind of stinks, I do think this is a matchup where Jesse will just kind of be pushing Archaludons into Sajith. And that's pretty much the best and honestly only line the deck has. And that's why this matchup can be stressful for the Archaludon players. So I do think Sajith having the knowledge to say, hey, listen, like, in this case, like, honestly, having the extra lightning in my deck is a worthwhile resource, right? That is actually like honestly like a decision that a lot of players might not recognize. They'll know Prime Catcher's an amazing card that they want in their deck, but Sajith, even though it's an amazing card, he understands that, hey, my mission is just to kind of push a Pikachu into him, right? And that's, the Prime Catcher is not really doing that for him. So he understands that in this situation, having the extra chance or the extra likelihood to get this Pikachu attack off is more important. So I think, honestly, really, really strong play by Sajith. A play that maybe looks a little strange on paper, but in this matchup makes total sense to me.
Right now, seems like he has 4 cards in the Lost Zone, so definitely we're going to be attach Mirage Gate Pikachu swing into the Archaludon if Jesse does produce the attack for turn. We'll have to see what exactly he does. Yep, that seems like it's going to be. So definitely that game plan that we had spoken about earlier. We want Sajith to be swinging with the Pikachu next turn.
Yeah.
He does have a Colress, so that does guarantee that he gets to 7. I did see a Mirage Gate in hand earlier, I believe.
Yeah.
So,
and a Super Rod in hand as well.
Super Rod in hand, so he definitely has all of the pieces he needs right now. So the only thing that would need to happen is that Jesse would have to disrupt him in some way, and I don't think he has any reason to right now. Well, I mean, with a hand as big as that, you'd probably want to. So
and we did just see the Chorus hit the discard off of the Pokestop as well, so that could be a move for Jesse here. I know he has the Lumineon in his hand, definitely considering it. If you honestly, this matchup too, like, honestly, I think we're not talking about Jesse's board much, but that's because, like, honestly, this is a matchup that, like, is very linear for Jesse, right?
Yep.
It's pretty much what we were saying before, where basically we have a situation where
bossing up the Greninja.
Yeah.
All right.
And that's like
to draw. That's okay.
And that's kind of an example of that linearity, right? Jesse saying, "Listen, this matchup is, you're gonna push a Pikachu into me, and I'm just gonna hope you don't hit it, right?" So in this situation, Jesse's just kind of opting for the opportunity to maybe, slow Sajith down a little bit. I think that makes a lot of sense, since Greninja is definitely a card that you always want on your bench at all times in Lost Box due to the consistency boost it gives you. So I think getting rid of it now and just trying to basically honestly hope that Sajith doesn't find this Pikachu is a pretty smart play.
Ooh, metal. Okay, so now we have to consider, we have the 1 lightning in there and the 1 psychic. So that would mean that based on prizes, if Sajith doesn't have any energy prized, he just drew one of his 2 metals. We do have a second metal in the deck as far as the deck list, as far as I am concerned. So we could Super Rod the lightning back in and Mirage Gate that. We do have the second grass. So the idea here is probably to attach and retreat into the Pikachu with one of the energies that you would need to Super Rod back into your deck.
Yep.
The problem is that if he would need the double gate in order to swing. So he would probably, at this point, need a switching card plus everything else he needs. So it looks like right now he's got metal, grass, lightning. I think he has enough here. He does have the double gate. So if he does need the attach retreat, he can double gate to essentially get there. Let's just see what else he has in deck. He's going to Super Rod the Lightning and the Greninja.
Definitely want that back in deck. I do think that actually double gating here for Sajith isn't the worst thing ever, just because of the way that the penalty works here, right? He really only needs to get off 2 Pikachu swings.
Nope, he's got 1. He only needs 1. Look at that.
And that's it. Yep. Proper sequencing, man.
A big thing. Proper sequencing. Oh.
Wait, we're scooping?
Oh, the instant concession
from
Jesse.
No. Yeah, because I guess he can't do anything about the Pikachu.
No, he literally can't. That is an early concession from Jesse.
Yeah. I'm not going to lie. I actually kind of respect that. In that position, you're down so much. And, like, Sajith, like, all he literally needs
he's
is
having
to
a good
find
time.
yeah. All he needs is a Mirage Gate at that point, right? So like in all honesty, like that might have seemed like an early concession, but that's like not taking the DPL into account. That's not taking the fact that he can't deal with the Pikachu into account. So in all honesty, a respectable concession there. On it, I might have done the same if I was in his shoes. So
No, absolutely.
very
That
fair.
would have been that is definitely something I would have considered. You know, if this was a best of 3 format, then maybe time for a game 2.
Yeah.
You know, definitely with the Pikachu EX on board, even if Sajith takes the knockout there, if Jesse produces another Archaludon and swings onto the Pikachu, the Resolute Heart ability activates and Pikachu's HP is set to 10, and then Sajith gets all of the amount in the world, all of the cards in the world, the entire setup just to swing again and win the game with the DPL. So unfortunately, that is that. Pretty open and shut case, unfortunately, with the DPL there. And even with that matchup. So we're going to see, let's see who we've got coming back. Got Jesse over here.
Oh, yeah, Jesse like laughing up. I'm glad he's having fun,
Yeah, definitely.
It happens, right?
It happens, definitely.
Yeah.
So let's see. Who did we have coming over for the interview? We have Sajith.
So I'll hop
Smile
off.
on his face.
Yeah,
Let's see what we've got.
very silly little game. You guys could talk about it. You guys are more Lost Box pilled than I am.
Let's talk about it a little bit. Let's see what we do here. Okay. What's up? Pop a squat, Sajith. Put on that headset. We're going to talk about your game, all right? Be not afraid of the caster that is sitting next to you. Be not afraid. What's that? Yeah, put it on. You put it on, and I can hear you, and you can hear me.
Okay.
All right. So, all right. So, Sajith, Lost Box pilot extraordinaire in our group. Noticing Jesse did not set any prize cards, huh?
I mean, I just didn't notice. We both didn't notice until like his first turn. It's a bit unfortunate. They were considering a game loss, but I didn't really want that. So
you actually appealed for the for the just the DPL instead.
Yeah, I mean, I know that especially in that matchup, that still kind of gives me a near insurmountable lead also, but I at least wanted to play the game. And
yeah, of course. I mean, obviously this is a grassroots tournament for fun, so you definitely want to be, a good sport. We even mentioned for you on the stream, we're like, good sport from Sajith, allowing that to happen. Just as a heads up, I believe for the stream team here, I believe I cannot see my own, we cannot see the camera feed from the front here, if that's okay, but just want to make sure that the team in the back is aware of that. But all right, there we go. We're here now. But at the end of that, obviously Lost Box, a deck that takes a very good matchup into Archaludon. I think Jesse conceding on the fact that he knows that he can't really deal with the Pikachu at all, has no disruption cards in his hand, really can't do anything. Is that really kind of the game plan that you want to take into that matchup, or is there anything else that you were kind of thinking about in that early game?
I wasn't thinking about much of a different game plan. I think in like the beginning, if I didn't have if there wasn't a DPL, some of my flower selectings might have been, I might have kept a prime catcher.
That's what I was going to ask you about after, actually, but makes sense.
But I knew, I had a bundle on board too, so essentially the reason I kept the lightning energy was, if I get the first knockout on an Archaludon, I don't really need actual Gust, because I can bundle into anything, and it will always have the possibility of 2 prizes with either Pikachu or Iron Hands. So, other than a fresh Duraludon, I guess, but
and really he has to produce the Archaludon in order to attack. So if the Pikachu's there, it's swinging no matter what.
The Pikachu is pretty much just very strong in that matchup. I think it's pretty favored for Lost Box, as long as Lost Box sets up.
Okay.
Unless they play Canceling Clone or something like that. But
very well played. I mean, we saw right in the beginning as well. Sorry to interrupt you there. We definitely saw in that set as well that right away that big flower selecting between the additional lightning and the prime catcher, very good on the heads up play. That he's not gonna really produce anything else aside from the Archaludon to swing at. I mean, for people who are looking to play Lost Box in its last ride at home, I mean, anything else that you'd like to talk about with the deck and how you piloted, anything that you need, you want somebody at home to kind of, when they're learning how to play the deck, to kind of keep in mind that helps you kind of excel in this matchup.
I'm no extraordinaire, first of all, but
how modest.
I would say that if you're playing Lost Box, you just got to practice a lot. It's a deck you can't just necessarily pick up and play. Just practice a lot, know your resources. That's the biggest thing. Like, that's a deck you want to prize check everything. Like, if you usually play 4 rods, 4 gates, you want to be able to always know how many you have in deck. You always know how many energies you have in deck. That's just like the most important thing. Our Archaludon matchup is generally, you know, you just set up your Pikachu and swing into their 2 prizers, and you just got to be careful of Dialga. That can be one thing that's annoying. But if you set up faster than them, usually you can just just run them over with Pikachu.
Yeah, and DPL aside, that is exactly what you did. So good job on you, Sajith. You will be advancing into the next round. What, 2-1 record now? So 3-1 can definitely get you in a cut there, as probably either the 3rd or the 4th seed. So we'll have to see how the rankings stand up there. So anything else you want to say for the crowds around the island, at home, anywhere else on the whole internets?
Shout out to you, because I'm actually playing your... all 60 of these cards are yours, so...
That is true.
Just shout out to you.
Yeah, of course.
Shout out to...
Always happy to provide.
Shout out to you and Christian for casting. I think that's really cool. So that's one of the main reasons I came, was to see you guys cast.
Hey, we appreciate the support anytime and all the time.
Yeah.
All right, so we are good with our interview here. Sajith Nalabolu dominant in that game against Archaludon, going up to 2-1 into the bracket now. We will be going into round 4 momentarily, but we will see you guys in a couple of minutes. We will be taking a break before then. We'll catch you back in a couple minutes.
See you guys.
catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Improv guitar. Sing it with me, make sure. Pokemon, you and me. I know it's my destiny. Pokemon, oh, you're my best friend. In the world we must defend. Hey, Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. I took you. I'm going to pull us through. Sing it. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Pokemon. Make some noise, Juru!
We love LITCG show.
We've been coming to the Long Island TCG show for like the last 6-7 months, and every single month is just a banger.
We love the LITCG show.
We are here in Long Island, Chew and Brew, killing it as always.
I want to try out the Pokemon brews.
Pallet Town Pilsner, the Hop Hip IPA, Bulba Sour.
Excited for the cards. I'm excited to try some beers. It's going to be a good time.
We're running cornhole tournaments every hour on the hour.
Much more of a Pokemon master than a cornhole master, but we're out here.
It's wild that this is the crowd that's already here.
We're doing meet and greets and Q&As with Pokemon voice actors. Put that up on the gram. Hey, I met Jason Page, you know, the guy that did the Pokemon song.
Favorite part about coming to these events absolutely is the community. You're always able to find some cool stuff.
I like trading for my Bidoof collection.
Here's for Pikachu.
I'm really excited to hear the Pokemon theme song live. I know the whole thing by heart.
Are you guys sing along?
Of course I am.
Make some noise, Juru!
Come here and you see all these people and you talk and you make friends and you trade cards, so it's a great community event.
I'm in line for the cosplay contest here at the Chew and Brew.
The competition was super fierce. I got to play against my nephew. So much fun. This is a great experience.
Let's go, you know LITCG is the best show. Got the best vibes here.
It is my first time at the Long Island Trading Card Game Show, and to see there was so much stuff here that really interested me was cool.
I wanted some dragons, some full art waifus, I should say, you know.
Welcome.
I came here for the video game tournament. This is so cool to see.
We're doing a fundraiser for Rachel Lillis.
Something that people can bond over, to spend time with their children.
I'm so stoked to meet. I waited 25 years for this moment.
Exodia! Obliterate!
Everybody has a favorite Pokemon, so it's just really fun to connect with the community.
What are you doing right now?
I'm getting a tattoo. The genuine relationships that I can find through it, you can't put money on that.
What I like is to bring back nostalgia.
I really like the vendors, especially when there's artists.
I freaking love going to trade.
It was so awesome. Definitely looking forward to the next show.
I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test, to train them is my cause. I will travel the pretty shore, searching far and wide. These Pokemon do understand the power that's inside. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny, Pokemon. Oh, you're my best friend. In the world we must defend. That's your part. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. It's so true. I'm coming from Polar through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Make some noise, children. Every challenge along the way, with courage I will face. I will battle every day and claim my rightful place. Come with me, the time is right. There's no better team. Arm in arm, we'll win the fight. It's all within my dream. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny, Pokemon. Oh, you're my best friend. In the world we must defend. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. It's so true. I'm coming for Polar through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Put your hands together, people. Gotta catch 'em all. All right, here we go. Last minute improv. Gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Improv guitar. Sing it with me, make sure. Pokemon, it's you and me. I know it's my destiny, Pokemon. Oh, you're my best friend. In the world we must defend. Hey, Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. I'm so true. I'm coming for Polar through. Sing it. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Pokemon,
We love LITCG show.
We've been coming to the Long Island TCG show for like the last 6-7 months, and every single month is just a banger.
We love the LITCG show.
What is up, gamers? Welcome back to the Long Island TCG tournament for Pokemon. We are joined by some guests here. They can't talk, but they're pretty cool, if I do say so myself. We got our good friend Dragapult, or as I like to call him, Dragapult.
Dragon Catapult.
Dragon Catapult, baby. You know, you got your Dragapult, and he's got the little dragon eepies on the top of his head here. We do love ourselves some Dragapult, but tell me about your friend. What's going on
I've got
here?
my friend Glaceon right here. Nice little cute, fluffy plush. Trying to see if we can get him to stand up right here. See if we can get her going here. There we go. There you go. Nice and propped up. But these two are just an example of some of the merchandise and stuff you can get on the show floor at the Long Island TCG show. Tons of vendors to choose from and to get either cards, different memorabilia. We have a couple of vendors that are selling just all plushes, like our little friend right here. So definitely worth checking that out if you are in the area. Again, the Long Island TCG show at the Melville Hilton on Route 110 over here. So that is definitely a very good place to be. Have it the show once a month. Probably having these invitationals behind me back here once on those time frames anyway. Now, I guess so far into the tournament, we've got a couple. I think we have one table at 3-0. Across the board,
I think there are two players who are probably locked in as long as they ID. I think even if they don't, they're not. I think those players are Luke and Liz. So on both Dragapult and Raging Bolt, I think they should be locked. I don't know if they hit each other this round. There may have been a pair down, but they are both at 3-0. I believe there might be another 3-0 as well.
Right. I'm waiting to see.
The other 3-0 would be the winner of Kevin and Mike Formanak, Kevin Fuentes and Mike Formanak. So I know they were playing off stream. That's Reggie Drago versus Gardevoir.
Yeah, I did see that game go into time. So I don't know if they tied. I think they are still playing.
They're still playing.
So they are in turns currently. So I do see a world where they can tie, and that might screw up the bracket a little bit. But
yeah, definitely could.
We'll have to see what exactly that turns out. So I guess so far, what have you been seeing this tournament? Anything too crazy aside from any meta picks? I know we had our Lost Box just win on stream last round, so in a very convincing fashion. So that might have locked up his, a very good chance at him Sajith Nullable and making top 4. Any other decks you were seeing or anything else like that?
Yeah, no, not 100%. Honestly, the big thing, was the Lost Box was. I almost feel weird even calling it a rogue deck. Honestly, at this point, I think it's just really strong. Even between kind of these stream matches, I've been, scrolling through Twitter, kind of looking at some of these top decks that have been doing really well at EUIC. And Lost Box has a ton of top 64 placements. I think another one kind of squeaked into top 32. Looks like this deck is definitely in a really strong spot in the current meta game. Obviously, at these higher tables, we got Luke on Raging Bolt, we got Liz on Dragapult, so those are two decks that you're likely going to be seeing in top 4. Raging Bolt, not a deck that a lot of people are thinking about right now, but it does have a very good Dragapult matchup, so that could be really strong for it. Kind of speaking about what Kevin Fuentes and Liz are both playing, looking at our little graphic here, we do got the Dragapult and the Gardevoir. But also Archaludon, we saw it on stream before, kind of unfortunate, the double prize penalty occurring, but Miraidon, don't think we've seen much of that today.
Yeah, definitely did not see a lot of Miraidon. I did see that. I think it was just Yomar that was one. Let me just see if I can.
Oh, yeah, because Yomar was 2-1, I believe, right?
Yep. Yeah, I believe Yomar was 2-1 going into it, and I believe that he was not able to win his match. So I don't know if he was able to bring that out and make it.
Yeah, because I think he was 2-0, but he might be 2-1 now. I think because I think he maybe got paired down, but I'm not 100% sure. Because there were 5 2-0s, so someone definitely did get paired down. Not 100% sure who that was, but yeah, I do know that the 2 3-0s that are locked in are Luke and Liz here. So honestly, if they hit each other, I'm sure we're going to see an intentional draw so they can lock in that the top cut placement. But yeah, in terms of these other 3-0s, hitting 2-1s, likely we'll have to play it out. So.
Yep. So still a very competitive room. Still going into, potentially the last 2 seeds making their way into top 4. So we will have to see based on the results of that match.
Yeah.
So
I'd imagine the match we'll see will probably be like maybe 2-2-1s playing, or like a 3-0, one of the 3-0s versus a 2-1, right?
Very true.
So maybe if like the pair down happens, we might see that as like a win-it-in kind of situation. So really excited to see exactly what goes down here. We do have one more round of Swiss before the top 4 cuts, so we do still have one more round, before this top 4 is locked in. So.
All right, and this last round will be best of 1, and then we will be switching to best of 3 for our top cut, which is traditional in our League Cups. If you're not familiar with the tournament structure on, your grassroots tournaments, you have League Challenges, which offer a small amount of points, but essentially is your glorified local. You have your just 3 or 4 or 5 rounds of Swiss, and then placements are decided right at the end there. Goodbye, Dragapult. See you later.
We'll miss him. Well, I think we'll see him on stream later.
We'll see him later.
Yeah.
And then, so then for our best of 3 for League Cups. League Cups, you traditionally start with a best of 1, Swiss, 3, 4, 5 rounds, same as a League Challenge. But then after the top 4 or top 8, depending on the size of your tournament, they typically will then go to what's called a top cut, which is best of 3. You have 50 or 75 minutes, depending on your
50, 60, 75, kind of varies. I think we're doing 60 here. I was told that before, but
yes, the official tournament format for Pokemon for your regionals is 50 minutes, but usually for League Cups, they are traditionally a little bit more lenient. They offer 75 minutes. You need to finish a best of 3, meaning you need to win at least 2 games in your timer, either 50, 60, or 75 minutes. So definitely thought behind that being now you have to have the additional set of, okay, maybe I'm behind in this first game. Maybe I have enough time to concede the first game and give myself a chance at winning 2 games back-to-back and winning. So it looks like we just got confirmation that Mike lost, which means that Kevin Fuentes will be moving on at 3-1, potentially.
3-0, I believe.
Is he 3-0?
I believe so. I think Mike was. I think they were all 2-0 going into this round.
Okay.
So it looks like the undefeateds right now are Raging Bolt, Dragapult, and Gardevoir. So I do imagine the 2 3-0s that hit each other will probably intentionally draw, but one of those 3-0s will likely get the pair down and have to play it out. Due to being 3-0, the resistance is good enough that they'll probably likely make cut regardless if they lose or win, but it is something that's going to happen here, most likely. So I'm imagining we're going to get that match. So probably table 2, the 3-0 versus the 2-1 would be my guess.
Yep, that will be the big match. Still a best of 1 in this case, and then we'll be moving on to the best of 3 in the top cut. Now, traditionally, continuing about, League Cups and challenges, definitely a comment to be said about, supporting your local scenes. That is a huge thing.
Heck yeah.
This is a grassroots tournament that we are just holding on the TCG show on Long Island, but, there is definitely something to be said about supporting your local shops. There are, I believe, 6 or 7 shops that can hold the championship point events currently on the island. Be sure to go.
Let's see if we can name them all, right? Brothers Grimm, Collector's Emporium, Rip and Ship, Smoke and Mirrors. Ooh. Comic Depot, that's 5. That's 5. And then there's one more. Can you fill the blank for me? I'm forgetting, truthfully.
Ooh, we've got the setup for our stream match. We have a win-in Dragapult versus Garchomp EX, a not traditional deck from who is presumably my brother Andrew versus I believe Steven on I think that's his name.
Yeah, Steven. That's Steven.
Yes.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. So we got Dragapult versus Garchomp
Interesting.
here. Both these players appear to be 2-1. So this is a potential win-it-in situation. One of these 3-1s could be able to make it into the top 4 to be able to play out that top 4 best of 3 set. So this is definitely a important game for both of these. Bizarrely enough, I can tell you a lot about that Garchomp deck that Andrew's going to play, and I'm sure you can too. I played him in a Win-A-Box finals a couple weeks ago with Gardevoir. It was a close set. I did manage to squeak it out, but there's definitely some really crazy things that can happen with that deck. I know he does play a Monkey Dory. He has some Ogie Dogies on the back burner. He's waving over.
Nice little wave
yeah,
with the
what's
camera.
up, guys? Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Say hi to the world, everybody.
But I was talking to him about the list as well. I know he's got a Cornerstone in there. I'm not going to do much in this matchup, unfortunately, but he does have the Monkey Dory, which is a pretty large help when it comes to kind of moving around those Dragapult damage counters.
Although I will mention as well, Garchomp, the first attack is a single fighting energy and does 160 damage, which is not horrible by any means for 1 energy, but it takes 3 energy, up to 3 basic fighting energy from your discard pile and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. What that does in this case for this matchup, that you can potentially charge up a new card from the new set called Regigigas. Regigigas says that if you attack, it does 100 damage, but if you're attacking a Terra Pokemon, it does 230 damage instead. So Andrew seems like we just got confirmation that Andrew won the coin flip, and he is going first. So we've got our fist bump, and we will begin, starting with Okie Dokie. So the idea behind this deck is maybe getting your Garchomp into play, charging up the fighting energy from your discard pile, and then potentially, swinging with the Okie Dokie or swinging with the other Pokemon that you would charge up from the Garchomp again and again. Oh, and we just have the what looks like the Attach Pass from Andrew.
I think it's Badoo time, right? Yeah.
All right. So
there's a supporter.
So we've got our Arven. Looks like we are going to be looking for Arven. Search your deck for an item and a tool card. Maybe potentially a Buddy and something else that you want to use on this turn. So we'll have to see what happens. We've got the Buddy.
Already eyeing up the Buddy. So we do have a few choices here. I am a little curious what the aspect of choices here. I believe it is Crystal, but for some reason, maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. I thought I saw a reset stamp in there. Could be wrong. We'll see. I guess he's going to do another deck search, or unfair stamp rather. My bad.
Yeah, let's see.
So let's see. We're going to get that Badoo out. Makes a lot of sense. Andrew did not do much on his first turn.
That does look like the unfair stamp.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we look at that card a lot. So I mean, I would trust myself on that. So yeah, it looks like we are playing the is that the unfair stamp?
I think that was the unfair stamp. Oop.
Oh, a little bit of a shuffle and mishap happens
Careful
sometimes. Okay. Got some mashes going on. Okay, we're good.
All right, let's see what we've got on the board. Oh, Andrew does have the Arven to play on too. So he can potentially get a couple of Pokemon on the board this turn. So if he does find a way to get the Dark type attach onto the Monkey Dory, then he can technically swing Monkey Dory. Okie Dokie. Okie Dokie's abilities is similar to how Pheasantipity and Monkey Dory's abilities work from that set. As if you have a Dark energy attached, you can do something. In this case, Okie Dokie's attacks deal 100 more damage, and he gets 100 more health, setting his health to total to 230, which is really big against Dragapult. So now we'll have to see what he does. So we have the 10 damage off of the Itchy Pollen from Steven. If Andrew is able to get the energy to attach, he can swing this turn, but we'll have to see if he can get anything else on the board. He's going to Arven. He can't play any item cards, but we'll have to see if he can get something. He's looking to see what his potential options are here. It doesn't look like Steven has a lot, but he can potentially get the swing on 2 to KO.
And this is the thing with Dragapult now, right? You don't need a lot anymore. Badoo gives you that space. It gives you some room to breathe. It gives you some time to set up. And Andrew's turn was just really, really underwhelming. His hand wasn't really built to go first. This was definitely a go second kind of hand. So in this situation,
smart play here, because he has to now see what's going to happen here is the Bravery Charm. You will attach the Bravery Charm to the Okie Dokie and then say, okay, look, now you can't KO me with the Dusknoir. You have to swing with Dragapult in order to get there. You can't play the Nest Ball. You can't do that. So at least you'll be able to take a knockout. It all depends on Steven and his ability to get anything into play. He just can't play the Nest Ball just yet.
So he does have 2 of those in hand. I know he's kind of sitting on them. At least the nice thing here is he will be able to get rid of the Badoo, so item lock probably will not be holding him back next turn, but I'll be honest, there's a chance there isn't even a next turn at all. So we'll just have to see what happens here. This next turn could be disaster for Andrew, not going to lie.
Yeah, on the next turn, so he did take the knockout. It is all up to what happens next, because there are several routes that you can take to get to the Dusknoir play here. I don't see any rare candies, and I don't see any ability to do that, so maybe there's a potential you could just take it slower, evolve into the Dracloak, and try to see if you can get to the Dusknoir.
Yeah, opting for the slower game here. Doesn't want to, play the Iono and, maybe risk whiffing.
Okay, so now we've got the Dusknoir. So now here's how this game is going to have to go. The heads-up play, choosing not to take the rare candy. I definitely think that there might have been a world where you could have there. Mainly if you do draw into the psychic energy off of
you can knock out the Okie Dokie and Donk.
You can knock out the Okie Dokie and Donk. So I think going for the the safer game plan, that's fine. We do have the option to Iono here, but that does give Andrew an additional turn to maybe draw into something he needs. We do have the boss, so Okie Dokie only hitting 70, so if he does top deck the Dark Energy, then maybe he could get there, or the Luminous, actually, because he plays 4 copies of that.
Yep.
Luminous functions as a Dark Energy in this case, so we'll have to see, because it looks like the only thing that Steven can really do is just Iono. So depending on what Andrew gets off of his next hand, he could have built up a board this
Yeah.
turn.
I see what you're saying, though. Like, if he took the red candy here and played the Iono, he just needs a Psychic Energy to win the game. So this is a situation where, I mean, maybe he just didn't see the line, but the Psychic Energy off the Iono would have been the dream here. And we do know that Andrew's hand is loaded with items. We just saw him get a Nest Ball. He hasn't been able to play anything from his hand since the Badoo occurred. So we do know Andrew has a ton of cards he actually can play here. We are just going to opt for the Badoo again, though.
That is very smart. So
I don't hate this either. This is fine.
Yeah, so now the play here becomes, so we have another Fighting Energy. Not too much going on here. The Irida does get you the Water-type Pokemon, so in this case, it'll probably be Greninja. You can draw cards, so now you can start, giving yourself the chance to build yourself up a board. You do get to take the second prize card, potentially, if you get an option here. The top deck of the Fighting Energy was very good, so now, if you do get another Pokemon into play here, and then off of the Greninja draw, that is another a Gibble.
Yeah, so we'll get our guy set up. We do have the Red Candy and the Garchomp in hand.
So now we've got the Luminous Energy now. So now Okidogi effectively has 210 HP and swings for 170 per turn. We do have the Gibble. There's no damage on the board aside from the 20 damage. So there is a world where if he does get the Dragapult swing, we're going to have a So you can't play item cards. Okay.
He didn't look through his deck, so we're good. Okay, cool.
Good catch on the finish
there.
Good
catch.
Good catch on the finish. Good sportsmanship by Steven. Now let's just see what Andrew can do next. So now he takes the second prize card. Okay, so now there's a world where Ionoing is a thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Ionoing Andrew here is not bad for Steven at all. He'll go down to 4. We do see Andrew, obviously, even that turn, he didn't play many cards from a hand. So this is a situation where, basically, in terms of just the cards Andrew has played, Steven should know that he has a bunch of playable cards. So if the Badoo Lock is coming off, I think the Iono is the wave this turn.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it. Yep, all right,
there
so we'll
is.
just have to see. Now, the key thing to note here, because Okidogi has effectively 200 and what is it? It's 100 plus 130, which is 230, plus the Bravery Charm.
290?
It is 290.
Bro is large.
Or actually, no, 230 plus 280.
280. Bro is large.
So that means what will have to happen is that even with a Dusclops, Steven can't get there. So he has to go Rare Candy, Dusknoir, potentially give him an additional prize card, and then swing with Dragapult in order to get the KO. And that might just not happen here.
This hand is looking really underwhelming too. I think there's just a Dusclops in there. I saw a Lost Vacuum, and I guess you could get rid of the Bravery Charm, but I mean, there's not much else going on here. We do have a Far Seal, but no target for it. I think we're just going to have to wait and Dracloak next turn and just kind of hope for the best. Maybe a counter catcher stall here could happen, but...
And now keep in mind, we did see that Andrew had a boss in his hand the previous turn, so he could definitely take a very key knockout in KOing the Dragapult this turn. We'll have to see what Steven does here.
Yeah, and it seems like in this situation, too, it's the Badoo's, obviously it slows down your opponent, but you still are losing prize cards. You're still going down, and in a situation like this, it may have just been, Andrew's start looked so weak, but maybe it was just enough to kind of get him over the finish line here and really establish some threats here.
Because now if he passes, what can happen now is that he does have the Nest Ball. He has the additional options to draw more cards. So now he can build up a board that maybe Steven can't exactly deal with if he can draw cards later on.
Yeah, so I think we are going to see the counter catcher. We are going to see a stall here. I think that this is probably correct. I think Andrew likely does have the energy in hand. I guess we'll see. So I think the Gibble will go up.
The Gibble, no, he's there. All right, so let's see what Steven does here.
And then it's going to be a pass, I think.
Oh, is it?
Is that a pass motion?
He's trying to figure it out.
They're kind of figuring out exactly what's going on here.
So Steven doesn't know what to do. So is he just gonna swing for 10?
Guess he
no,
could.
He
Just
passed.
Yeah.
Oh, no, because the Petty Grudge only costs a Psychic, not a Fire.
The more you know, man. I had no idea. Wait.
Yeah. So now we've got a board. So we've got Bravery Charm on the Greninja. We've got all of your board state Pokemon protected right now. So that means that with the Dusknoir play that can potentially happen next turn, you've got a lot of options.
Yeah.
So Andrew needs an energy.
I am eyeing the energy in hand, the Luminous. He will be able to retreat, and I know he has the boss. I think in this situation, it just has to be the Dracloak.
Yeah, it has to. It has to be the Dracloak here. You can't be afraid of the Dusknoir play because your board is strong enough to do anything that you need here. So he'll evolve. Looks like he has a Gibite. Good. All right, so now let's see what the next play is.
So
Oh, he's just going to take the knockout on the active here.
Did he have? I thought he had the boss in the hand. I don't know. Oh, it was Iono the previous turn.
Oh, he was Iono'd away.
Yes.
Okay.
So now here, so we're still in a decent spot, right? Because
we do have the Gabite in play too. We just need a Garchomp. We don't need any extra cards.
Right. So we do have the option with that. It seems like the Dracloak play is not exactly on. Ooh, that's not good.
Yeah, we do have to take the Rotom here. I mean, we need the Far Seal target.
Yeah, because what's going to happen here is that you're going to have to go and get the Arven maybe out of the deck so that you can get the crit. Oh, no, because he plays the Unfair Stamp. So he'll have to attach this turn actually instead.
Oh, that's true. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I guess he could get an Earthen Vessel, but for a Psychic maybe.
But even then, that's not enough damage to KO the Okidogi this turn. So that means that Andrew could actually, if he has to give Andrew an additional prize. Yep, they're talking about how much HP is on the board right now. So what has to happen is that he has to get not only the he has to use the Dusknoir, give Andrew a prize card, set him to 3, and then punch the Okidogi to take his first prize card. Not the best situation, I'll tell you that much. So maybe there might be a world where you just take the energy, retreat into the Dusknoir, and then draw 3 cards with Rotom, potentially next turn, deciding, okay, you know, because the Okidogi can't. Oh no, the Okidogi does 170. So you're effectively here. You are giving up whatever. You are giving up whatever Pokemon you have. That is tough. Yep, and he's reading.
Yeah, we got to read up. Yeah, I think I saw him do it earlier, but maybe it's just kind of setting in exactly how much health this single prize card has right now.
Yeah.
Funny thing too is I know the deck plays Legacy Energy as well, so you could have like a 280 HP thing
that
for no prize cards, which is insane.
Yeah, which seems to be a very good situation here that seems like the Dragapult's having issues dealing with. I mean, if he was able to swing once already this turn, then it would have been a better option. But, I mean, Andrew's hand size is not that big. We do have an option for him to be able to maybe draw a card or two if he has another energy. We'll have to see what Steven gets off of the Forest Sealstone. Maybe potentially it's just the Dragapult. You swing for 70 plus, you know, whatever else you have on the board right now, or just see what you can do.
Do you see the counter catcher in hand too? I'm thinking maybe this could be an angle where we can stop the Gabite from really setting up this board a little more. But at the same time, honestly, the big threat here is the Okidogi. But no matter how you slice it, Steven's just not going to be able to one-shot it
this turn.
If he plays the stamp at least.
Yeah, because it would be 250. It would be 250 to swing in. It's 130 plus the 20, which is 250. You'd be giving Andrew a prize card and swinging for 200, right?
Yeah, I guess you could Dusknoir it, but that's also giving up another one. You're going down so much.
And you're not even KOing it. It only has 20 damage on it right now. So 20 plus the 130 would be 150 plus the 200. Oh, no, it would be 350.
I was going to say that. I think that's that. Yeah, yeah.
This just in, your caster can't do math.
That's real.
Unfortunately.
Hey, man, I can't do math, but I know big number when I see it.
Yeah, but the problem is now is that he has to have the energy. So we'll have to see what happens here. Maybe you could go for the Lance, could go for, you know, a couple of different options, could just go for the, actually, let's see what he opts, because he did take a knockout the previous turn.
That is a Sparking Crystal, by the way. We are blind.
Yep, that is a crystal.
Just in.
Okay.
Yep, that is a crystal.
So he does have the crystal. So I think Arven is probably his best bet here. So he grabs the crystal and he grabs the, the Ultra Ball. So he'll have to dump his entire hand to get to a Dragapult EX this turn and give up a prize card. So
that's tough. I wonder if you could get a Pheasantipity here and just try to see a little more cards. Like, what are the chances that you whiff the Dragapult here? I think we just need to establish something. You know, like one Dragapult
you definitely
here.
Arven. You definitely Arven here, mainly just because like you have to have something. You have to put up some sort of offense this turn. The V-Star is done. There was supporter from the previous turn, so that's fine. He can play the Arven here. He didn't play any other supporter. Andrew just confirming that is the case.
Yeah.
So it's Crystal. He just has to produce the Ultra Ball.
I guess it just has to be a Ultra Ball. Yeah, because I was saying, like, what if like he got a Nest Ball here for like a Fez? That was kind of my thought, but I think we just need to attack. We just need to do some kind of, you know, aggressive play here. It's kind of all there is to it. And he does have the Super Rod and the Vacuum.
He has the Vacuum. So now the problem with the Ultra Ball is that you can't vacuum. Because if you go down to 2 cards, evolve into the Dragapult, then you only have 1 card. And Lost Vacuum, you have to throw a card into the Lost Zone in order to use the card. So now you don't have enough cards to actually get rid of this. So you'll have to commit Dusknoir in order to do it, which means that Andrew does effectively has 2 turns in order to produce some sort of offense on the follow-up here. We'll see what Steven discards. We'll have to see.
Going to be the Super Rod. I just think it has to be that. We're not currently using it right now, but he's kind of like looking at these two. The counter catcher does have some potential here, so I think maybe holding on to it would be strong since it probably will be live for the rest of the game.
Right.
I think I like this decision here from Steven. I think we just get the Dragapult. Hold on to the counter catcher for now.
Grabs
There
the
it is.
Dragapult, guarantees the attack. So now I'll just say also is that Rotom is still on the board. If Andrew does have a Gust and a way to set up Pokemon on the board here, if Steven chooses to go after the bench instead of going after the active, we'll have to see how exactly that pans out because he does have the counter catcher. So let's see what happens here.
All right, so we are going to evolve. We are going to see the Dragapult hit the field. I think this is like turn 4, but better late than never.
Very true.
We do got that tool attached. It is not an unfair stamp. It is a sparkling crystal. This just in. I think he is just refraining. Is he Dusknoring here? I think he's kind of considering it.
Right, because you'd give Andrew the prize card to set down to 2, which means that if Andrew does get the option to swing with a Garchomp EX, it almost guarantees that he's able to swing the following turn for 2 prize cards to win. So there is a world where Steven can hold the Dusknoir, set up the damage on the board so that he can board wipe Andrew the following turn to win. And I think that might be what he's doing with the counter catcher. He might be removing. Okay, so he's probably asking how much HP the Greninja has with the Bravery
With the charm, maybe. Is he going to counter catcher the Greninja?
So he's going to counter catcher the Greninja. Okay, so he's going to remove Andrew's access to draw and set up the board wipe the following turn. I think is the play that he's going to do. I think that is probably.
Oh, he's gonna. Okay, I don't hate this either. You know, just kind of rid Andrew of all of these cards and just kind of go heavy into the Okie Dokie here. And he's gonna put all of it down.
So now Okie Dokie has 80. Effectively, it has 200 health, which sets it up to an exact Dragapult KO. Andrew draws another Okie Dokie. Okay, so now we've got something going on here. If Andrew gets to the boss or any way to get to it, he does win the game on the spot. Because he's able to KO the Rotom. So we'll have to see. Okay, so he's going to research.
Okay, so we don't have it just yet, but we are seeing 7 cards. I think if he can get 2 attachments down on the Okie Dokie, he does have 2 turns to find it.
So he's got the Luminous. That's perfect. That's exactly what you want to see because now he's got 230 HP. Steven cannot deal with the additional Okie Dokie, and he's got the Lumin in hand.
He does have the Pheasantipity as well. That would be really good to bench here, in case you get Iono'd or something. Like somehow, if Steven top decks an Iono, you would at least have some draw after the knockout,
Exactly. And he did get a knockout the previous turn, so Andrew would be able to draw 3 additional cards. He might not want to keep the board presence that way. I think his best play right now probably would be to put down that Pheasantipity and then see what he can do from there.
For sure. Let's see some cards, baby.
So he chooses to swing. He chooses to take the riskier strategy. We know that Steven only has 2 cards in his hand, so he could potentially draw the Iono. He's not taking any knockouts. He's not doing anything too crazy here. So Andrew does have a lot of options for the following turn, given he is not disrupted. I do not know what the prize cards or the prize card that Steven took was, so we'll have to see. We've got Boss, Dracloak. So now you can't disrupt Andrew's hand. That effectively guarantees Andrew the game here, I believe.
Yeah, honestly, benching the Fez here, maybe he just didn't really need to do it, because Steven can bench other things, but he has the Luminion in hand.
He also doesn't. He can't even set up another Pokemon. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. He wouldn't be able to really do it. He can't really set up another Dragapult to push forward. So no matter what, as long as that Dragapult at an active, takes the hit from the Okie Dokie, there's nothing Steven can really promote here effectively to win, right? That's kind of the issue
and
here
I think that's what they're discussing, and he definitely takes the knockout. It looks like, let's see what Andrew can do. I think he's got everything in his hand.
He's got energy in hand, I believe. I saw it earlier. Night Stretcher, Okie Dokie?
Night Stretcher, Okie Dokie? He doesn't have the additional energy, Andrew. Okay.
Okay. There it is. Scared me there, Andrew.
Careful, Andrew. You got to show the boss.
Yeah.
All right, and we have the concession from
bit.
Steven. All right, Andrew. Careful there, brother man. Careful. We'll probably get him up on the interview real quick because that is definitely a deck that I want to talk about with him. Andrew taking it, going to 3-1 over Steven.
Yeah,
Dragapult.
Pretty cool to see that's a rogue deck. You're talking about Lost Box. That's a rogue deck right there. That's cool to see. Seeing Garchomp, do pretty well against Dragapult. From what we've seen, honestly, locally, I think the deck does all right against Dragapult. It has the Monkey Dory. The Okie Dokies are really hard for Dragapult to really effectively deal with.
Very true.
The matchup is not bad, and honestly, no Garchomp even saw the field, but this slower approach from the new Dragapult deck really gave Andrew the position to just set up a huge Okie Dokie that wasn't really easy to deal with.
Very true. He was able to take the first 2, and he was able to kind of adjust his game plan based on that. Potentially, maybe if Steven was able to get a knockout earlier, then maybe this would be a different game. But he was only able to take his first prize card off of that, and he still had the legacy available. He still had the other option, so I think the lead was just too far ahead. So props to Andrew on that one. Definitely playing the cards close to his chest. A little bit shaky at the end there. Definitely make sure
Scared
you
me.
definitely make
right?
sure you
Yeah.
have definitely make sure you have game in hand before you do that. But yeah, I mean, still pretty convincing win. That might secure his berth in top cut in top 4.
It's probably 4th or 5th. I think there might be like
So
one
we'll
bubble, one or two
we'll
bubbles.
have to see if he
yeah.
bubbles, but definitely a very good performance that he should be proud of on the tournament today.
yeah.
So looks like he's standing right there.
Yeah,
looking
looks
at
like
me.
we're gonna have him over here for a little interview. I mean, he's your brother, so I think I'm the one who's got to get up this time. So
We'll take it. Step right up. Step right up. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to put that on. Absolutely. Camera right there. Say hello to the people at home. And then, all right. So let's talk your match, Andrew. Garchomp BX. Definitely a very interesting deck.
Yes,
Something that you
absolutely.
wouldn't typically see, in any sort of meta in this room. But definitely has a lot of the tools that you get to beat the Dragapult. Definitely seemed like he had a very slow start, but you were able to capitalize on it. I guess just let's talk about what your game plan is, I guess, going into a deck like that. Because this isn't a deck you typically see, so the viewers at home might not understand really what your game plan is with the deck.
So I've been playing Garchomp for a while. Basically, the deck capitalizes a lot on just really efficient attacks all the time. In that game, it was definitely too slow. Both players, both myself and my opponent, were playing very slowly. But the big heavy hitter for the deck is obviously Okidogi.
Right.
With a Luminous Energy, which counts as both a fighting energy and a dark energy, and a regular fighting energy, it has 230 health and can deal 170 damage, which is a really important number, especially with how all EXs in the game have no higher than 340 health. And especially Miraidon, which is a big deck right now. I deal double damage into Miraidon.
Okay, yeah, definitely gives you the ability to prize trade favorably. I know that you said you have the legacy energy in the deck, so that does let you prize trade even more. So definitely seems like a strategy that could work out in a format like this. I assume, the only bad matchup probably being Gardevoir, actually, probably is pretty rough for you.
Yeah.
But other than that, I mean, definitely seemed like a pretty good setup for you. You definitely got yourself on the board pretty early. You got yourself into the game, and he just decided to play it a little bit slower, as the meta deck is want to do. You would Badoo again, make sure that you don't have any item cards. You just kind of stuck to your guns, and you were able to do that. So definitely good on you. I mean, as far as the game goes, that last play at the end there, you got a little shaky there.
Yeah.
You had all the pieces twice over.
Yeah. I was just like, oh, hey, here's a play, and then here's another one, and woo.
Did you realize that you could have just hit the
No, not at all.
Dragapult again? I see. Okay.
Yeah,
that's fair enough.
I had a feel like I was more focused on just the Rotom because, like, obviously it's an electric type. Dealing double damage is like a big deal. So, but yeah, absolutely, I was just
definitely good tip for the future. Keep all your wing cons open there, my friend. So,
Yeah,
but still very well played. I know that he kind of went towards attacking your Garchomp because that would have effectively guaranteed you the game there. You'd be able to attach and swing with another Pokemon.
Absolutely. That was a good play by him. If I had gotten that Garchomp set up, I mean, that would have pretty much sealed the game. But like I said, the big deal with the Okidogis is just their massive health total, and they're only single prizers. So it's like
with the Bravery Charm, what, it's 280, I believe?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, that's big.
So I have to force, basically my entire game plan is just being really efficient and forcing my opponent to take as many single prize knockouts or even zero prize knockouts that they possibly can. So
makes sense.
In this case, it worked out, especially with Badoo format, making things super slow. It allows me it gets me those extra turns that I need to actually do what I need to do. But but either way, it was good on him. He did play well with the hand that he got. So, kudos to him. He definitely played really well. We'll see what's next.
All right, yeah, we'll see how you match up into the top cut. Well played for you, my friend. Just maybe be a little bit more careful next time. Right
Yeah.
But well played all around. So at this point, we're going to get you back over to the floor, see if you can rest and relax a little bit, get yourself ready for maybe what potentially might be your first top cut match, depending on if you bubble in or bubble out. But
we'll see.
We hope to see you there.
Yeah, cool. Thanks,
All
man.
right,
Thanks
good
for
job. We will put it back to you guys after a quick commercial break. We will be back with potentially our first top cut game. It'll be top 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What is up, people? Welcome to the Long Island TCG tournament. We are entering our top cut, so we are in top 4 cut. The players in top cut currently, based on seeds, we got Luke Levy on Raging Bolt, first seed, playing against the 4th seed, Liz Rains, who is playing Dragapult. And then we have a stream match here. So our stream match is going to be Kevin Fuentes playing Gardevoir versus Yomar playing Miraidon. So, I mean, like a pretty tried and true matchup, pretty classic one. One that is a little more, I would say, tilted towards Miraidon, I'd say, but definitely not unwinnable for Gardevoir by any stretch. So,
yeah, we'll have to see what goes on. Miraidon, definitely the turbo golden boy of this format. The ability to take multiple prize cards early on and deal very game-winning knockouts very early to set themselves ahead. Definitely gives the Miraidon player the edge in this matchup, but we'll have to see what exactly goes on in the top cut. You know, again, we are at the Long Island TCG Show Invitational at Millville, New York. We are currently waiting on the match to begin, it sounds like, from our end, but stream match seems to be, I believe these two are cousins, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
They are brothers, actually,
okay.
I found out. So just as you're hearing on the intercom right now, the TCG show is winding down, but this tournament is just heating up into our top 4. We've got Miraidon versus Gardevoir. So what do we have right now? Was there a dice roll for, or was there a coin toss yet? Okay, so we do not have a coin toss yet, so we will have to see what exactly happens. Just wait to see this intercom to end.
Yeah, we got a little bit of intercom stuff going on. I think like the showroom kind of slowing down now, maybe closing up. Top 4 just beginning though, so don't worry. Stick around, and we're gonna have some fun with these matches for sure. So, like I said, kind of Miraidon versus Gardevoir. I don't actually even really know what Kevin's ace spec of choice is here. I think it is kind of more leaning towards like the slower build of Gardevoir. Not really 100% sure what's in his list, honestly. I haven't really talked to him much about Gardevoir as a deck, so I'll be learning with you guys. When it comes to Miraidon, honestly, the deck is really figured out. I would assume that this list is probably very close to what Azul won Merida Regionals with. I'm assuming it's very close to that. So, yeah, we'll just have to see what happens here. Miraidon versus Gardevoir, definitely a matchup we've seen quite a few times. But, yeah, we'll see what happens here. Kind of interested in seeing what Kevin's, like, tech choices are. You know, maybe we got a Klefki, maybe we got a Mawile. You know, there's a lot of different picks for Gardevoir currently. I'm kind of liking the Klefki right now. So, we might want to see that come out on the first turn if Kevin loses the coin flip.
All right, we will have to see what happens. You know, the other match in top 4 will definitely, it is not the stream match, but we will definitely draw attention to Raging Bolt versus Dragapult. Raging Bolt definitely favored into that matchup, but sometimes, you know, you can just not draw the nuts, and Dragapult can just win off of a good disruption, or a good set of disruption. So we'll have to see if Elizabeth can take it down over Raging Bolt. So let's see what we've got from our end. Do we have any record of the coin flip yet? Okay. Okay, yep. In the stream match, we did confirm that we're getting it's still Miraidon versus Gardevoir. Definitely confirmed as a stream match, so that is the one we will be watching.
Yeah.
Got the dice roll right now.
Heads.
It is heads, so
This is a flip that matters, like, quite a bit.
Both decks definitely want to choose second.
Yeah. Either you're evoing on the first turn with Guardy, or you're just trying to get that hand has a lot of energy.
I see.
Okay, Kevin's going second, so it looks like Kevin won the flip. He is playing the unfair stand, but I do see that in his hand already. Didn't really get a good glimpse of that hand otherwise. Yomar's hand has so much energy in it and a nest ball. Definitely not really what you want to see early, you know, because you want to be hitting those E-gens, so you don't really want them in your opening hand.
And a Muse start.
So and another one. Dude, that's crazy.
I mean, we definitely get the easy Miraidon here, so we have that plus the additional setup. I will note that I just want to confirm what our time is for top cut since it's best of 3, whether it is 50, 60, or 70 minutes. All right, we just got word back from our production team. We will see how long that goes.
Yeah, so I see him moving up, you know, these Pokemon to the front of his deck. Definitely makes sense. He's going to get the Miraidon, the Pikachu, and the Iron Hands. Makes sense. He does want to start loading up that Iron Hands very early. Best way in anticipation for an Evo. Because, you know, Kevin chose second here just because he wants to get that team Evo and start applying pressure immediately before he gets, you know, Iron Hands, basically. This matchup basically just becomes on Miraidon's side, basically a two-prize taking simulator. The thing I always say about this matchup is I really do think that in terms of Miraidon itself, you know, the deck, if it doesn't take all 6 of its prizes by like turn 3 or maybe 4, then you're like you're in bad shape, right? We do see this E-Gen draw. I do want to note the attachment to the Miraidon over the Iron Hands. Definitely a little lost on that. Not gonna lie. I think we definitely do want to try to get these amps early.
Ooh,
just a whiff.
First whiff.
Kind of makes sense though, just considering how many energy were in that opening hand.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, most of these decks play 15, I think 14, 15, 16 energies now. 16 being common, I think, with Azul's list.
Sure.
So definitely, I mean, chunking the first 5 energy out of your deck on your opening turn, 6 with the 1 in hand. So 6 out of the 14 energy, your chances of hitting an E-Gen are definitely a lot less. So it looks like we have the pass back over to Kevin. Kevin gets the Buddy Buddy right off the bat. Ideally, we are just getting the double rolls. Kevin prize checking seems to be, I see a Monkey Dory. I see Spiritomb in the deck. I do see Cresselia. And Manaphy. So Manaphy not really going to help him here, but definitely some other tech cards that will probably assist him in this matchup. I'm just going to confirm. Yes, he does play the Spiritomb there. So ideally, we want to at some point bench the Spiritomb to prevent Yomar from being able to Lumen, but we'll have to see what he does next. So
yeah, I do want to know as well. I think I see a Palpat in his hand. Definitely a card we're not really seeing in the Gardevoir deck very much currently, but I'm assuming it's kind of just to reuse your Turo here. I think maybe Kevin only plays 1 Turo. Maybe he's trying to get back the boss and the Turo, because I feel like those are often your targets for that Palpat. So very interesting inclusion here, and I do kind of like the like the fact that you still have access to the double Turo, but can also maybe get like a second boss or like extra Arvins back in the deck.
That is very true, and I do also just want to note just a little side note here that it seems like the time consideration for the semifinals and finals is 1 hour and 15 minutes. We got
75.
We got 75.
Get a full set out of this. That's cool. We did see the refinement come out. Unfair stamp, but in hand. So, I mean, when this knockout occurs, Kevin will be able to really see some cards, but currently this hand is a little dead. Maybe next turn we can see more. You know, there are energy to Greninja away, but I think we might just see a pass here from Kevin.
Definitely a world where also you could potentially bench the Spiritomb here.
Yeah, I like it.
You know, we want to cut off Yomar's ability to make plays as early as possible. So, you know, that's definitely an option for Kevin here. We'll just see what exactly he wants to do.
Yeah, I do like that play. I think in this matchup, a lot of the time, 1 Monkey Dory is enough a lot of the time. So I think having that other bench spot devoted to the Spiritomb is quite strong. We are going to see the Arvin, so no Luminion had to come down here. E-Gen is getting pushed to the front, and a Farseal as well. So it looks like we just want to try to hit the E-Gen here, and we're going to tandem unit as well. We do have the
deck.
Pikachu. Yeah, we do like
Thinning the deck is important, or due to the Stadium in play, Area 0 Underdepths, because Yomar has a Terra Pokemon in play, being the Pikachu in this case. His bench is 8. So it gives him the opportunity to thin his deck very well, putting down the Magnemite, which is definitely the consideration that I would have. Magneton's ability, saying, oh, knock out this Pokemon. You can knock out your own Pokemon. Give your opponent a prize card. But if you do, take 3 energy of any kind, any basic energy from your discard pile, and attach them to your electric-type Pokemon in any way you like. So in this case, if, say, they get a knockout on the Iron Hands that has 4 energy, all you need is an energy in hand and the Magneton. You give your opponent a prize card, and your Iron Hands is charged up yet again. So we'll have to see what exactly the first play is here. We do see the option to getting 2 E-Gens. We'll just have to see what the first one does.
E-Gen.
That's 1.
That's 1. That's 2, baby. All right, yeah, we're done. Oh, 3? We don't even... Oh, Miraidon.
On to the Miraidon.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Opting to not take the 2 prize cards here, which actually, now I think about it, if we tandem united for a Raikou there, we could have far sealed for the double turbo as well. So just opting to only take 1 prize card here.
Oh, so
motivate? Okay.
Taking a slower approach and flooding the board with energy. Definitely an interesting take, right? Because you're kind of showing that Kevin didn't Evo this turn, so you know that he can't get to a Guardi EX. So you're essentially saying that the game is going to progress 1 turn earlier than normal, or 1 turn later than normal. So we have our refinements coming up. No knockouts. No knockouts were taken. Also, Arvin in the hand.
Arvin in the hand, yeah. And this is where I think a play like this is really going to bite Yomar, because in this situation, he really needs to get ahead. And now Kevin is just given all this room to breathe. You know, his board isn't threatened. He has an Arvin in hand, and even a reset stamp. I just don't know how Yomar can really come back from something like this.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, he could even Evo the Curlia and the Ralts into a Curlia Gardevoir, and then now you've got your guaranteed setup, and you can't even, at this point, you have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards. So I mean, you could force the Gust Raichu with the Forest Seal. You know, that's definitely something that could be leading into that play. But other than that, I mean, probably not the best situation going on here. We'll have to see how this kind of pans out in the long run. But I know we do have the Evo in hand, so let's just see. We have Earthen Vessel, got the 2 Psychics in hand now, so we can start pitching more cards, drawing more cards with a thinner deck. Maybe even you know, maybe just getting that raw Evo. So now
yeah, I'm noticing too. I'm kind of looking at Yomar's hand. I don't think he has much else here. So I'm wondering if he's going to opt for like a Miraidon swing next turn, or maybe just like an arm press.
I mean, taking 1 off of this, it's like okay, but I don't.
I almost think you just don't want to, right? Like I feel like you almost just motivate again, right? You still got some energy in this card.
Probably, yeah. And then maybe just like if you have any sort of disruption in your deck, maybe you just Raichu plus. Yeah, okay. So
I like this, yeah.
So we definitely have the Evo play. Buddy.
Get another Raltot, just make our board really wide. I honestly don't hate it. I like this, you know. If that Ralts does get knocked out, then we still do have that ideal 3 Curlia in play. So I do still really like this.
He does see the option. Putting down just the 1 Ralts. Benches 4 now, and then chooses to Evo into Curlia. Okay. So this is fine. It removes the Raichu play, and now at this point we can set it up so that we do not have, or we could potentially get to the Iron Hands play this turn. And now the game kind of progresses as normal, except just 2 turns later, I guess. We'll have to see what Yomar does in this case. Opting for the Raichu with Tandem Unit.
Yeah, I do see. I think I saw him top second Iono here.
That is
so
an Iono.
He could Iono and try to draw into the double turbo, so he doesn't have to fire seal here. That's kind of probably the line. Yeah, so that's exactly what he's going to do. Try to find that double turbo energy so he can go for the amp. Definitely a little later than I think we would like. Usually the turn 1 amp or the turn 2 amp is ideal here, but he is getting there. I do see a Gust in hand as well.
4. We have the Magneton. That's 5. That's
cool.
6.
We got a nice established board here. We also have the bundle. I kind of like that here. You know, we can at least knock out one of these draw Pokemon on the bench, like whether it's a Ninja or a Curlia.
Yeah, but unfortunately, in order to get enough energy on the board to do that, unless you are retreating into the Miraidon, you either need to Magneton, which is kind of iffy. So I guess you just have to Force Seal for the... Yeah, you'll have to Force Seal for the double turbo and then just swing with the Iron Hands here. And then it's just up to Kevin to find out or to find a response. I guess we'll just have to see what happens off of this. Did Iono... His hand's not great, but he does have the guaranteed Gardevoir, so that's a good start.
So we are going to retreat. You know, the energy does stay on the squad because that Latias is in play, granting him free retreat. And then the Ambu very much coming out from the Iron Hands. He's just going to take the knockout on the active Ralts. And so he is going to go up here, but Kevin's got such an established board.
Yeah, I mean, even taking the 2 prize cards, Ambu very much being such a powerful attack. Card text says, if you take a prize card, take 1 more prize card with this deck. So all 2 prize knockouts or 3 prize knockouts, 1 prize knockouts or 2 prize knockouts, etc., etc. So, you know, definitely a very powerful attack, but even with 2 prize cards in hand now, or 2, you know, have taken the first 2 prize cards, we'll have to see what Kevin does in response.
Yeah, opting to get rid of the Squawk and the Mew there. I do like that. I think that having what's on the bench currently is probably your strongest bet. The Latias is important. You know, we do need some free retreat here in case some boss stalling shenanigans happen, basically, right?
Very true.
Don't think that's going to come into play here. I do think Kevin is just going to get a swing. He is artisaning before the refinements here. I think he does just want to reshuffle so we can try to find that stamp. I think that's basically the thought process here. Because
yeah. Getting the Monkey Dory, first Monkey Dory that we're actually seeing might actually get to be used in this tournament.
Yeah,
from our
for
stream.
sure. And funny thing, too, is like he does have the Drifloon in hand already. So, like, honestly, in this position, artisaning first is very understandable because there's nothing else you would even really want on the board otherwise, right? So this makes a lot of sense. Getting the thing that he knows he wants. He has the Drifloon in hand already, so he can knock out this Iron Hands with the Drifloon. Just getting that Monkey Dory saying, hey, I'm going to want this for later.
Yep, absolutely. So we'll just have to see where we get here. We get effectively 6 cards off the top here. So if we draw the Arvin, we do get the unfair stamp for free. Or well, as a result of that, I should say. So, just draws the unfair stamp. Okay.
Yeah.
So we are cooking at this point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is honestly a situation, too, where, like, yeah, you could keep refinementing, try to find that Gardevoir. He hasn't even played a support yet either, so I guess... Oh, he has Gardevoir in hand.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's looking really good. I don't know how many energy he exactly has in discard, but, yeah, definitely time to evolve that. Maybe he just drew that off the refinement. Not quite sure.
Yeah, and then maybe at this point just stamp and then maybe draw 2 additional cards. Maybe you see the dark energy so that you can go.
Yeah, definitely put that Drifloon down.
Yep. Because Yomar presumably doesn't have any way to get these Pokemon off the board in any way. So ideally being, if you Monkey Dory once plus the Guardy EX Punch, then it does open up the board for Raichu to trade for 2. Or you can just take the 2 with the Bravery Charm outright and KO the Iron Hands. That might be his best bet right now.
Really like the sequencing from Kevin. I'm seeing some really, really high-level sequencing, just basically refinementing until he could find the Gardevoir once he has that locked in. Playing the stamp makes a lot of sense because, an Arven or something would get him an Ultra Ball there. Really, really like this from Kevin. Playing the stamp, still has 1 more refinement, 1 more Greninja left. And I think that is actually what he wants. I think he wants an Arven to find a Bravery Charm here.
Yeah, getting the Bravery Charm off, and then you can just swing into the Iron Hands, because then the only amount of prize cards that Yomar can take is just 1. So, all right, TM Evo.
Do you see an Iono?
We got an Iono, but I think we just have to draw 2 more cards.
Oh, did he draw an extra? Did he draw an extra?
He got 2 Ionos.
I think he drew an extra card. Am I crazy? Did he?
1, 2, 3,
yeah,
4,
that's
5,
6.
6.
Oh, he did draw an extra card. Yes.
Okay,
oh, wait,
we'll have to see if the judges pick that up.
Yeah.
He got the Arven.
He did draw the Arven, though.
Oh, waiting to see if the judge.
I'm wondering if they noticed. Yeah.
Yeah, waiting to see if the judges caught that because Kevin did draw 6 off of the unfair stamp. So we'll have to see if there's any sort of penalty on that.
Yeah, I hear some laughter going on. I think maybe they recognize what happened here. Oh, it's unrelated. Okay, they're just laughing about something else. Okay.
All right, so we'll have to see what the thought process is here. We'll have to see if there's any penalties being meted out, but we do. Looks like he just got the counter catcher, so I guess he has the Bravery Charm prized. Okay, so probably just see if we can let the judge in the area know that that happened. Maybe try and see if there's any sort of recourse for that, because we definitely don't want to let that go.
Yeah, because we're just playing the game now, and there's just so many actions going on. Now this is not what you want to see in a top 4 game. Basically, you don't. This is not what you want to see.
At this point, we definitely have a board state that is very broken right now. So we definitely want to see if there's any sort of a recourse for that.
Yeah, for sure. And going for the Latias here, I'm kind of surprised we're not chasing the Raichu, since that can knock out the Gardevoir, or just Driflooning. I think I did see an Arven as well. So
yeah, you would take the 3 off the Monkey Dory, and then you would swing into that.
So I guess the Miraidon goes in. I guess we're just going to keep playing the game out. Yeah, so they're just going to continue. There's going to be no penalties.
Okay. All right. So we will continue as normal. We have... Oh, careful there, Yomar. All right, cool. He accidentally put the rescue board back in his prize instead of the heavy ball because it's the same color, but he fixed that real quick. All right,
so we are getting the Raikou out here.
Kevin does take the first 2. The retreat cost is not, it doesn't matter right now. So we'll have to see if he decides to take the Raichu KO here. Looks like all he needs. Yep, that.
Yep, yeah. This is kind of the concern. He probably doesn't have it, but still, just a very risky play on Kevin's part. Especially when he could have just pushed in that Drifloon.
Okay, so
wait. Do we have the boss for the amp?
No.
Oh, we're
just an arm press.
Arm press?
Just an arm press for 140 because he has no other option. Okay. So, yeah, definitely doesn't have any other cards. Looks like the Disruption stuck. Definitely seems like one of the main win cons of Guardy into Miraidon is just you want to see that Disruption stick over and over and over. So, we definitely have a full board right now. We have to kind of see what Kevin does next. If he does find his one of the boss, maybe you can boss KO something else. You definitely don't have the access to the double Monkey Dory, so because you played the Drifloon this turn, so we'll have to kind of see what he does.
Yeah, because honestly here, I guess he actually can't really one-shot this Iron Hands, now I think about it, because I'm not going to lie, I was a little confused by this play at first, but I think it does make a little bit of sense if Kevin doesn't have, you know, a way to Turo, which I did just see Turo hit the hand. Yep. Which I'm not going to lie, I was a little confused by this. I think this makes a lot more sense after looking at this. So he has the option to do the double monkey Turo play here, or he could just Turo the Gardevoir that also can work here, because maybe could just establish another monkey.
Yeah, it didn't seem like he had access to another Monkey Dory in hand.
Artisan,
although
perhaps?
he does have the Artisan, so
Yeah.
I just don't know. I did not see if he had an additional one in the deck, so I think he's just opting to go with the Gardevoir play.
Okay. And he does have the Artisan on the board. I don't know if he's used it this turn, but I do see a Dark in his hand.
Yeah, so I just don't know if the Monkey Dory was in the deck or not. Oh, nope, he does have the second.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, word.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So he's just got it. So now he's got the KO off of that. You know, we have the one line of Guardian on the board. We'll just evolve and then attach 3 energy, take the 60 or the 30 damage off, and then KO the Iron Hands here. Kevin will take his 3rd and 4th prize card, and then Yomar will have to figure out some sort of response, or this is going to be a very quick game 1.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where the game just gets a little too out of control for Yomar. Kevin has the dream board. He's got 2 monkeys. He's got like a Greninja, and he's got like these Curlias. Like I just don't exactly know. He's even got the Drifloon as backup. This is just a very, very difficult situation for Yomar to kind of find himself out of here.
Okay, got the evolution into Gardevoir EX. So I guess he probably only plays 2 Monkey Dory, and he had the second in hand already, which is probably why he didn't Artisan.
Yeah,
is what I'm thinking.
That's what I'm saying. I think he is playing 2 monkeys. I think that is the one thing I actually did talk to him about this list before the tournament started. I think he said he was on 2 monkeys. So
okay,
a lot of this kind of drifting towards 3. There's been some talk about 2, so talk about 3. I don't know. I think 2 is like the minimum. I think 3 is like the maximum. I think both are perfectly acceptable.
Sounds like a plan. So
and there
we
it
take
is.
the additional 3 and knock out. Cool. Kevin has taken his 3rd and 4th prize card, and there's the Bravery Charm. So as long as Yomar doesn't have any sort of disruption, he will take the 1 prize with Miraidon, and then it is lights out.
Yeah, this is a. I don't really want to say like it's checkmate, but like it. I think it is, right? Like I just don't know exactly what Yomar can even do here. His hand has nothing in it, just a lightning energy. He can't really do much here. I guess he can just like Raichu.
No, he can't, because if he has to retreat the 1 energy, then he doesn't have enough to KO the Guardy.
He has a board on the Miraidon, though, I believe.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh, he does. Yeah, he does.
Oh, but we're just a scoop.
Yeah, I think
yeah.
Yomar being smart and realizing that we do not have any sort of additional win con.
Yeah, Kevin's hand was too big, and there was no way to disrupt it anyway. If somehow like a disruption card was in the deck and we were actually able to use it effectively there, maybe there would have been a difference. But Miraidon doesn't typically play disruption. I did see one Iono in there, but it was already played. So I don't know how many are in the deck, but honestly, in that situation, yeah, I think we just go next. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and it looks like he's opting second, as you definitely want to do it with a deck like Miraidon. Both of these decks definitely want to choose second, so there's definitely a chance where they can get. There's definitely a chance where you can get donked as the Gardevoir player. We'll have to see how that exactly turns out in game 2, but that should be coming up in a second. Thoughts on game 1 so far?
I mean, yeah, no, honestly, in all seriousness, Kevin had a great board. He established it really well. I really do think Yomar should have committed to the Iron Hand sooner.
Yes.
That is definitely your win con that matchup 100%. And just kind of going for those early amps. And he did get there, but by that time, that's like kind of how the matchup will go, like in Guardy's favor, right? Where, yeah, you do lose the first 2 prizes, but your board is just too established to really take the loss. So that's basically what happened there.
Very true.
Yeah, I want to see some amps, man. I want to see an amp turn 1. So.
Yeah. Yep. Looks like we just got confirmation that Yomar is going second. He definitely wants to. So we'll have to see how that turns out. I guess they're just setting up right now. So we will. Well, oh, nope, yep, there we go. So we have a basic on the board.
Yep.
Yomar will be mulliganing his hand, so...
Dang, that deck plays like 20 basics. That's crazy.
That is very crazy.
What the heck?
Yep. So I guess now this time you want to... I know that you had just said, Christian, that you want to see some amps from Yomar early. How do we kind of get that done, I guess, in this case?
That's a good question. So I always say this as a joke, but in order to become the Dan, you have to think about the Mirai, right? Which means the future in Japanese, in case you didn't know. But that's my little joke here. And by that, what I mean is you actually literally just play a ton of cards out of your deck, right? Like literally, like if you have an Arven in hand, get the secret box, thin out your deck, get all these 2 cards. Try to basically use the Miraidon ability to get get out as many guys on the bench as possible, especially if you have that Area 0 in play. So you can go like Miraidon for a Pikachu and a Miraidon, and then play your Area 0, then Miraidon again, and then just fill up your bench. So basically what we need to see from Yomar here is just a lot of deck thinning to make sure those E-Gens hit. And we just need to establish a nice, wide, large board with an Area 0 underdepths. And I do see the Secret Box in his hand, so we are in a good position. Iron Bundle start's not the greatest, but, I mean, Secret Box gives us a lot of options here.
So let's see what we have on Kevin's side, right? So we have a Pokemon to put on the board to ensure that he doesn't get donked. So we can Artisan for a Ralts, and then maybe place down the Manaphy in the event that he tries to bundle, and then just pass. But doesn't seem like there is much else going on here.
I mean, I don't hate the bench on the Manaphy here because we already know the bundles. Like, if the bundle wasn't on the board, it might be a little more questionable, but we are just going to go for the Ralts. Another thing we could do here is, honestly, like, with a board this fragile and a hand this fragile, I honestly don't know if he had an energy in hand, but if we did, I don't even hate retreating into Klefki here if it's in the deck, right? Like, I don't even hate that either.
I do not think I saw it in the
I don't think I
list,
did
so.
either. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so I think we're just going to have to go for this Artisan. It's a really underwhelming start for Kevin. Gardevoir really is a deck that prefers first pretty heavily. Yeah, and I see him considering the Manaphy. I think in this situation it probably is correct. Oh, he did have the energy in hand though. So, but yeah.
No, I definitely think that the Manaphy is definitely correct.
Yeah,
you know, there's
the bundles right there.
Yeah, because if you do get the Arven next turn, then you can attach Evo. The only problem is now is potentially maybe leaving the Spiritomb in play rather than getting rid of it. So, oh, nope, just the pass. So we're going to have to see what Yomar gets, especially off of that. Wow. Okay. We've got an Iron Hands. We've got the Secret Box.
Yeah, Secret Box coming right out. We even have the Forest Seal. So, honestly, here, we can just get...
He discarded an Electric Generator for that.
Wait. What else was in his hand?
I think he had two. I think he had another
Wait, did he have another E-Gen?
I think he did. Wow.
Oh, goodness. So he just doesn't want an E-Gen, I guess.
That's in. Well,
yeah.
The Secret Box was the one card, but then what are the additional two? Forest Sealstone and what? No, because we're in this case we're referring to, just for the viewers at home. In this case, we are referring to what were the other two cards in Yomar's hand. We want to see what exactly he has. So he had another E-Gen in hand. The last two cards in his hand were Forest Sealstone and E-Gen. So he had to discard one of his E-Gens to get the rest of his stuff on the board. It looks like he Nest Ball for the Squawkabilly. So I guess his plan, he Arven for the other Nest Ball to get the Miraidon. So ideally he just loads his bench and, E-Gens now and then Squawkabillies, I guess. That seems like what his play is, although the sequencing on that might not be 100% airtight.
Yeah, I'm still kind of lost on this E-Gen. I think we're kind of reverse engineering the turn a little bit. I think Kevin asked some questions regarding it.
Because, I guess the only other thing would be, like, why, I guess in our case, for the strategy, why wouldn't you discard the Forest Sealstone there? If you already have a guaranteed setup, is there any reason for you, especially if the Forest Sealstone is a one-of, to keep it? I don't know if that's an actual, I don't know.
If there was nothing else to discard in the hand, I actually do think you keep the Forest Seal there because it can become an E-Gen, because you could walk into it. But if there was if it was basically any other card, I think you keep it.
Okay.
Right? So if that was the actual only card left in hand after the Secret Box, I think that's reasonable.
All right.
But I don't actually know. It's been a while. Yeah. Oh no, there was two E-Gens. Okay. No, that actually makes sense. There was two E-Gens. That makes sense. That makes more sense.
So now at this
that
point,
makes way more sense. Okay.
At this point, we're gonna be.
Oh, dude, what the heck? No E-Gen?
No E-Gen hit. Wow. The lifeblood of this deck, Electric Generator. Look at the top 5 cards of your deck and attach any electric energy you find there to your benched electric type Pokemon. If you do not hit any electric energies, you are not attaching anything. And means
he
that
thinned
you
out
cannot
super
attack.
well too. Like, he had thinned out all these cards, and it still just didn't work. So he's gonna have to commit to the Squawk. He does still have the Forest Seal online, so he can still Forest Seal Stone. This hand is probably gonna have a couple energy in it. We got 2 in there.
Yep.
Kind of wondering what amount of energies are in the prize cards after seeing that E-Gen, because we thinned a lot out of the deck. We got a lot of Pokemon on board. Not hitting the E-Gen there is definitely pretty rough.
Definitely. So we will have to see how he responds. I guess it's good to keep the one prizer up in the active in this point, because obviously if this ends up going bad again, that's definitely an option. But we do have, if you do end up getting the ability to attack with one of your Pokemon, you definitely should. So we're going to have to see what happens here. Okay. Is that a main attach Electric to Iron Hands?
Yeah, and I think we do have an Ultra Ball on that. Oh, no, but we can't Luminion because of the Spiritomb. That's it. Wait, no, he's going to try to Fleet Foot, but he can't because of Spiritomb.
And he just realized.
Goodness, yep, yeah.
Yep, just a pass. Okay, so
Big old pass here.
His bench is still 8. He does have the Mew in hand, and he's not at risk of losing it, so I'm not sure why he wouldn't have wanted to draw more cards there, maybe into an additional, electric generator.
Yeah, I think there is an Ultra Ball in there as well. So we could have, like, Ultra Ball to thin, mute for a little bit. Yeah, could have definitely maybe drawn us out of this situation.
But all good for now. Definitely no prize cards taken, no harm, no foul in this case. We do have the Artisan placed back down. I believe that is his last. Artisan. So if there is another stadium that is put down, that stadium is sticking around for the whole game.
Yep. Although Guardy doesn't mind the underdepths being in play too much, right? Like the Artisan, we do benefit from those, but we can absolutely function without them. So
Very true.
I think this is an okay situation for Kevin. Having this other Artisan in play is nice. I think I do already see an Arvin and an Evo in hand. No, just the Arvin.
And I think that's why he was filtering out the cards into the top. I think his plan is going to be to get a Ralt in play and then just Evo. Potentially. I just don't know if he has any other ball search in his hand.
Yeah, I don't really think so, but I think that just having the 2 Curly in play here is actually fine. And the reason why is just because of Yomar's slow start. Just whiffing the E-Gen, not being able to apply any real pressure here. Kevin is in a position where he has time to get the energy and discard, right? Like, he can, like, thin his deck a little more with this Vessel, and he can really, find these cards. So I do actually like this position from Kevin, just because it gives him a little bit more time, and he recognizes that, so he's going to grab the energies and, take his merry time here.
Yeah, definitely. And also, even better, if you do draw the 2 cards with the Curlia, then what ends up happening is that it gives you an option to get another Ralt, and then you can Evo into 2 Curlias, which in this case, drawing 6 cards is much better than drawing 4. So we'll have to see what exactly Kevin does in the next setup here. I'm not... All right, so we've got... Seems like something's going on down there. Got a couple of questions being asked.
Yeah, I think Yomar's asking Anthony about something. Not really quite sure what it is. Can't really hear up here, but...
Asking for the confirmation of prizes.
Oh, asking for confirmation of pricing. That's funny.
Aw, man. Okay. So let's see what we got.
Yeah,
okay.
That makes sense. Yeah.
So we're just going for the Evo, guaranteeing that we get the Gardevoir EX into play and keeping the Curlia on the board.
Yeah, opting to put the Gardevoir down and also put the Curlia down. Yeah, that's probably okay. I think that, the game is going slow enough that you can afford to lose that refinement.
Definitely if the game is going slow enough, maybe there's an argument for, instead of getting the Vessel on the previous turn with the Arvin, maybe you grab a Buddy because you had the guaranteed Dark in hand.
Curlias. Yeah.
You could get 2 Curlias there, and then now essentially off of 6 cards, maybe guarantee. Maybe with an Iono or something like that, you can actually get to the full setup and play. So we'll have to see how that pans out.
Yeah, so I do see that the Latias is coming down here. I think that was from an Ultra Ball here. And he actually gets rid of the Mew, so he's not going to draw any cards here. He's going to stretch her for... Oh, okay, that makes sense. Okay, cool.
Yeah, there you go.
That makes perfect sense.
Draw 3 cards, so we got the Iono, the Fez, and Dippity, right?
Fez and Dippity and energy cards, so...
Okay.
I think we just need to chase the E-Gen here. Like, I think it's just an Iono.
Yeah, it definitely seems like an Iono angle.
Also, do you want to note he hasn't V-Starred yet as well? The V-Star is on the Raikou. He can still use it even though the Spirit Team's inactive, or even though the Spirit Team's around. Spirit Team does not block Forest Seal Stone. Forest Seal Stone is an ability on a tool, not on a Pokemon, so it kind of just bypasses that.
That is very true. All right, we see the Iono from Yomar. Refilling the hand with 6 cards is definitely very good, but also might be a little bit scary because your opponent also gets 6 cards, and with Gardevoir, that may lead to a very big card advantage. So let's see what Yomar got. We got, all right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you can put down 1 more Pokemon, ideally probably the Magnemite if you have access to it.
Okay, so he is going to Forest Seal Stone. I think he just kind of wants to E-Gen here. Oh, is that Double Turbo?
Double Turbo, okay.
Did we have an E-Gen in hand?
Yeah, so I guess he'll just have to go for the E-Gen and hope he gets it. Maybe, perhaps sequencing maybe just to see if you hit the E-Gen first or what have you, but does not look like you have a lot in this case. So we'll have to see what Yomar does.
Yeah, the nice thing about this is if Yomar can amp here, Actually, just due to like the way Kevin's board is, I think like it's actually a little tricky for Kevin to get the kill here on the hands. So if he's actually in a situation where he can Iron Hands and the Iron Hands lives, if he like digs up a boss, this could actually be pretty good. And if the Spiritomb is actually the thing that's going to get knocked out here, that's also pretty good for him.
Very true.
Just because then he could actually open up a Lumineon play. So
very, very true. So we'll have to see how that pans out.
But he is opting to bundle?
He is opting to bundle to see. It's the old check to see if you're going to make a misplay.
Yeah.
You know.
He's going to give him the Mana Fee.
Which is definitely correct in this situation.
Yeah, I think so. That's why the Mana Fee did hit the board. We are going to do a deck search. I actually don't really know what was played there, but I'm sure we'll know soon. Nest Ball, we're going to get the Pheasantipity, you were thinking? I think it was in hand before.
I don't see the Nest Ball played down, though, so I'm not sure why.
I think hit discard. I think we just can't see the discard, yeah.
I see. All right.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
So
We got confirmation on that Nest Ball.
All right, so we're going to that, and we're...
Oh, he can Fleetfoot now. That's kind of cool. Yeah. He'll see a card. Pass. Oh, my goodness.
Interesting.
So we're just there's just no E-Gen. I think we attached the hands, but we're just not able to amp at all.
There is nothing left here. So we'll have to see what Kevin can produce off of that. Pitching the Psychic Energy, I do see an Iono, and potentially I see a Rod, I see Iono. No Arven. Could use the Turo, but how many energy do we have in the discard pile right now? We have 2. So attaching the Dark, you could swing with the Gardevoir EX and do pretty much nothing else this turn, or you could Turo the Mana Fee into the Spiritomb, retreat into the Gardevoir, and then punch the Raikou that way.
Yeah.
Put 190 damage on the board. I guess it really depends on what he has access to at this point. I don't hate the thought of maybe buddying for another Ralts, potentially get some more draw on the board later on.
Yeah, get a nice board set up. I mean, Kevin was, given this opportunity to just he received a pass on the Maraudon side, so he's just given this opportunity to set up an even wider board, and it just seems like this is just the first game all over again. Yomar not able to really apply any pressure, not really looking to set up Iron Hands, and because of that, Kevin's given so much time to establish such a winning board.
Okay, let's see what he puts down here. Does he have any more Ralts in the deck? He does. So he's got the 1. Good. All right, cool. So let's see what else he is capable of on this turn. I think if he really wants to get a swing this turn, I mean, there is no energy on the board right now, so I don't even think it matters at this point. We are going to do that. Yep. There you
Tear
go.
up the Mana Fee, nice and simple. We'll put the tomb back up, retreat it so we get the energy in the discard. Nice sequencing on Kevin's part. So I think now we do have enough Psychic Energy to get something done here. So this won't be a knockout if we don't have the monkey, but does Kevin have a monkey that he can lean on here?
Don't think so. I did not see any routes to getting that. I mean, we do. Yep. Just opting to swing for the 190, which I think is fine. Yomar doesn't really have anything to get the Raikou off the board. So, give yourself the option. You have the Curly on hand. You can just draw for a couple more cards and just see what you get,
Yeah, you see this a lot in the Gardevoir deck. You don't have to take knockouts. You can just cash in later with Monkey Dory. So,
yeah, discipline,
fine.
Discipline definitely being the name of the game. Sometimes waiting is okay. So, I believe it was an Arven down from Yomar. We'll have to see if he grabs an E-Gen. Yep. And looks like, 5 or 6 energy left in the deck with probably 13 or 14, 15, 16 cards, looks like. So, maybe a 1 and 3 if hitting the stuff he needs. So we'll have to see what exactly he gets off of that. Still can't get the Magnemite down. Seems like it's prized. So definitely not really much else going on here. We'll have to see what exactly he does.
So we do have the E-Gen finally, so we will be able to play that. I did notice that Yomar was not attaching to the Iron Hands. Like, he did have the double turbo in hand still, so I guess he can E-Gen hit 2 and then double turbo the Iron Hands.
Looks like he just looks like he only hit 1.
I think the Iron Hands may have had another energy on already, so. Oh, it has 2 currently. Okay.
2 currently, so we can't see that on the stream feed right now. Okay, so he did get the 1 attached, so that sets it to 3. So you do get the ability to arm press to set up for the amp the following turn for 3, because there is no way that Kevin can get the response KO, so that, potentially might be your best play. He doesn't have a gust, so probably you just attach and then arm press and then see where you can kind of get. Oh, he does have the attach for turn, so
so we're just doing this the old-fashioned way. We're attaching 4 lightnings. And Iron Hands, he may have been late to the party, but he is here.
Yep. So we're gonna have to see. Looks like the damage count on that. Make sure we got to keep that the same. Careful now. 190 on the Raikou. So now
I
I
wonder if
think
we see a boss's orders here, so we can take 2 prize cards.
let's hope.
That would definitely be the strongest play from Yomar here.
Yeah, I mean, it is true, though, that with the Pal Pad, it is presumed that Kevin might only have 1 Turo in the deck. So we know for a fact that aside from any additional 30 damage, the Monkey Dory damage is going to stick. So
Yeah, and he did just opt to just arm press again. So we are just we're just trying to trade with the Gardevoir here.
yeah, which is fine, right? If Kevin takes the first 2 and then takes the first 3 right out, and then Yomar takes the first 3 right after, then that does put Yomar in a little bit more of a commanding position of the board. We'll have to see if he can get any more energy back on, but
Yeah, we do see a Turo in Kevin's hand, though.
So he does play double Turo.
He does actually play double Turo and Pal Pad. Wow, that's
Okay.
a lot.
That
That's
is
a lot of Turo, baby.
In this case, that is A-OK. It works out in Kevin's favor in this matchup. So let's just see what we draw into.
Get rid of the Evo, not a card we need anymore.
Ideally, we definitely want to hit the Monkey Dory. Also, a world where maybe... So, the Raikou only has 10 HP right now. So, a Monkey Dory can do the job, but also maybe the damage from a Flutter Mane, because we know that the rescue board is on a different Pokemon in play right now, or it might be. If not, you also can have just lock Latias in the active with Flutter Mane. Maybe deal the 10 damage to the Raikou and knock that out, or... You know, there's definitely a couple of options that you have available to you at this point. Just you know, as long as you may or may not have a gust. So we will have to see.
Yeah, and I do see that. Yeah, the Turo's definitely going to come down. We have these other Curlias in play, so we are going to just be able to recycle this Gardevoir basically over and over again. I don't think we have the knockout on the hands, but that's honestly a-okay. It doesn't seem like Yomar has much of a aggressive play here. Like I guess he could. Maybe try to find a Raichu, but I don't think he's got much in his hand currently, and it seems a little tricky to kind of get that out.
Yeah, I mean, he can tandem unit. We know his bench is 8. We know that he can tandem unit right onto the board. Something else, I just have to make sure that his bench size is fine. We've got 6, so you can put the Raichu on the board, but we'd have to hit an E-Gen and at least 1 energy plus attach. So that is a possibility, but I just don't think that is very likely. We'll just have to see how that kind of turns out. Right now. So now what opens up here, we'll have to see what he does. Yep, he's just swinging for 190.
Swing.
Okay, cool. So now
we are setting up damage, baby.
So now there are a couple of options that we get access to, right? That's a lot of energy. Sheesh.
Yeah, Miraidon do that to people.
Wow.
We're gonna attach it to the Miraidon manually. You know, sometimes Miraidon hands are just like 8 energy. It's like, yeah, that's fine. It's normal.
Okay, so it looks like we are. What are we grabbing here? Not sure what the supporter card that was just played was.
Yeah, I don't think there was a supporter played, unless I'm crazy.
Unless it was another nest ball, maybe. But
Could be. Yeah, nest ball. We're getting the Raichu out. Yeah, I guess, you know, just thin out the deck a little bit.
True.
Could have tandemed, but I don't know. Maybe we just don't need anything at this point. I mean, it's not like we need Fez because nothing got knocked out.
Yeah. So we'll have
to see. My God, that hand is 4 energy, dude. Oh my goodness.
That is bad. So now we know that Kevin can get the pretty much guaranteed 4 prize knockout here.
Yeah, there's no way he can't find the monkey next turn.
So I think it might not even need to be the monkey, because if you don't get the monkey here, you do have the Flutter Mane. You can Flutter Mane KO the Iron Hands and deal 1 damage to the Raikou to knock it out. So we'll have to see how that turns out. We do have the evolution of Curlia. We can draw 4 more cards. Let's just see what we can get to.
All right, we'll hit that refinement. Manaphy's probably going down. We don't really need that here.
Okay.
Do you see the Bravery Charm in hand? I think there's the Drifloon as well, but we don't have another Turo, so we're not going to be able to really push in the Drifloon here, but don't even think we really need to. I think the Flutter Mane or the Monkey Dory will do just fine. I do see the Flutter Mane in hand.
Oh, okay.
We don't want it.
We do not want it. So I guess we're just thinking about playing the Monkey Dory probably.
Yeah.
We'll see what the prizes are. Screamtail.
Oh, that's a lot of guys, yeah.
Screamtail, Monkey Dory, Unfair Stamp. Wow. Okay, so that's a couple of options there.
Yeah, we definitely want the monkey. I think the monkey's got to be it, right? Like, we definitely have an out to a Dark Energy, right?
Yeah, definitely seems like that's the case. All
right, yeah, we did choose the monkey. Makes sense. That's what I would have done.
I mean, if we do have the Dark Energy in play guaranteed, then yes, we do get the energy off. Does that influence the damage numbers at all? We're setting from, what, 160 to 130. which I don't think matters in any case for the Guardy EX, which means that Yomar could respond with a 2-prize KO of his own. But with Kevin Fuentes having 4 prize cards this turn guaranteed, I do not see any way for Yomar to get back on the next turn.
Yup, and he is able to get this Dark Energy on the Monkey. So we're going to see a big turn from Kevin. 4 prizes will be taken. We're going to heal off onto the Raikou most likely, and then just take the active knockout.
Yep, definitely seems like the play. I don't see any other supporter cards in hand aside from the Iono. I don't think there's any reason to do that right now. Maybe, yeah, no, that would be it. So let's see what he does. Yep, opts to take the prizes on the Raikou right now. That's Kevin's first 2. We got another Curlia and a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Nothing too crazy right now. And I guess the only other thing that he needs to do is KO that Iron Hands EX. I think probably the only other thing that I might say, because we know that Kevin does play Iono. You know, could there be an argument there? Because we know that Oh, nope.
It's a scoop. Yeah,
Just
yeah.
a scoop.
His hand was all energy. Yeah, and he top decked a Luminion, and there's the Spiritomb in play. Like,
all right, so that is it. That is a quick turn. Well, I mean, took an hour out of the 75, or was it 45 out of the 75 minutes?
Yeah.
Quick 2-0 from Kevin going into that set. Gardevoir beating Miraidon.
Yeah, Guardy still takes a little bit of time, but, you know, it gets the job done just fine. We did see, like, you know, honestly, like, pretty decent starts from Kevin, but on the real, like, the Iron Hands not coming into play is really cost Yomar that game. You know, just not being able to really establish an Iron Hands early. In terms of that matchup, like, you just need to go, like, you just need to get the Iron Hands, like, right out, and giving Kevin, like, all this room to breathe was just, it was too much for Miraidon to deal with.
Yeah, definitely, and that seems to be Guardy's main win con, right, into that matchup. If you're running the Stamp and you're not running any sort of disruption for that, you know, you put down the Spiritomb, you disrupt your opponent, you force them to not have a turn, and then if that happens, you win pretty much immediately because you're able to take 2 prizes, 4 prizes right then and there. You know, but in this case, I guess his deck didn't even work to begin with, so he kind of got the free turns there. Definitely a good win for Kevin that puts him in the finals, and we'll see it'll be him versus either Raging Bolt or Dragapult. I do not have any confirmation on the other game, but in this case, depending on which of our 2 top 4A match, they will we'll have to see which one of them wants to do an interview with us. We'll talk to whoever about the you know, how they played, what they did, the situation. So let's see what we can do from there. Any other thoughts about that game? Kind of seemed pretty open and shut.
Yeah,
from that,
Kevin had you know, Kevin had the room to create a threatening board, you know, and honestly a ton of Turo. I feel like in that matchup you don't see Turo come up as often as it did. But you know, like when all these arm presses are coming out from Iron Hands, it's not a knockout. So I mean, in that situation, if you're the Gardevoir player, Turo's just the correct way to do it. You know.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, so definitely pretty clean win. I'm not really seeing too many, like, you know, like anything crazy, you know, like just like the typical Gardevoir setup, establishing a nice wide board so you just have all the answers in that mid to late game range. So
that is true. Definitely swing it for 190 over and just call it a day on that. So I see Kevin over here.
Yeah.
Some discussion with the TO happening right now, but we'll have to see what exactly goes on, see if he wants to do the setup here. Let's see.
Yeah, just kind of waiting on that, honestly. We're pretty much chilling until the finals in terms of like actual gameplay to commentate now. So in terms of that, yeah, so there's still 45 minutes left. I know Luke and Liz are still playing. So that's a matchup that honestly can probably get kind of grindy from the Dragapult perspective, right?
True.
Just because they have to have time to really establish a board and like Badoo, like they're gonna have to Badoo, right? Like it's just gonna happen. They're just gonna have to do it. So they'll just have to Badoo and establish like a nice board. But
yeah, definitely. Definitely an interesting thought here. If we still have 45 minutes in our game, do we know if we're on game 1, game 2, or game 3 in that set? Okay.
All right, cool. So we're getting a little update on the Liz versus Luke set.
Because I was going to say, I just had a thought. If there is no stream match happening right now, we could, if there is enough time, you know, potentially, we could play a little bit of retro on the stream table.
Oh, cool. I'm down.
Can we bring the? Okay, I was going to say. Okay, so
cool.
we'll
We're
cut to a
short break, guys.
We will be right back. Play a little bit of 2017 World. Bring you back in time a little bit.
I don't know what any of those decks do. I'm gonna play so bad, but it's fine. We're gonna have a good time.
We'll try to talk you through our decision making with that. So stay right there. We'll be right back.
We are here, Long Island Chew and Brew, killing it as always.
I want to try out the Pokemon brews.
Pallet Town Pilsner, the Hop Hip IPA, Bulba Sour.
Excited for the cards. I'm excited to try some beers. It's going to be a good time.
We're running cornhole tournaments every hour on the hour.
Much more of a Pokemon master than a cornhole master, but we're out here.
It's wild that this is the crowd that's already here.
We're doing meet and greets and Q&As with Pokemon voice actors. Put that up on the gram. Hey, I met Jason Page, you know, the guy that did the Pokemon song.
Favorite part about coming to these events absolutely is the community. You're always able to find some cool stuff.
I like trading for my Bidoof collection.
Here's for Pikachu.
I'm really excited to hear the Pokemon theme song live. I know the whole thing by heart.
You can sing along.
Of course I am.
Make some noise to the room.
Come here and you see all these people and you talk and you make friends and you trade cards, so it's a great community event.
I'm in line for the cosplay contest here at the Chew and Brew.
The competition was super fierce. I got to play against my nephew. So much fun. This is a great experience.
Let's go, you know TCG is the best show. Got the best vibes here.
It is my first time at the Long Island Trading Card Game Show, and to see there was so much stuff here that really interested me was cool.
I wanted some dragons, some full art waifus, I should say, you know.
Welcome.
I came here for the video game tournament. This is so cool to see.
We're doing a fundraiser for Rachel Lillis.
Something that people can bond over, to spend time with their children.
I'm so stoked to meet you. I waited 25 years for this moment.
Exodia, obliterate!
Everybody has a favorite Pokemon, so it's just really fun to connect with the community.
What are you doing right now?
I'm getting a tattoo. The genuine relationships that I can find through it, you can't put money on that.
What I like is to bring back nostalgia.
I really like the vendors, especially when there's artists.
I freaking love going to trade.
It was so awesome. Definitely looking forward to the next show.
I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test, to train them is my cause. I will travel from pretty shore, searching far and wide. These Pokemon do understand the power that's inside. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny, Pokemon. Oh, you're my best friend. In the world we must defend. That's your part. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. I'm coming from polar through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Make some noise, Chew and Brew. Every challenge along the way, with courage I will face. I will battle every day and claim my rightful place. Come with me, the time is right. There's no better team. Arm in arm, we'll win the fight. It's all within my dream. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny, Pokemon. Oh, you're my best friend. In a world we must defend. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. It's so true. I'm coming from polar through. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Put your hands together, people. Gotta catch 'em all. All right, here we go. Last minute improv. Gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Improv guitar.
All right. Loud and clear now? All right. Welcome back. We do not have a stream table for our top 4B match. So in the meantime, we're going to put on a little show for you guys. I have always been, well, more so recently than not, a big fan of retro formats. So we proxied a couple decks up. We're going to be playing some 2017 Worlds, put on a little sideshow for you up until the last stream match ends. You know, don't hold it against us if we have to cut a little bit when their game ends. So
yeah, I've never played this format. I don't know what's in this deck. I don't know what's in your deck. This will be a fun experience for me. I played from like 2011 to about like early 2015, so this is actually a format I never got to play. So
yeah, same with me. I've been playing since probably early 2022 or 2021, 2022. So you know, we'll have to give that a shot. Call your shot.
Yeah, you're good. I'm not cutting heads.
Yeah, all good.
All right,
It is Tails.
Tails. All right, your pick.
So I want to go first.
Sure.
So the main difference with the 2017 Worlds format is that everything happens as normal. You can only attack on your turn 1 going second, but you can use supporters on your first turn going first. Christian is playing Gardevoir EX, which is the 2017 Masters World Champion deck, and I will be playing a similar deck, or not a World Champion deck from that format, but a deck that was considered to be high tier 2, low tier 1, which is Metagross GX, considering that is my favorite Pokemon. So
cool.
I am going to draw a card for my
Starting
turn.
Tapu Lele again.
Yeah.
y'all here, Long Island Chewing Brew, killing it as always.
I want to try out the Pokemon brews.
Pallet Town Pilsner, the Hop Hip IPA, Bulba Sour.
Excited for the cards. I'm excited to try some beers. It's going to be a good time.
We're running cornhole tournaments every hour on the hour.
Much more of a Pokemon master than a cornhole master, but we're out here.
It's wild that this is the crowd that's already here.
We're doing meet and greets and Q&As with Pokemon voice actors. Put that up on the gram. Hey, I met Jason Page, you know, the guy that did the Pokemon song.
Favorite part about coming to these events absolutely is the community. You're always able to find some cool stuff.
I like trading for my Bidoof collection.
Let's hear it for Pikachu.
I'm really excited to hear the Pokemon theme song live. I know the whole thing by heart.
Can I sing along?
Of course I am.
Make some noise, Gardevoir.
Come here and you see all these people and you talk and you make friends and you trade cards, so it's a great community event.
I'm in line for the cosplay contest here at the Chew and Brew.
The competition was super fierce. I got to play against my nephew. So much fun. This is a great experience.
Let's go, you know LITCG is the best show. Got the best vibes here.
It is my first time at the Long Island Trading Card Game Show, and to see there was so much stuff here that really interested me was cool.
I wanted some dragons, some full art waifus, I should say, you know.
Welcome.
If you came here for the video game tournament, this is so cool to see.
We're doing a fundraiser for Rachel Lillis.
Something that people can bond over, to spend time with their children.
I'm so stoked to meet you. I waited 25 years for this moment.
Exodia, obliterate!
Everybody has a favorite Pokemon, so it's just really fun to connect with the community.
What are you doing right now?
I'm getting a tattoo. The genuine relationships that I can find through it, you can't put money on that.
What I like is to bring back nostalgia.
I really like the vendors, especially when there's artists.
I freaking love going to Fate.
It was so awesome. Definitely looking forward to the next show.
I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test, to train them is my cause. I will travel from pretty shore, searching far and wide. These Pokemon do understand the power that's inside. Pokemon, gotta catch them all. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny, Pokemon. Oh, you're my best friend. In the world we must defend. That's your part. Pokemon, gotta catch up all. Yes, you do. I'm coming from Polar Crew. You teach me and I'll teach you. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Make some noise, Chew and Brew. Every challenge along the way, with courage I will face. I will battle every day and claim my rightful place. Come with me, the time is right. There's no better team. Arm in arm, we'll win the fight. It's all within my dream. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. It's you and me. I know it's my destiny, Pokemon. Oh, you're my best friend. In the world we must defend. Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. It's so true. I'm coming for Polar Crew. You teach me and I'll teach you. Oh.
What is up, gamers? Welcome to the Long Island TCG tournament. We are going... Okay, What is up, guys? Welcome to the Long Island TCG tournament finals. We are going into the finals match. We got Liz Reigns. This is the finals in top 4, playing Dragapult Dusknoir versus Kevin, playing Gardevoir. Looks like Liz did win the coin flip, is opting to go second here. Liz, actually the only player in top 4 that we haven't had on stream yet. Having a really nice run, going 3-0. only losing her last Swiss round, but she was able to come in on resistance here. One thing that is interesting to note is she actually beat Raging Bolt in top 4. You know, like a matchup that's generally, honestly, pretty bad. So she was able to squeeze that out. Now going against a matchup that is a lot more close. This is a very close matchup for sure.
Definitely a very good finals. In this case, this matchup is actually very close to a true 50-50. Can go either way at pretty much any time, depending on board states and setups and things like that. So we will have to see. Definitely, I have been a Dragapult player in the past, so you know I definitely can see how this matchup goes from Liz's end as well as Guardy for Kevin. So we'll have to see how things pan out. I did see that Kevin placed down a Ralts. Maybe he Ultra Balls for a second Ralts, guaranteeing the Evo potentially for next turn, maybe.
Yeah, I think I did see an Evo in his hand. So his hand, I don't think it actually has a supporter in it, but it does kind of have everything he needs to get going. So,
yeah, we shall see. Now, all right, let's see what we got.
Okay, offering the cut there. All right, and we do have an energy in hand for the Evo next turn, but other than that, Kevin doesn't have much in hand, and this is kind of the pro in this matchup to going first, or rather going second. We see Liz already slapping down the Arven, so she is going to get some Dreepies in play, get some semblance of a setup. I also do want to note, Liz is like the queen of starting Radiant Alakazam. She does it like half the time. I don't really know how or why, but I'm very happy to see a Duskull in the active spot, so she will be able to do a little bit of gaming. That is locked in here.
Liz gets to game today.
She also came with her cat swag, you know, her infamous cat mat with all of her cats on it, and her Frank Powell V-Star marker. She loves to rep her cats everywhere she goes. And they're also my cats, so I'm about it.
We love cats here. Frank Powell, right in the middle, named for his likeness to the Chen Pao Pokemon. Known across the Pokemon Twitterverse, across several regionals, as just Frank Powell. And we love him for that. So,
and I do like this play from her. I know she has the Rotom in hand, so I don't really know if she's going to opt for an Abadoo. I think she's actually just going to opt for a very simple turn one of Rotoming, which I kind of like here. Kevin, you know, did go first, so he is going to be forced to Evo next turn. He's probably not going to establish a Gardevoir. So I really do like Liz's option here to try to go a little bit faster, try to put on some pressure fast, and try to get a really meaningful Phantom Dive out of the second turn.
Yes, we definitely want to see that. That is a play that we definitely want to see. Said that a little bit backwards, but we definitely we want to see in this matchup either get a very large chance at a board wipe or just have it come out swinging. So definitely a good option here. Let's see. We've got the Force Seal.
Yeah, attaching the Force Seal. She's aware that the Gardevoir deck doesn't play tool removal, so she knows that is a safe card to play down right now. And just opting for the Rotom to draw 3 cards. We have a lot of cards in his hand. I think I do see a Dracloak in it. And it looks like,
Ooh, attach Evo. Simple, quick as it gets. So we're moving on to turn 2 with Liz. We'll see if we can get 2 Curlias into play. So now this opens up a very interesting board state, right? So if we get the Dusclops, we can KO both Curlias.
With a counter catcher.
Dusclops counter catcher. So we need Rare Candy, Dusclops, and a counter catcher.
I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. If Liz can get that this turn, this game's over. It is 100% cooked.
Out.
There's pretty much no way that Kevin will be able to do much from that perspective.
So we've got a draw here. I see an Arven and something else. She already has the counter catcher in hand.
I think she might already have this play locked.
Yes,
she's got
the Psychic. No, she has the CC.
I
So
think she already just has this.
With the Force Seal, she literally just has the double KO Curlia this turn.
Yeah, and our counts as well. We do play the heavier Dusclops and Dusknoir line in this list. We're actually on a 3-2-1 currently.
What was the card she took? She took... I can't tell. Looks like an Ultra Ball, maybe?
Was it the Radzam? No, okay, so we are going to see the attachment. She's going to flip the V-Star marker here.
Yeah, we just need a Rare Candy to get to the the Dragapult.
And we still have an Arven too. So that's the thing. Like she also already had the energy. This Arven didn't even have to be devoted to a tool card
or unless that
for
wasn't
attacking.
unless that wasn't this. No, she had an Iono in hand. So I think the play definitely is here is that she probably takes the Arven. Arven's for the Rare Candy. I think she had an Ultra Ball in hand. She Ultra Balls for the Dragapult. You know, maybe gets there.
Yeah, I think that she is looking at the Arven. She is considering that here. We do play like a lesser count of Iono in this deck.
Yeah.
I think, oh, actually, no, I think we're on the 3 currently.
Although now the problem is with the Arven, because we thought she had an Arven in hand. She does not. So what that means is that she is one piece short of getting the Dusclops Countercatcher KO. So probably what your best bet is here is just to Rare Candy into the Gardevoir and just swing. Get the damage on the board now. Go maybe.
Oh, wait, no, she does have it because she has the Ultra Ball for the Dusclops.
Oh, she had the raw Dragapult. Yes,
Yeah,
that is true.
Yeah, because she had Dracloak and Dragapult in hand. So, and she has the board. Yeah, I'm not even going to lie. As long as she can pull this off, I don't really know if there's a way for Kevin to come back. Because if she has the Countercatcher already, that is a completely wiped board, and Kevin has 2 cards in hand. This will basically just be a donk.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see where the damage goes here, but I don't see Liz not taking the 50 and placing it on one of the Curlias, counter-catching the other Curlia. This is kind of the bread and butter turn 2 play of taking advantage of the fact that she is going first. So there's the CC.
Yeah, she knows exactly what to do. She's done this line so many times over the last couple of months. Of course, many regionals, many cups played with this deck, and she knows exactly what to do into all of these decks.
Beautifully executed. We've got a double knockout, and that is a clear advantage for Liz Reigns going into this turn. Kevin does not seem to have anything else. Let's see what we've got here. Oh, that does not look at anything.
Game 2. Yeah.
That looks like a game 2. Kevin is scooping. We are going to a game 2.
Yeah, and we were just talking about how grindy this matchup can get. With the way that was played, Dragapult almost looks like a turbo deck.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
So,
well, Liz Reigns with a dominant. Oh, there's our
there
guy.
he is. That's Dragapult right there.
Liz with a dominant turn 1 performance there.
Yeah.
Cleared the board quick and easy. You know, that is some of the risks that you have of playing with Gardevoir into Dragapult, and why Dragapult tends to be the favorite a little bit into that matchup is because if you do go second and you do get the Evo, but you don't have anything else, if the Dragapult player gets a Duskull on the board, Dusclops, done. You're losing 2 Curlia lines immediately, and that's both your Curlia lines that you got with the Evo. So at that point, it is very, very, very hard to come back from that. And that's pretty much the only situation where Dragapult kind of comes as a clear favorite into that matchup.
Yeah, I really like the way she played her turn 1 as well. I think a lot of players there would they'll think like, oh, I got to Badoo, I got to slow down the game. But she recognized that her hand was strong enough that honestly, he doesn't have as many cards in hand. He doesn't, there's a chance that she can't, or that he can't do something very aggressive or very strong next turn. I could just win off of rotoming and potentially drawing the right cards. And I think that level of awareness shows a lot of experience.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. So I believe, did we have Kevin opt for second again on that?
I'd imagine.
Okay,
Kevin's going second, locked in, yeah.
Yep, we did get the lock in for Kevin going second. All right, so we are back to it. We've got a Pokemon on both sides, no mulligans being taken, and, well, now we're in the position. Liz has to just capitalize again. Now, just to draw attention to it, we have the fist bump in the start. We can call that up.
Ooh, we do like the Rotom start going first. I'll say that much. Buddy Poffin in hand. This is not bad at all, and this is why we play the Rotom, because on the first turn of the game, Dragapult really can't do much. It doesn't really, it can't Badoo you. It can't really play supporter. So, I mean, hey, drawing 3 cards is a pretty good alternate.
Yep. Definitely. And I also would just like to draw attention, we did not explain how the Dusclops or Dusknoir line actually works.
Oh, yeah. We haven't even really seen it that heavily this tournament.
That is true. So Dusclops and Dusknoir are 2 very powerful cards in the TCG format right now. So how they work is you essentially give your opponent a prize card, kind of like Magneton and Miraidon. And the way it works is that you knock out the Dusclops. In the case of Dusclops, you deal 5 damage counters to one of your opponent's Pokemon. So what that does is that enables you to go behind your opponent in prize cards, which enables Countercatcher. So at that point, you just Countercatcher up the other Curlia, deal 50 damage, and then the additional damage counters from Dragapult's attack, Phantom Dive, then enables the double knockout. And that's kind of where the immediate dominant position goes. So just going to see the double Dreepy, Rotom, draw 3, pass. I mean, that is a big hand. Not a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
That is really good here.
I do see the escape board, so like we could retreat this Rotom, but
and
honestly,
I do see a Dracloak too, so that's like that's not bad. So we could play it slow, evolve in the Dracloak, nothing too crazy. No risk of Dusclops being on the board this turn, which is also a huge
plus for
benefit.
Kevin here.
Yes, so he does have the breathing room. This is the type of setup that makes this game way closer. So that if you do go first and you don't get the Dusknoir or don't get the Duskull on the board, turn 1 going first, then now you have an option because at some point you are going to have to bench Duskull in order to threaten a KO. Then the Gardevoir player can go after it. Okay, so now we have a bench of the Spiritomb. Spiritomb.
I think it may be a turn too late. You know what I'm saying? We already got the Rotom here. Liz's, I think, has a Lance in hand as well. Obviously, Kevin doesn't know that, but in this situation, I don't even know if Rotom's going to be, used for its drawing ability. We'll have to see if Liz can actually hit this turn 2 swing. Although I do think in this matchup, there's a lot of merit to having Restraint as well. This is definitely a matchup where I think as the Dragapult player, you don't necessarily always swing on the second turn if you can. Sometimes you want to like really pop off with a Dusknoir play to really kind of cripple their setup a little bit more. So I do think that in a situation like this, even if Liz has the swing, maybe it's worth it, maybe it isn't. But if that monkey isn't active, yeah, maybe it is, because taking those monkeys out is definitely the key to the matchup for Liz.
Okay, so you heard it here first, folks. So looks like we've got an Evo going into the Kirlias. I see potentially maybe the best play on this turn 2 being maybe KOing a Kirlia and Spiritomb to take the first 2 in the matchup to go ahead. Because the problem with the Phantom Dive attack in the case of Spiritomb is that Phantom Dive does 200 damage to the active Pokemon. Fine, but it also does 6 damage counters anywhere on your bench. So Spiritomb, having 60 HP, not a great place to be right now, and essentially is a free prize card if Liz does get to attack
and Liz top decked a switch. I do want to note, the list that we're currently playing, we did watch back Natalie Miller, who currently is in finals of EUIC, going to happen tomorrow. We did kind of look back her list, watch her do deck searches, and kind of figured out, I think, the exact 60 she's on. And that is actually what Liz is playing, but there was one card we couldn't compromise on, and it was Switch. We thought it was too strong, and we really just hated these situations where we got stuck with like Rotom or Alakazam and active, and I think Liz did just top deck it. So this could be a situation where maybe an aggressive Dragapult play is possible because of that switch.
Yeah, we'll have to see where Liz gets, right? Because we definitely have the One Recon Directive all over. I do see that she might have played Lance, I think. Yeah, looks like it was. I see it. Yeah, I see on the corner there she did bench a Duskull. So that now we've got that threat on the board. So we're going to have to see now. Because there's definitely a world where you go Dracloak, Dragapult, Dreepy. If you go and have the rare candy in hand and then just kind of sit there and be like, okay, now you got to do something about it.
Yeah.
We'll see where they can go. I just don't know the other cards in Liz's hand. If there's a rare candy there, then I think we are definitely cooking with fire here.
Yeah. I do want to note as well, our Duskull line, when I say where, like, honestly, we talk about this deck a lot. She's my girlfriend, we talk about this deck, right? So we are actually playing one of the Come and Get You Duskulls, just because, we have the 2 Perplex, we have the 1 Come and Get You. Theoretically, you could get them out of the discard, I guess. You don't have too much recovery, but okay, looks like we are going to opt for a slower strategy. She's thinking about it.
Which is fine at the moment, although I will say that we do have the 2 Kirlias in play.
Yeah.
Okay, so we were opting for the Dracloak. Definitely okay, double Buddy Puffin. Easy choice.
Yeah. No choice. Yeah.
All right, so now this is good, right? Because
spreading our board out.
Yeah, since both Dracloaks have 90 HP, that means that that Kevin can't take the response KO on both of them, as far as I am aware. So now what happens is that we can actually just go here, maybe get a board set up and put everything together, and then now we just can't instant charge. Okay. So now we've got a threat.
This is very scary. Kevin obviously doesn't have any dark energies in play yet. We do have the 2 refinements. I'm not seeing much supporters in his hand, but this is scary. This is what I was talking about. Liz having the restraint to not take this swing here, not go for the early swing and overextend. She understands that, hey, like, listen, I'll take 1 more turn. I'll blow up your board next turn. It's no big deal.
All right, and that's a pass. So we've got a Dark and a Psychic right now. We're going to see what we can draw off of presumably 4 cards here. All right, so I saw a Turo and something else. Or no, Guardy. That was a Guardy. Wow.
And we drew the Dark as well. That's like exactly really strong here.
Yeah, so let's see what we've got off this now. So let's go. So we got the Bravery Charm. We have that. Okay. So now here is an interesting situation we've got. So I don't know if Kevin sees this, but he can KO the Rotom.
It's true.
But the problem on the return is that if Liz does get the Dragapult, the Dusknoir, and Radiant Alakazam,
Devastating.
we can remove both we can remove both Gardevoir lines from the board next turn. So and with Counter Catcher, obviously you don't want to use it, but you don't need to. So you have a lot of options here.
Yeah, I think honestly this could be like the bait on Liz's part. Like maybe she's understanding this and seeing this, because if we actually pop a Dusknoir here, if we can really pull that off, we do have a lot of cards in hand. We have a lot of Dracloaks. We can maybe find a Fez. Yeah, you're right. Literally with a Radiant Zam, we could make this happen. This could be a double knockout turn.
And Liz does have a good amount of cards in her hand. So, you know, obviously with the double Dracloak draw, you do need a lot, right? You need the you would need the Dusknoir, one singular Dusknoir and a rare candy. But that is not impossible, and that means
we know she has the Dragapult in hand as well. So she's already got one of those pieces. So in all honesty, it's not a lot to hit when you have a hand that massive already.
Right.
It's a pretty feasible play.
So what I would say is probably our best bet here. I do see an Ultra Ball. Kind of sucks to discard 2 cards, but maybe there's a world where we probably try to remove one of those Duskulls from play, and that might be your best bet for this turn.
That's what the matchup comes down to, and that's why establishing Double Monkey is so important, because when those Duskulls hit the field, that's when it gets hard.
Right. So we do have the Dark Attach. We're going to have to see what exactly Kevin does in this situation. And I do not know. I think Kevin did use both refinements, right? I think he did.
Yes.
So he's
going to Ultra Ball and get an energy and discard, though. I think he will have enough to actually get the swing here.
Okay, so we do. Looks like he's looking for the Monkey Dory. And I'm actually. Oh, nope, definitely Screamtail. Okay, cool.
Screamtail.
So, yeah, I definitely see the reason why you would do this. Obviously, it does open up the world for having the double prize card. The same issue, right, is that you can still CC the Guardy EX and then KO that and just both Curly lines and then just end the game right there, right? That's one thing.
Yeah.
But I don't think Kevin really has any other options here. I think we have to essentially.
Oh no, he's opting for the monkey. I think I like this better. I think I like making your board wide and really giving yourself the options. He does have a dark energy as well, so he can drop that on the monkey. So even if Liz can get this explosive turn, goodness. But yeah, that's the thing. You just can't swing a Gardevoir here, can you?
You probably. I think the thought process is maybe you just Monkey Dory swing into the Rotom, and then you deal 60, right? Or you deal 90 maybe, or 80 with the.
He's gonna go for it though. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So now here's the thing. So we do get the single Monkey Dory. We do get the 30 damage, but now it is up to Liz to essentially close the game out right here.
Yeah.
You know, we'll have to see. We'll have to see what Kevin does. It looks like that. Yeah, we'll have to see what Liz is able to draw into, right? Because now the option is, the problem is that you're only knocking out one Pokemon. So you can't Fez, right? Because she bench 2, unless she has the raw Dusknoir now.
Yeah.
So let's just see what she gets.
Yeah. My concern here, too, is that this aggressive play also cuts Kevin off from draw, potentially, right? Because, like, if you look at his hand, it's a Boss and a Bravery Charm, right? So, like, if Liz is actually able to get this return, I don't think there's anything Kevin can do to actually come back.
Right. Okay.
So this is very scary, but if Liz can't hit it, Kevin might run away with this match.
Very true. So we'll have to see how exactly this pans out. So we got the knockout.
Take the knockout. 2 prize cards. That's nice. We get 2 extra cards.
Dragapult, and Radiant Alakazam in hand.
Oh my god, she's so close.
She's very close. So she can draw 2 cards. All she needs is the rare candy. And there's the rare candy.
Is this locked?
No. I don't know if we have the Ultra Ball, though. That's the problem. So I think we just have to draw cards, see what we can get to. If we draw into the Dusknoir, then we just have it right there. Oh, I think I see the Ultra Ball.
Yeah.
Oh, nope, maybe not. Oh, is that a Dusknoir?
Dusclops.
It's a Clops. Okay, so that's a start, because then you guarantee KO the Curlia no matter what.
Or what you can also do here is take out Double Monkey.
That is also a good idea, definitely. So...
And also, playing down the Dusclops there doesn't harm you, because like you could still hit the Dusknoir.
Right.
Like,
and we do need the other energy attach as well. We do have the Vessel. We do have the rare candy. So, okay. So it looks like Liz does not have access. I mean, based on those 2 cards, I don't know what they are, but it doesn't look... She looks like she's considering it. It doesn't look like she has access to the Dusknoir play. So I think what probably happens here, if she has the Counter Catcher, she can KO... probably either one of the Monkey Dories or the Curlia to cut off Kevin's access to draw.
I think it's we take the Curlia and the Monkey with the Dark. We know Kevin had 2 cards in hand, so he's probably not drawing great.
Yes.
So I think in this situation you cut off his draw and take out the Monkey with the Dark, since that's the most immediate threat.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. My only yeah, definitely.
Get 2 energies with the Vessel. And one thing that's nice is we do have 2 Dracloaks with energy. You know, each of them have an energy, so we aren't really going to have any issues with getting the Dragapult swing here.
Do we know, you know, potentially there, did she have the Vessel in the opening hand?
Don't quite remember. I don't think so, though.
Okay, good. Then she drew into it. Because I was going to say, if she had it in the opening hand, then maybe there's a chance to thin there a little bit beforehand. Maybe give her a higher chance of drawing into the stuff that she needed.
Yeah, honestly, not sure. I don't think so, though.
Okay, that's fine. No problem.
Yeah.
We're still getting to the Dragapult. You know, great position to be in. That is a second Dusclops. So that's
oh, that is crazy.
So now,
wait. So she has so many opportunities to take prize cards now. Wait, hold
so we are end the Iono to 4. So what we're offering here is that we're not going to KO the Gardevoir this turn. If we draw into the counter catcher, we're KOing both Monkey Dory and Curlia and potentially something else.
She
or
definitely wants a
something
counter
else.
catcher here. That's for sure.
Right. So
doesn't look like we hit it.
Additionally, what is also good is that if we KO the Curlia here, Kevin can no longer Turo the Gardevoir EX because it's the only Guardy line on the board.
True.
So
the
now,
Turo play is offline. So
correct.
Regardless, this puts on a lot of pressure.
Yeah. So, and now with this Dusknoir in play, now we have the option to go the Dusclops. Now we have the option to go Dusknoir, wipe the board from here. So now from here, we're basically guaranteeing that Kevin has to make a bunch of really difficult decisions in the next couple of turns. And just kind of hope that Liz doesn't have it at the end of the day.
True. I do like this. It's a bit more of a defensive play from Liz, you know, being a little more, I guess, like aware of, you know, what Kevin's options really are. Recognizing that, yeah, like having monkeys in play is hard for Dragapult, but what's harder is when you or hard for Gardevoir, but what's harder for Gardevoir is if you can't actually draw cards to begin with, right? That's like really the big piece here. And also with the Radiant Zam in play, if more Ralts hit the board, she will be able to move the damage and just capitalize on knockouts on those as well. So I think this Gardevoir is actually just like the only one that will see the board this game.
Right. And the thing is now is that Kevin is kind of pigeonholed into taking the Dusclops off the board. Problem is, if he does, Dragapult's swinging again. So if Liz does get a counter catcher this time around, then it is lights out for those two.
Yeah, very scary.
Right, so... All right, so we have the 1/1/1 setup here, which is a lot better because even if you get the double Monkey Dory, there is still 1 damage counter that sits on the board. So at this point, we'll have to see what Kevin is able to do off of those. It
also puts the
5
Spiritomb
cards.
exactly in Dusknoir range if you want to, or Dusclops range if you need to, which is kind of interesting. But I think the real reason why is because she just doesn't want those Monkey Dories to have
very true
to have like the maximum usage. Because obviously Monkey Doring off the Gardevoir at this point does absolutely nothing for Kevin, right? Like it's gonna die next turn unless he can retreat it. Like there's just no way around it.
Yep.
So at this point, spreading the damage out is fine because I don't think Liz really minds if the damage comes off the Gardevoir regardless. So I see him eyeing the Greninja. Yeah.
Off the nest ball.
I kind of do like this, and the reason being that I don't think Kevin can bench another Ralts. Like I don't. It just goes away, right?
It's
like,
not safe. The only thing, because Alakazam is on the board. We know that 1 damage counter is going to go wherever it is, no matter what. So I think Liz, despite only have taken 1 prize card, has set up a very dominant board state.
Yeah,
here.
That's what I'm saying. There was a ton of restraint on Liz's part. I think that the turn 2 swing was like honestly maybe a possibility if she kind of tried to high roll for it, but she understood she would rather play the long game. And she's just seeing this opportunity, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. Liz's board is just so dangerous, very, very difficult, and Kevin is in a situation where he can't even really bench Ralts.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only situation that can happen here is maybe just potentially...
You could Turo the Guardian, right?
I mean, well,
that'd be funny.
Not
right?
even that. I would say probably his best bet is maybe to just try to attempt to Drifloon KO the Dragapult and then just hope Liz doesn't have it on the response.
Yeah, but I don't think we have the energy for that, though. We have 1 in there. We get retreat. We get 2 more. We're going to need 2 more energy and discard just to pull that off.
That is true. So that is going to be unfortunate. So, yeah, I don't think he has it. I mean, we're going to have to figure out his hand. I just think his hand is too weak. I mean, he can Iono to 2.
Iono to 3,
Or, excuse me, yeah. Well, I mean, he'd Iono himself to another 3, but Liz has another 5 cards.
I feel like I almost feel like Ionoing Liz here is like super, like I think he has to do this, but it's also dangerous because she hasn't even played counter catcher yet. So it's like, it's like still counter catcher is like available, and like she obviously whiffed it because it would have seen the field last turn if she hit it. So now this is just even more threatening on Liz's part.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to see what happens. So what did we get? We got a Vessel, so we can get energy down, but it doesn't really matter in this case. I see what Sparkling Crystal, another Dracloak, maybe. Buddy Buddy Puffin. I don't see much else there. So as long as Kevin can get stuff out of the active and Liz does not get to, well, actually, Liz can't even, Liz cannot Luminion, mainly due to the existence of the Spiritomb. But the problem now is that we have, oh, actually, no, 6 and, ooh, this is tough.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, I guess
you
we
could
get double
well,
Monkey Dory here, right?
Yeah, but even then, does that put Liz, if Liz gets to the Dusknoir, do you just have the guaranteed KO on the Guardy EX no matter what?
Yeah, I think so. With Dust, even with Dusclops, right? Like, I think even with Dusclops, we can we get that knockout with the Dusclops? No, I think we're short with the Dusclops, but we got to keep in mind that there's also the Radiant Salmon play, and I'm sure that there's like some kind of damage manipulation I'm not seeing on the board. Oh, so I think Kevin, is he considering Screamtailing the Dusclops?
I think that's his best bet right now.
I think it is his best play.
I hate that. I hate, like, as a Guardy player,
He just can't, he can't even attack the Dragapult. He just has to, right?
Yeah, unfortunately. But I mean, look, he's got a prize lead. He goes down to 2. That is not a bad place to be at all.
Yeah, it's just I hope you don't have counter catch angle.
Because the problem now is that if he does get the KO, he sets Liz to 4 and himself to 2, which means that Liz needs to get a double KO. But the problem is that if Liz uses Dusknoir, sets Kevin to 1, which means that he could potentially, with a 20 damage on the board off of the Monkey Dory, can boss and KO something on the board.
True.
So now we're going to
he could swing with the monkeys.
Yeah, so we're
that's
going to have
something we got to keep in mind too.
We're going to have to see what exactly happens here. Kevin considering his next move.
Yeah, he's really thinking about the Screamtail. I think it is his best option here, but it's so sketch.
I mean, the problem, like, setting himself to 2 prize cards, probably what might be better is maybe getting rid of the additional Dracloak or the Alakazam, right? I feel like having Liz give the additional prize card may not be, well, probably not. Probably not. I think probably the best bet is to probably Screamtail and go after the Dusknoir if
you
Kevin
know what would have
has
been a great
access
play
to
here? Actually, Cresselia would have been really strong.
Did we have enough damage on the board? Because we have 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Liz was putting
5.
1s out. I still think we're short. That's the issue. Yeah. Well, we'd have to. No, I think we are still short. No matter, like, we can't really kill the Dusclops, I don't think, efficiently.
Yeah, I don't think there's any good way. I really don't think there's any good way to go about this. I don't. Let's just see what happens here. Because that is the second Monkey Dory. There's the 3 and the 3. 3 on the Dusclops. So the idea is that retreat into the Screamtail, attach 2, deal 60 damage to the Dusknoir, knock it out. Although it does.
Okay, I think they're discussing stuff. They're talking about, like, damage or, like.
Seems like a board state discussion going on here.
Yeah.
If we could get some confirmation on that.
Okay, he's gonna. I think he's double monkeying off the Guardy, right? Because some damage just came off of it, so I think he's double monkeying off the Guardy.
Yeah, it definitely seems
and
like it.
And he put it on the what's on bench there? The pink thing, the Radzam. Is that where he put it?
Yes, that is the Radzam. So 3 on the Radzam and 3 on the 3 on the Dusclops. But I think what he's going to do is
I see that, yeah.
He'll probably attach 2 and then just deal 60 to the Dusclops to knock it out. And then now Liz is unable to remove the Guardy EX from play unless it is gusted.
Yeah, this is good math on Kevin's part. This is a smart defensive play.
Yes, there is some damage counters on the board right now. Not the end of the world. So I think that we're just going to deal the 80 and then just call it a day on that Dusclops. So
makes sense to me.
Now, what is Liz's response? Off of 5 cards, we've got a Crystal, a Stretcher.
So I think what Liz really needs to do here is just, like, evolve things, right? Like, make them hard to kill.
She has a Dusclops. Is that a Noir in her hand? No, it's a Psychic Energy. Psychic Energy, Turo. So she can take 3.
Yeah. I guess if she hits Counter Catcher, though, she still can just take out the Screamtail and the Gardevoir. And
which is probably her best bet right now.
I think that's still enough to just get this.
Because Kevin is not in a position where he can take to the next turn.
Exactly.
Presumably.
He would need 2 more turns swinging with the Monkey Dories. I can't believe we're talking about that, but that's what it's come to, right? It's come down to the monkeys. So I see you're really looking at these cards, probably looking for a counter catcher, I would assume.
I'm not sure what that was. Oh, it's an Iono. Okay.
So another Iono could be really good here. I mean, she'd have to hit it at this point, right?
Yeah, Turo. Yeah, I mean, off of 5 cards. I mean, like, with how deep she is into the deck at this point, then, you know, there's definitely a chance to hit the CC, and that's really what we want to see right now. So that is
Yeah, first card she drew. Yep.
That is a counter catcher. So that's
Yep.
exactly what she wants to see. With Gardevoir off the board now, we can remove both attackers, and now that reduces Kevin's ability to do anything the next turn because
this is hard.
The most amount of prize cards Kevin can take is 1, and Liz that means it means that Liz will immediately respond with a KO on the following turn after the Monkey Dory swing.
Funnily enough, I think the Spiritomb being on the board is actually what made this game really difficult for Kevin, because now at this point, Liz can actually just take any. Yeah, she could take 3 and then take 2.
So she's going to take 2 damage counters.
Oh, she's moving them. Yeah, makes sense.
Well, let's see.
Actually, with the
though.
monkey, do we even want
with the
to?
monkey? I don't think we do.
Do we want to max out the monkey's ability to, do
well,
things here?
maybe instead of you move 1 damage counter from one of the Monkey Dories to the Spiritomb, and then just overload the Spiritomb on damage so that you're removing as much damage from the board as humanly possible.
Yeah, or you could even just push it onto the Gardevoir, like, hey, I don't, I want these monkeys to do nothing, right? Like.
Exactly.
I don't hate it.
Yeah.
I don't hate that. Or you can move 1 off the Screamtail to make it a clean kill. I don't hate that either.
Yeah, because the Spiritomb's just going to stay there, right? And
yeah, you can cash in next turn. Exactly.
Yeah, so definitely a thought there. Maybe that's the thought process right there. Probably is, right? You probably take 2 off of the Guardy EX and potentially move it to the Screamtail. Screamtail is 40 damage, so you need 50. So you're already there in terms of damage counters. So I think what you probably do is just overload the rest of the damage counters onto the Screamtail, knock it out with the Guardy. Now you have no more attackers. Liz did, and then probably you just get the. Yep, there you go. So we're going to knock out the Screamtail. We have no additional attackers left, and then you have the 1 additional or 2 additional damage counters, I believe.
Just going to put it on the. That's like fine. I mean, like that's just everything here on the board has 1, so that 1 damage counter is completely irrelevant, and that's exactly honestly how Liz wants it. She doesn't want those monkeys getting any value.
Yep. So now, what does Kevin do?
I was going to say Turo the Spiritomb and draw an energy, but. I mean, he doesn't have it. I guess he could swing with Monkey and just, like, pray?
He doesn't even have the energy.
He doesn't? Oh.
So right now, it is looking...
I think this is a checkmate.
That is very much a checkmate for Liz in this situation. Kevin does not have the energy, does not have the ability to get any energy, nor has the ability to draw cards into an energy to use. So that Monkey Dory, you just take the damage off the Spiritomb, but guess what? Knocks out everything on your board anyway.
Yeah, this Spiritomb really was, like, kind of...
So the only thing that he can do, I apologize for interrupting. The only thing that he can do this turn is retreat into Spiritomb and pass. That is it. That is the only thing.
Liz will have to find boss. Yeah.
Yes.
And she cannot Luminion for it because there's a Spiritomb in play. So
yes,
that is actually definitely the best play that Kevin has here, just to retreat. But it's so rough. Ooh. Okay, Liz patiently waiting. Kevin definitely just kind of assessing all of his options here, making sure that there's no like win conditions that maybe we're not thinking of or he's not thinking of. We do see the 2 Monkey Dory heals, so maximum damage of 20 healed. Kind of funny, but yeah, doing exactly what we said. Promote Spiritomb and pass.
Yeah, it's the only thing I can think of doing right now. If Liz has the access to the Gust.
Okay, so I think. Oh no, is she going to play the Luminion?
Problem is, if she plays the Lumin, Spiritomb is in play. So what are we doing?
Oh, Spiritomb.
Yep, there it is. So now we're going to have to figure out what we need to do here. What I assume is that you just grab a Pokemon, maybe thin out the deck. Didn't get a knockout the previous turn, so it doesn't really matter about that. So we just grab. I think we just grab a Pokemon, thin the deck out. Maybe you raw draw into the boss, get lucky, and call it a game there. So.
Yeah, didn't actually see what she grabbed there. I think it was the Dragapult she showed Kevin previously.
Yeah, I mean, this game looks.
It's pretty cooked. Yeah, like I think like Liz's thought here is like, well, if I can't win this game, I'm just gonna make my board like insanely hard for you to actually kill. Because we have to keep in mind, Kevin needs 2 prize cards. Like, I think as long as Liz can evolve one of these Dragapults, I think it is actually impossible.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what she draws off the second. This is it. For all the marbles. Nope.
Do get a Fire Energy, though.
Fire Energy's good. Guarantee we can just go second Dragapult there. Maybe even there's a merit to attaching it to
the Zam?
The Radiant Alakazam
to
so
prevent
that you don't get so you don't get retreat locked. Definitely a thought process there, because either way, you're definitely KOing the Spiritomb. Next turn, if you have a Ball Search, Lumin, guaranteed.
Yeah, so going through her discard here, it looks like the Badoo. Something I want to note, I don't think she Badooed once this set.
Not this set, yeah. I mean,
Rotom was clutch. You know what's funny, too? We've been talking about this deck so much. She was not a believer in the Rotom. I'm definitely going to call her out on that later because she was heavily relying on Rotom in this set. But hey, it's a good card, man. Drawing 3 cards, pretty good. But yeah, just making sure that, there's no line that, Kevin can take advantage of here. The one thing that does kind of stink here for her is that Kevin can actually, capitalize on Monkey Dory heals now. He can get one of these off. I don't think he has another Dark in hand, but she doesn't know that, and she's definitely obviously, playing around that.
So I think the best play probably here is probably just to go 2/2/2 to reduce the amount of damage
100%.
as much as humanly possible that Kevin can push back on. Because if you put 60 on one, if he does somehow draw into the second Dark, then he can move 60, get a Gust, and then
she got Farseal.
Okay. Wait. So she has the boss
Farseal
now.
for boss.
That's
Yep,
it.
and there it is. Yeah. So Liz wins the Long Island TCG show, playing
Liz
Dragapult,
taking it home with Dragapult over Kevin Fuentes'
Playing
Gardevoir. Definitely a very dominant performance from Liz. That was an open and shut case from start to finish.
I don't think there was really any mistakes. It definitely felt like I was watching some pretty high level play. Very much understanding this matchup. I mean, she's beaten a lot of really strong Gardevoir players at tournaments before. If you think of any, honestly, Gardevoir player in New York, I'm pretty sure she's probably beaten them. So, honestly, really, really strong play. It seems like in those situations, she had a lot of restraint, wasn't really, overcommitting to getting the attack unless it would guarantee her the game. And, just really, really smooth play all around.
Shows the power of the deck and the player. So definitely Liz Raines showing why she is the Dragapult master of Long Island and having a dominant 2-0 performance on the day, winning the Invitational, and I believe some nice prizing from both herself for the Frank Pau V-Star marker, as well as a Silver Tempest ETB, I believe, is for first place only, plus some additional goodies from the show itself. So, hey, shows why the deck is best deck in format, right? Tons of options, rewards restraint, rewards high-level play, and Liz definitely showed that today over Kevin's Gardevoir. So nothing really more to say there. Just want to confirm, probably do our nice little post-game interview with Liz. We'll talk about real quick if you want to interview Liz versus me. Does not matter to me.
Yeah. I mean, it just depends when they send her over. Okay, yeah. So. I'll sit in with her on this.
All right.
I'm gonna definitely bust her chops. So.
Go for it. I will get up for a minute. I will see you guys back for the nice little closing setup here. We'll say goodbye to the stream after that. But for now, let's hear from Liz.
All right, cool. I'll move over. I'm moving to your seat then.
It's interview time. It's interview time.
All right, bro. I'll take a picture of Liz. Bro, thank you for coming. I appreciate it.
You blew that well. Yeah. I'll confuse about the tip. All right, so no bias. Just want to put that out there. This isn't scripted. This just happened. How are you feeling? How was that?
Really good. The finals were pretty crazy. That game one, I was not expecting to have that play come together.
Yeah. We were talking about it back here. We were like, yeah, if that happens, it's so over.
It's not a donk, but it's basically a donk.
That's exactly what I called it. I called it a donk. So
it's basically a donk. Because at that point, what do you do? I love Dragapult. She's done well by me.
Yeah, so we were kind of talking about the matchup a little bit, and obviously you have a decent amount of games on it, and we discussed it a lot. Partners that both play Gardevoir and Dragapult, so we discussed it a lot. So I really liked obviously the game one, you just kind of drew the stones. So obviously there wasn't really much to consider there. You just kind of took the aggressive route. But game two, I saw a lot of restraint on that second turn. Really establishing those Duskulls and favoring getting those in play so you can do a little bit more aggressive stuff. I'm just curious on that second turn, did you have the out to swing?
I did not. I almost had the out. I was short the rare candy.
Gotcha.
I had the option to dig for it. I could have set up my energies. If I'm remembering correctly, I could have set up my energies and Iono to try and dig for it or something like that. In that matchup, in my opinion, Guardies, are probably not going to be speed running you either. It's not a turbo deck. I'd rather establish a wide board, be able to draw cards, and really just set up for the long game. that's what both decks want to do anyway. The deck isn't really built for turbo. Like game 1, I just got really lucky with the hand.
Yeah, yeah. So speaking of turbo too, I do kind of want to discuss this a little bit. Like I know in top 4 you hit Raging Bolt, which like you're playing Luke, and like obviously that matchup, like I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's a bad matchup. It's a bad matchup. So like, how did those games go?
They were interesting. I kind of just got the Badoo lock early on game 1, and he ended up with just a giant hand. And it was just kind of draw pass because he didn't really have much to do with the giant hand. That's
like pretty much the only way. Right, yeah, you go with that matchup, right? Yeah.
So from there, I got lucky with a counter catcher play. I managed to get the Arvin, to get the counter catcher, to take double knockout on both of the Raging Bolts. So then he was kind of just stuck with 2 Ogre Pawns with 2 energy and no real attacker viability. He'd already used 3 Sadas. So it just wasn't really a feasible way to come back from. And then game 2, it was a little bit closer. I got the Badoo lock way too early, and he just couldn't get anything established.
All right, yeah, perfectly reasonable. So, like, I know you've been playing this. That's probably the last thing I'll say. But, like, I know you've been playing Dragapult. Like, obviously, I see all the work you put into this game. I see how much, like, ladder you play. Like, when I say she actually will not play she doesn't play anything else.
No,
she doesn't play anything else than this
I'm the truest
deck,
one
right?
trick.
Yeah, 100%. No, when Dragapult's gone, she'll be washed. But we still have it for a while, for a very long time.
We got a couple years.
Yeah, but just want to say, too, like, obviously, like, I know, like, you've been playing this, like, a lot. You've been playing it at regionals. Like, I know, like, at Baltimore, you got like, top 5-12 with the Pidgeot version, and then at Toronto, you were the highest placing Dustinor Dragapult at 256.
Yeah, without Bird, yeah.
Yeah, without Bird, yeah. So, like in terms of like the deck's actual strength, like how much better do you actually think it is right now? Like from what you were playing.
Its biggest advantage now is being able to put your opponents at your pace. One of the biggest struggles that the deck had prior to Badoo was just you get run over. There's too many turbo decks. There's too many decks that are swinging on turn 2 and just kind of bulldozing you before you can get set up. So now being able to slow your opponent down and make it your pace, it just gives you the chance to set up to make those wide boards. That way you're not digging for the rare candy Dragapult Crystal Energy on turn 2 going first. Now going second, you can support her. You're slowing your opponent down. Again, being able to support her on your first turn really makes the deck more consistent because you're not really as heavily reliant on what's in your hand. And you do have the Rotom as an out if you are going first. Obviously, I didn't get to use it much.
Okay, no. I'm literally calling you out on that. Like I know you were not a Rotom believer. Dude, like you won that set because of Rotom.
Yeah,
like
Rotom
literally, like you're never allowed to say anything about Rotom again.
Rotom,
literally.
Rotom proved himself today.
I told you so. That card's broken. Like we're definitely playing Rotom. But yeah. Yeah. So anything else you want to talk about the deck, or like any shout outs or
not much
shout out to
else.
Natalie Miller.
Shout out to Natalie Miller for killing it with Dragapult today.
We scrubbed through her. We counted all the cards.
We got some ideas from there. Shout outs to Dragapult. I love her. Shout outs to our testing group. They're lit.
I'm gonna shout out Frank Powell.
I was gonna say my last shout out to Frank Powell.
Frank Powell is sick right now. He's got a cold.
He had a little bit of a cold.
He had a shivery chill going on.
He had a shivery chill. But yeah, no, shout outs to everyone who I test with regularly. It's been great, and can't wait for the next one.
All right, cool. All right, word. I mean, I got nothing else to say. I mean, like, congrats. We'll open the ETB later.
Yeah.
So yeah, like, yeah,
right,
that'll be
thanks.
fun. I'm not gonna go to Chili's.
Okay,
okay,
going
cool.
to Chili's.
But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining us. This has been super fun. Oh, okay. We got Anthony, the TO.
All right, do you want my
popping in?
headset? All right.
Oh yeah, we gotta get Anthony, the TO, up in here.
And then we'll get our nice little closing.
Statement. Yeah. What's good, Anthony?
What is up? All right, guys. So let me give you a good series of announcements. There's going to be a whole bunch of things going on. We're actually going to have a bigger show in May. We're going to have a lot of big prizing. Also at Collectors Emporium, we're having a big tournament on April 19th. It's going to have $1,000 cash prizing for TCG and VG. Also, we're going to have store credit as well on top of that. So
Crazy.
we're going to have big
Wild.
store credit pool. Amazing. And also, whoever wins the tournament, they get a Journey Together booster box
That's
for
what's up.
TCG, VG, and it's going to be Journey Together packs for top 8 on top of prize packs.
Insane.
So it's going to be the first big post-rotation tournament after Atlanta.
Sick.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So that's our plan. Honestly, I want to thank everybody for coming out. I really do appreciate you guys watching the stream, coming out to locals. Please support your locals. It's a big thing. It is a cornerstone of our community. We need to make that a big thing. Supporting your locals, supporting your leagues, no matter what. Travel, show support. These stores are grinding for you. Grind for them by just putting your foot in the door. That's it. That is the big thing. I'm going to put Nick back on. And yeah, we're going to do our closing. And
Word.
thank you guys for casting.
Thanks a
I
lot
really
for
appreciate
having
it.
us on, dude. This has been super fun. I had a great time, and
Yes.
I'm definitely looking forward to being at more of these. So
Yeah,
thanks a
of
lot for
course,
doing
bro.
some cool stuff for the community, and I'm looking forward to just doing more stuff. So
Yes, 100%.
That's
All
what's
right.
up.
There you go.
All right, cool. So Nick is going to drop in. That's my chair, bro.
I'm you now.
Yeah, crazy, insane. But
You may
yeah.
know everything I'm going to do, but that's not going to help you.
Since
because
I know everything you're going to do. Strange, isn't it? Anyway, guys, we will be closing out the stream now. Thank you guys so much. If you guys want to follow us on socials, I'm EpoDR. You're at
BattleBoxes TV.
That's what I thought. Didn't want to get it wrong, though. We do have a podcast on Twitter. We do talk about Pokemon every Monday at 10:30 p.m. called the Frank Powell Pod.
Sometimes on Thursdays.
Yeah, sometimes on Thursdays, but I think we're going to try to keep it to the Monday if possible. But yeah, definitely keep your eyes out on that. We will definitely be talking about EUIC and probably this and just general things, this Monday at 10:30. So if you're into that, definitely drop in on Twitter and give it a listen. But thanks a lot for the TCG show for having us. This has been super, super fun. Shout out to all my friends. They're standing right there. Without them, I would not be here. So
My friends are my power.
for real. You got any shout outs, anything to say?
I mean, shout out to the TCG show for putting this out to us. Shout out for our testing group that has given me so much knowledge and so much ability to play this game that I never thought that I would have ever been able to get into a situation like this. So
Awesome.
I appreciate each and every one of you guys. That's
Been a pleasure, Goat.
yeah,
Appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll talk about it more over Chili's, I guess. I guess we're going to Chili's.
Absolutely.
So anyway, guys, hope you guys are going to get yourselves a nice dinner as well. Hope you had some fun, and we will be signing off. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for keeping it real.
Support your local scene.
Support your local scene.
Be good to each other.
Heck yeah. Have a good one, guys.